So once again, chapter 21, I'm sorry, chapter 2, page 21, commission rebates. So we're allowed to give rebates only if our broker allows it. We're allowed to give rebates only to a buyer of a primary residence, not for commercial property, not for second homes, not for investment properties or vacation properties. This is only for the purchaser of a primary residence. The primary residence is your house you're living in. You know, you can only have one primary residence. So to prevent fraud, only the buyer of a primary residence can receive a rebate. It has to be a direct deduction from your commission. It's reducing the commission before you get it at the closing. Okay, so before your agency gets paid their commission check, it's reduced from that commission amount. The rebate can be offered as a credit or a check at closing to the buyer, and it must be in writing from the start of the business relationship how much that rebate's going to be and that you're offering the rebate to a buyer. It must state how much that rebate is going to be. It must also be disclosed to all parties in the transaction that you're offering a rebate. But I would not disclose that information until after you negotiated with the seller and everybody agreed to everything. Then you send it off. They sign the contracts. You send it off to the attorneys, right? And then I'll contact the attorney. So when it's at attorney review, then I'll notify the attorney that the buyer is receiving a rebate and have them added into the contract during the review period. If you do so beforehand when they're still negotiating, then the problem is the seller can be like, well, you know, you're getting extra money from your real estate agent, so you could afford it. So it kind of defeats the purpose of even giving you the rebate, doesn't it? So I don't tell anybody about a rebate until I don't tell the seller about the rebate that I'm offering to the buyer until after all negotiations have been settled and the contract goes to the attorneys. I notify the attorney, have the attorney add in the contract so that it notifies everybody. But we also need to notify the buyer's lender about it too, because even though we're offering a rebate to the buyer, their lender could say no. Depending on the type of loan program and such, it may not allow a rebate. And if that's the case, we'll just have to keep all the money there. All right. So we cannot offer. We have to let everybody know in the transaction. And if the lender says that we can't offer the rebate, then we can't offer the rebate. Why do I feel like that I already went over this stuff already?
You did.
We did. Okay. That's why. That's a good reason. All right. So then let's move on to the next slide, shall we? Oh, by the way, when you're offering these rebates, just to recap since we're on it anyway, anytime you advertise that you're offering a rebate, you have to advise them to consult with a tax professional in regards of receiving that rebate. So we're going to highlight the last sentence under commission rebates. The purchaser must be advised to consult a tax professional about the income tax consequences of that rebate, because it's unpaid income, it's unearned income. They're going to have to pay taxes on that, depending on how much of a rebate you're giving them and their tax situation and all that good stuff. So advise them to consult with a tax professional. They'll figure it out. All right, price fixing. We went over this, but we're going to do it again. Price fixing. What is price fixing?
It's an agreement between two competitors.
All right, it's when competing agencies work with each other to try to set an industry standard for pricing. So to prevent anybody from misconstruing any conversations of being price fixing, which is a violation of federal law, we want to make sure that we just avoid that situation altogether. So what should a real estate agent do if they find themselves in a conversation with a competitor about the fees they're charging the public and their strategies?
Walk away.
Walk away. Separate yourself immediately from that situation. Okay, that'll be an exam question. All right. So price fixing, that's what that is. But the Sherman Antitrust Act is also in place, not just to prevent price fixing, but also allocation of markets. That's when competitors work with each other to try to divvy up the marketplace. All right. This is something that it's not just for real estate. This was used ages ago in the 20s and 30s. This was used to break up a lot of these major super rich people's companies like Standard Oil back in the 30s. It broke them up into like 32 different companies that were so big. Right now we have debates about our social media companies. Have they become too big for their britches, you know, crushing the competition? Any new little guy comes out, buys a new creates a new app or something, you know, it gets bought up by Facebook or Amazon or Twitter, and then they crush it, or Google, and then they crush it, they bury it, or they integrate it in one of their own products. So the little guy doesn't have a big chance to compete against these people. This is why you're starting to hear a little bit of grumbling right now about these companies. You know, they're even now trying to shut down competition. Now they're making up excuses to shut down competition right now with the whole presidential thing that's going on. You got a company like Parler that's a competition for Facebook. Facebook's working together with Twitter, working together with Amazon. Amazon was their host, so they're working with Amazon to stop their hosting. They're working with another company that was doing their mobile security part to stop them working with them. They're using all of their connections to shut down the competition. Now, they're using as an excuse right now to do this. They're saying, "Oh, it's not against free speech. It's because of the president. You know, it's because of the president. He incited violence or something." Yeah, that's a load of garbage. Okay, I mean, they're just playing off of the current events and the politics of what's going on right now to try to shut down the competition. All right, and you're seeing this. I mean, you're even seeing some of the left are even saying this is dangerous game that they're playing right here. That if a company can so easily shut down the competition, then that's a danger for small businesses. Small businesses will never be able to exceed, especially if large companies can so blatantly work with each other to shut down the competition. You know, that's what the whole purpose of the Sherman Antitrust Act is for. And anybody ever see the History Channel program? It was a series. It was the Men That Made America, or the Titans of Industry. It was one of those titles, Men Who Made America or the Titans of Industry. This was about the Rockefellers and all of those different super rich that built the country based on steel, the railroad, oil, you know, all those major industries, how they would always buy up the competition, shut them, or just shut them down and run them into bankruptcy, threaten their suppliers so that they couldn't do anything. They would drive their costs up, or they would just shut them down. And they had to be broken down. Otherwise, you get the rich get richer, and the little guy never gets a chance to start his business and get up and going. That's the whole purpose of the Sherman Antitrust Act here. All right. And it even extends into services like we perform. This is why it's a big deal. So what's the fines for what are the penalties for a violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act?
Up to $1 million.
Up to $1 million and 10 years in prison. Up to $1 million and up to 10 years in prison, right? Now, for big companies, $1 million, it's no big deal. Well, they recently raised all those fines. You know, it actually used to be up to $100,000. They just recently raised it to $1 million. And if it is, but that's for an individual. If it's a company or an organization that's engaging in the antitrust activities, the fine is up to $100 million fine, which for some of these super titans in industry these days, what's $100 million to Amazon? Right? All right. So penalties for violating the law. Here we go. That's not the Sherman Antitrust Act. This is for any licensing law. Penalties for violating licensing law, real estate licensing law. So let's turn to, well, actually it's here at the bottom of the page. Let's highlight on the bottom of the first page here in 21, they could place your license on probation. That's the least severe discipline. That's just a stern warning and we're keeping our eye out on you, right? Then turn the page and we're going to highlight the other two, suspension and then finally revocation. So suspension is a temporary lifting of the license and you can't work during that term. Revocation is the license is being taken away, all right? Apparently the book manufacturer couldn't think of a definition, a way to define probation. So they call it probation is probation, suspension or suspension. Revoke the license completely, revocation. Whoever taught these people that you could define the word with the word itself, you know? It's so probation is a strong warning and then close observation by the authority to that they're keeping an eye on you now. Suspension is a temporary lifting of the license so you can't work. And revocation is the license being taken away for a period of time or life. Right? Now, in addition to those actions against your license, they can also issue fines, and those minimum fine is $250 with a maximum of $50,000 per offense. By the way, you guys will definitely need to know everything that's on this slide. Now, what's the process? What's the procedure to it? Well, there is a process. They don't just fine you or take actions against your license. They give you a 10-day advance notice to attend a hearing. And if you don't like the results of that hearing, you could appeal it to the New Jersey Superior Court. The broker can be disciplined as well. If you do something wrong, your broker can be disciplined as well, depending on whether or not they had guilty knowledge. Now, guilty knowledge, that's a new term we got here, huh? Let me see if I got the definition on the next slide at all. Yep, I do. So guilty knowledge is when the broker is aware that one of their licensed or unlicensed assistants is doing something wrong, and they make no attempt to stop or prevent those activities. The broker can be held just as liable as the agent, whoever did whatever was wrong. Now, guilty knowledge comes up on page 22 here, under procedure. You see the third paragraph down, it says in bold, we're gonna highlight guilty knowledge. In other words, knew what was going on and did no attempt to stop it. When brokers' licenses are suspended or revoked, their salesperson's license are suspended until the end of the current licensing period. And during that time, salespersons are free to affiliate with another broker and can obtain a reissued license at no charge. So what does that mean? Well, if you read the rest of the slide here, I give you a further explanation. All the agents under the broker who has their license suspended or revoked have their licenses suspended as well. Not because they did anything wrong, but because they cannot work unsupervised. You understand? Look, you can't even get your license unless you affiliate with a licensed, actively licensed broker, right? So the licensees, they can either wait until the broker gets their license back, the broker is replaced, or the agent can transfer their license to another broker. And you know, anytime you transfer your license, there's a $25 license transfer fee. Well, the real estate commission will waive that fee. They refer to that as reissuing a new license under the new broker's name. So that's what they meant by they could obtain a reissued license at no charge. Okay. So I'm just translating that into English here for you. Let me go back to this slide again. We're not done with it. So what are the violations? So the violations, let's see, licensees must notify the REC within 30 days of conviction, indictment, or being charged with a crime. You know what indictment means? It means that you were accused of a crime. That's it. Okay. This is usually a state exam question. By the way, you also need to notify the real estate commission, if you move. You got to notify them of your new address. Just like DMV, motor vehicle. Anytime you move, you know how you got to notify them within 30 days that you moved. At least you're supposed to. You're supposed to do same thing for the real estate commission. Okay, repeat offenders with 3 or more violations may have their licenses revoked for life, depending. It's up to the real estate commission. It also depends on what you did. If you're a repeat offender, even if it's something minor, if you keep doing the same thing and they keep giving you warnings and fines and you just don't give a crap, they're gonna be like, you know what? We've had enough with you. We're taking your license away. Okay, so that's what that is. Okay, serious offenders can also have their licenses suspended until there's a resolution. For example, rape, murder, robbery, kidnapping, criminal conspiracy, and so on. Some serious crimes like this. Even though in the United States, you're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, it would be wrong for the real estate commission to keep you in that position until there is an outcome to the trial. You know, because being a real estate agent, you have access to the keys to people's houses, right? You got the lockbox, digital lockbox key, you can get access to people's homes. And if, you know, you're being accused of rape or murder or kidnapping or what have you, the real estate commission will be complicit in their duties by allowing you to continue them until it's settled whether you actually were guilty of that or not, right? Does that make sense? So they're not going to take away your license, but they could suspend it until there's an outcome to the to what's going on here. All right. Hey, good. My my realtor dues finally re-enabled my stuff. So now I opened up this Supra lockbox. I tried showing this to you guys the other day. Let me stop for a second. I tried showing this to you guys the other day. I opened up my thing. I just had to pay my realtor dues. They were behind. I had to pay them up. So I paid it, and see, now I got this menu available. This is called the Supra E-Key, right? And this is how you control lock boxes. These are the keys to get into lock boxes today, all right? If I click on Open Shackle or Obtain Key, here's the lockbox. I tried to demonstrate it for you the other day. I just wanted to demonstrate it for you now. In order to activate this lockbox, there's a battery in it. It's a metal box. It's surrounded by a rubber coating, and there's a metal key holder in there. You press the bottom. Watch what happens when I press the bottom. There's be a light that'll flash here. See that? Okay, so that light just flashed. That means that it's I activated the battery. So now I just have to hit that key symbol here, and then I got to put in my PIN number. And you hear it going. And then the lockbox drops out from the bottom. I got to push it up again, and then it'll drop out and it'll release. Okay. And then this is where this is where you put the keys inside. Let me see. Yeah, you can put a key inside of here, or a couple keys inside of here. And this is a metal container. Then you put that back inside, you can push it up and it locks in place. Okay. So that's how the lock boxes work. The digital lock boxes work. Okay, they're controlled by Bluetooth, so you have to have your Bluetooth on your cell phone, and then it immediately reports back any showings to the listing agency whose lockbox it is, right? And now, if you have a listing, hold on, there's a separate shackle code I have here on a piece of paper. This is called the shackle, the top part that comes off so that you could put it around a door. So once again, I press the bottom to activate it. You see the light flashes. I hit Open Shackle, And then I got to put in the shackle code. And then the shackle comes off, right? And now what I could do is I could put this around a door handle or a railing. Don't stick it to a bush. That's the dumbest thing. Somebody can snap the twig and take the damn lockbox, you know? I've seen agents do it, you know? So, and it locks into place. All right. I just wanted to show you guys how it worked. My lockbox thing wasn't, my app wasn't working the other day because realtor dues were due a couple days ago and I completely forgot to pay them. So see what happens? They shut you down immediately if you don't pay your dues, you know? So I went in and I paid my dues and they reactivated my stuff, right? So, and even though this is not the Realtors Association, this is the MLS that owns this, that controls these lock boxes. But the thing is, the MLSs have a rule. You have to be a realtor in good standing in order for your services to work, right? So if I don't pay my realtor dues, they immediately contact your local MLS to shut you down. You know, tell me they're not working together. See, boy, oh boy, oh boy. So anyway, you got to pay your realtor dues and you got to be a realtor in good standing by also taking your realtor code of ethics training. I got to make sure I'm caught up on that stuff too. Otherwise they could shut you down. But they just lengthened that. We discovered that the other day when we went to the realtor site, that you only have to take that, not every 2 years now, but every 3 years, they lengthened that too. All right, back to the slideshow. So in recap here, this is important. What can the Real Estate Commission do if you violate licensing law to your license? They can put it on probation. That's the least severe discipline to the most severe. Probation, suspension, or revocation. In addition, they can fine you. What's the minimum fine? $250. Maximum $50,000 per offense. Now we know the state treasurer handles all the money for the state, so that's who eventually gets that money. Now, what's the process? They give you a 10-day notice to attend the hearing where you get to defend yourself or you listen to the charges that are brought up on you. If you don't like the results, you could appeal to Superior Court. And your broker can be held liable as well if it's found that they had guilty knowledge. But your broker can't just say, oh, I didn't know. Because the Real Estate Commission could say, yeah, but should you have known? These are your agents, right? What is your agent supposed to do? What does your broker owe you? What does the broker have to provide for you as an agent, as a salesperson? Guidance and direction, right? Guidance and direction of the state's laws, rules, and regulations. And then, once again, if you ever do get arrested after you have your license for anything, or you ever are accused of a crime, you're supposed to contact the Real Estate Commission and let them know within 30 days. All right. Once again, they don't care about traffic violations, DWIs, and stuff like that. They're looking for more serious offenses. Okay. Good.
They don't care about DWIs?
No, they don't care about traffic offenses and stuff like that. That's not going to affect your license. Sorry, that's not going to affect your real estate license. What they care about is crimes of theft, deception, or for serious issues like rape, murder, kidnapping, home invasion, things like that. That's what they're worried about. The things that could actually affect you in the real estate business, All right. So what else to highlight here? So at the top of the page, you highlighted suspending a license, revoking a license. Highlight fines for violations must be no less than $250 or no more than $50,000 per offense. Then under procedure in the first line, highlight the commission gives the licensee at least 10 days advance notice of a hearing. And then you guys already highlighted guilty knowledge, right?
Yeah.
And the paragraph below guilty knowledge just talks about how they could suspend your license for the more serious crimes. I'm not going to have you highlight anything there, but I'll have you put a little asterisk next to that paragraph. And then they have a laundry list of, then there's a laundry list of violations. A lot of these things we haven't gone over yet because they're in coming chapters. We've gone over some of the items, but after the end of the bullet point, there's a sentence there I want you to highlight that says, if a licensee is guilty of a third violation of any of the listed above articles, the person may be considered a repeat offender and denied ever holding a real estate license. In other words, they could revoke your license for life, 3 or more violations, right? And I have all of that information that you just highlighted on this one slide. So it's a good slide to study from, right? And
Yes.
so
I took a picture of mine. Snapped it.
now don't forget, you also have these slides. So if you miss a slide that you didn't take a picture of it or something, listen, you guys have the access to these slides in the shared Google Drive as well. All right. So here are some of the violations which you can, I'm going to go over a couple of them from this bulleted list here. The violations which you could, which the Real Estate Commission can take an action against you for. Let me first see if I got a list of them here at all. No. Nope. Apparently not. All right, well, anyway, that slideshow is done anyway, so. Making false promises or substantial misrepresentations. Tell the truth, don't lie, don't blow things out of proportion, right? Don't exaggerate with the truth. Don't play quick and fast with the facts, okay? Acting for more than one party in a transaction without the knowledge of all parties thereof. What do they call that? What's that talking about?
Dual something.
Dual agency, right? There's nothing wrong with dual agency as long as it's disclosed. Undisclosed dual agency, however, is illegal. Pursuing a flagrant and continued course of misrepresentation or making false promises. Failure to account for or pay over money belonging to others. Yeah, play with other people's money and see how quick they snag your license. Conduct demonstrating unworthiness, incompetence, dishonesty, and bad faith. Wow. Just imagine that one. My license was suspended or revoked because I was incompetent. Talk about a smack in your face, huh? You know what incompetence is? Not doing your job. You should know how to do your job. You're either unable to do your job or just not willing to do your job properly. You know? Using a lottery, contest, game, prize, or drawing to promote the sale of real estate, which you cannot do. We learned about that in this chapter. Being convicted of a crime which the Real Estate Commission has no knowledge. How soon are you supposed to notify them if you were convicted of a crime?
10 days.
30 days.
30 to the REC.
30 days. 30 days.
To the REC. Okay.
Collecting a commission as a broker in a transaction while simultaneously representing either party in a different capacity for a consideration. For instance, acting as an attorney and a broker for the same person. That's a huge conflict of interest. Or acting as an insurance person and a real estate agent for the same transaction. There's nothing wrong with that, though, as long as you disclose it in writing. They have to have at least a 5-day notice. It has to be separate than the contract, too. Okay, we had something specific for that. You can be an insurance salesperson and a real estate salesperson on the same transaction, as long as it's disclosed in writing to that buyer that they don't have to get the insurance from you, and that you chose to get the insurance from them, from you, They chose to get it from you, correct. All right. Using a trade name or insignia of a real estate organization while not being a member. Here's another one that often comes up. A lot of times realtors get awards, okay? So when they start offering like Circle of Excellence awards and things like that, the Realtors Associations will tell you, you cannot advertise that you're an award recipient until we actually give you the award, you know, because they know they're notified in advance you're going to be getting the award. You met the requirement, but you can't advertise it until they actually do the ceremony and give you the award, all right? Otherwise, they can come after you and fine you and penalize you for that. Yeah, it's kind of dopey, but that's the rule. You didn't really get it yet, right? So don't say that you're like an award winner if you never won an award. Don't claim that you're a specialist in something if you're not. Don't claim that you have a designation. We have these classes that you could get to specialize in things. Don't claim that you achieved the designation and put it on your business cards, you know, behind your name, those initials or a little logo behind your business card, if you did not earn that designation. I mean, common sense should tell you this, but we're telling you right now that will affect your license, and they could fine you for it. What's the fine?
Violations. 250, starting at
10,000?
Up
Is that
to
the 250?
Minimum 250, maximum $50,000, right? So using, why did my phone beep? I silenced it already. Okie doke. Paying any compensation or commission to an unlicensed person, except in some cases to a buyer. What are they talking about?
Oh, that's like to your neighbor.
You're talking about the money.
He
You're
helps
talking
out.
about the money you get back.
The rebate. It's a rebate.
The buyer, the
Not a
rebate.
rebate, except in some circumstances to a buyer, that would be with a rebate. It's the only time we're allowed to give money to the buyer, right? What kind of buyer?
Wouldn't that consider to be a kick?
Hold on a second. It's 40. It's a kickback if you're giving money to anybody who does not have a license, right?
Yeah.
Anybody in
So
exchange for a lead? Yes, that's exactly what they're talking about, kickbacks. But what about the money that they said except for? They're talking about giving the money rebate to a buyer. That's at closing. And it's a direct reduction of our commission in the form of a credit or check at the closing table. Okay, that's allowed if your broker allows it, right? But okay.
And if you disclose it.
And you disclose it, correct. So if your buddy, you know, refers to you, somebody who's selling a house, hey, I know somebody's looking to sell a house, you know, I told them about you. Just throw me a little something on the side there when you close on the deal, bro. That's a lot of money you're making. Come on, throw me a little something, right? Now you guys are gonna do what you want to do, because I'm just teaching you the rules here. You guys are gonna do whatever you're gonna do here at the end of the day. But I'm telling you, if you get caught, what can the real estate commission do? What's the minimum action against your license that they can do?
Probation,
They could put your license on probation. What's the most severe?
revocation.
They could revoke the license. And what kind of fine can they give you in addition to that?
The 250 up to $50,000.
Minimum $250, maximum $50,000. So you better think hard before you give that kickback to your buddy.
Mhm.
If somehow, I'm not saying that they're even going to find out, but if they do, is it worth it?
No.
You know, so I'd say just do things the right way. Tell them I can't pay you anything. You know, I could lose my license. It's illegal for me to do that. I don't want to do anything wrong here. I mean, I'd like to pay you something, but the only way I could do that is if you go to Career Path Academy.
Get you a license.
Sign up for the class, go get your license.
And tell
Get
them
a
I
referral
referred.
agent's license. You don't even need to work as an agent. Just get your referral agent license and I can pay you any kinds of referral fee, right?
And tell them I sent you. Yeah.
So once again, what are you going to tell them when they ask for money in exchange for a lead or something, for like a kickback?
Go to Career Academy.
I can't help you, but you can go to Career Path.
My shameless marketing, huh? Hey, I'm a salesman, man. Can't blame me.
That's right.
Right? Oh, ABS. You know what that stands for, right? Always be selling.
Always be-
ABS, always be selling. There's a perfect example of it right now. You know, I shamelessly market my school back here, and I'm always trying to push it, right? Hey, hopefully you guys are enjoying the class so far. Hopefully you guys are getting a little bit more out of it, even than the licensing itself. Listen, we haven't even gotten to some sections yet. I mean, I teach you more stuff than you need to know for exam. I teach you stuff that you need to know for life. I teach you stuff that you guys need to know for actually working in the business. This is the stuff your brokers should be training you on, though. And I teach you some stuff that they probably don't even know about. I'm going to show you guys how to make some money without having a lot of money. Ooh, I'm going to show you how to make a lot of money in real estate without having to have a lot of money to invest in real estate.
Oh, that's a good one right there.
You guys are gonna like that one when we get to chapter 8. I got some resources for you. And also I'll be showing you how you could probably find some money that's available to you right now.
All right.
Coming up.
Good.
See how I'm keeping you in suspense and how you're going to want to not miss a moment of this class? All right. We're done with this chapter. Let's do the key terms to review. Once again, how will we do these key terms to review? I'm going to read the answer on the right-hand side of the page. You're going to shout out what you think the corresponding answer to it is on the left-hand side. There's no penalties for wrong answers, so shout them out if you got them. Broker's additional place of business.
A.
Branch office.
One is A, the branch office, correct. Copy of a real estate contract with original signatures.
Duplicate original.
Original.
3 is B, the
B.
duplicate original. Least severe discipline by the real estate commission.
Probation.
Probation, 6 is C. Mixing the broker's money with that of others. What do we call that?
Commingling.
Commingling. 2 is D. Is there anything wrong with that?
Yeah.
What?
Commingling.
Yeah, what's wrong with it?
You're not supposed to
You're
mix money with business money. It's personal and business.
And why is that?
Well, you're not supposed
Because
to.
it's illegal.
Oh, well.
All right. So 2 is D. Listen, you don't always need some kind of extravagant answer here. Sometimes the simple, stupid answer will do, right? So cancellation of a real estate license.
Is that revocation?
Yes,
That's-
revocation. 7 is E. Place for money belonging to clients and customers. Escrow account. 4 is F. And if any of you were thinking trust account, you wouldn't be wrong either, but you'll see why that would not have been the answer for that place.
Yeah.
Place for money, place for, oh wait, I just read that. Awareness of wrongdoing with no attempt to stop it.
Guilty knowledge.
Guilty knowledge. 5 is G, which is always going to be on exams. Temporary lifting of a real estate license. Temporary lifting. Suspension, yes.
Suspension.
H. 8 is H. Another name for an escrow account.
Trust.
Trust account. See, it means the same thing. Escrow, trust, you know, they were just looking for something else here. Okay. So 9 is I. So form a seller must sign for an office exclusive listing.
Waiver.
Waiver of broker cooperation. 10 is J. All right. Because anytime we get a listing, if it's available for us or anybody in our office to show, it must be available for agents from other agencies to show as well. Unless who directs us not to cooperate with other brokers?
Seller.
Only the owner, yeah, only
Owner.
the owner of the property can direct us not to. And because the law requires us to cooperate with others, we're going to try to cover our butt, you know, because what if the seller says later on, I never said that? We need to get him to sign a
Yes, you did.
waiver of broker cooperation, right? Right? So there we go. Oh, since before we get started in chapter 3, we're going to turn to chapter 3 right here. I'll be opening up my slideshow here for chapter 3 as I close the one I got open here for chapter 2. And I'm also going to pull open. We'll do 2 more trivia questions. You guys like a little trivia? Maybe. Maybe. Hold on tight. I'm going to mute myself here for a moment in case this plays before I'm ready to share it. Hold on one second. All right, here we go. I want to make sure I'm not playing it too loud, because if I'm playing it too loud, you guys may not be able to understand what the hell they're saying. You guys familiar with this show? Cash Cab?
Yeah.
These next questions are worth $50 each. What Chinese spatial philosophy is used to determine sites for graves and house design?
Did you guys hear that, or should I raise it up a little bit?
I couldn't hear it.
Okay, let me raise up the volume and I'll play it again here.
These next questions are worth $50 each. What Chinese spatial philosophy is used to determine sites for graves and house design?
What Chinese spatial philosophy is used to determine sites for graves and house design?
Yin and yang.
That is correct.
Feng Shui.
What the heck is that?
You never heard of Feng Shui? It's how they design and how they decorate and where they put elements within the house. It's where they locate, like where they decide in China, it's where they decide where they're going to put people's graves. But Feng Shui is it's pretty much a decorating concept that's common in, well, with the Chinese, but you know what, a lot of people these days, not just Chinese people all over are using Feng Shui concepts for design these days. You know, you ever see those Feng Shui, those plants, or where they balance those rocks, you know, those smooth rocks on top of each other and all that, those little elements and things like this, these are all Feng Shui things. Feng Shui has a lot of different concepts, like, you know, you don't want to have the bedroom on a certain side of the house where in the morning the sun's going to be shining in your eyes, but that's not the reason that they give. You know, they give some other reasoning behind it, but it does have practical reasons like the one I just explained. They have somebody who follows Feng Shui concepts, which by the way, a lot of people follow them. Look, Indian people follow something very similar to Feng Shui. Actually, all their concepts are the same. They're just for different reasons behind it, but they're all the same. Like Indian people follow something called Vastu, okay? Chinese follow Feng Shui, Indians follow Vastu, but not everybody, not all Indians follow that, not all Chinese follow Feng Shui, you know? And anybody can follow these concepts. You know, you have a lot of people from different cultures that follow Feng Shui these days.
I think I follow Feng Shui.
Huh?
I think I follow it.
Listen,
Keeping the bathroom door closed, that's part of Feng Shui.
Well, Feng Shui's design elements, more design, like it could be anything from how you decorate your house. Where do you put your furniture? Where do you position it? Where's the best place to position the furniture?
Yeah.
Here, for example, in an office, where do you put the desk? Where do you position the desk in an office place?
It depends on how your office is actually made.
Do you want to have your desk in front of a window?
Where your bed is.
Yes, facing the window.
Oh, you don't. You want to have your back.
Yeah, your back
wall.
towards the window.
You want your back facing a wall. Now,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I want
so-
to face outside the window.
yeah, because you
Like-
want to look at that view. You don't want the sun shining on your computer screen, right? Well, so you want your back facing a wall. Now, the reasons that they give is because they want you to have a strong, hard support behind your back. Somebody's got your back, the wall supporting your back. This is the kind of reasoning that the Chinese give for it, right?
That's what steel case furniture is for. The chair. Steel case furniture.
Well, the thing is, you see, like the cultural give different reasons, right?
Yeah.
But they do have practical uses for them.
Yeah.
And when you guys are buying houses, when you guys or have clients that are buying houses, somebody's got a lot of noise there in the background. I'm just gonna mute you for a second here. You guys, okay, there it goes. Okay, so you guys have a lot of buyers. They're looking for houses. You guys have to ask them, is there anything in particular that I need to take into consideration when you're purchasing a house? Like for you, does it matter what direction the front door faces? This is another Feng Shui concept, but also Indian people follow Vastu. And so Vastu, that's also their same concept. They will never buy a house if the front door faces south. All right. And if you're unaware of that fact, you could be showing them 1 million houses that are well below the price range that they're looking at, that meet and exceed all of their criteria that they wanted in the house. And they'll never buy it just simply because of the direction that the front door faces. Now, you may be thinking, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. All right. Well, what you think is irrelevant. It matters to them. You need to be aware of what matters most to your clients, and you need to please your clients the best that you can. Find them a house where the front door's not facing south. So now what I do is I'll ask in that pre-interview process, do you guys follow Feng Shui or Vastu? Does it matter what direction the front door faces or anything like that? And I ask it to everybody. Not just Chinese people and Indians. I ask it to everybody because you get a lot of people these days that follow Vastu. I'm sorry, that follow Feng Shui. You got a lot of born and bred Americans. Never been anywhere out of the United States, and they follow Feng Shui. It's become a trendy thing too. All right, so much so that builders will consult with real estate agents who are experts in Feng Shui concepts. Architects now take classes to familiarize themselves with these Feng Shui and Vastu concepts, because if they're going to be building condos, for example, in an area where there's a huge Asian population, if they're following these concepts, you're going to have a hard time selling. If that's the majority of the people that are buying in that area, you might as well make the design to accommodate them, because that's probably your most likely audience who's going to buy. So how do we come up with a design where more units can face the right direction that's desirable to them? I want to show you something real quick. Let me see if my whiteboard opened up yet. Jesus Christ, this thing still didn't open. Let me try closing it and opening it again. It may open quicker that way. See, these are very useful tips, guys. I remember I was showing a property. I must have shown about 30 properties to these guys. And I'm showing them these properties and they're not making offers on anything. And after I'm done showing them this one property, I see these 3 guys, they're huddling up around a cell phone, And I finished putting the key back in the lockbox, and then I look and I see what they're all huddled up over there and they're talking in their foreign language, and I'm like, what you guys doing over there? Because they look like they're all like hiding. They're all like, they're all huddled around the phone. I'm like, what you guys doing over there? And they're like, oh, we're looking to see what direction the front door faces. Why? Oh, because if it's facing in this direction, you know, that's good. If it's not facing that direction, we're not interested in buying. You think that could have been something you could have shared with me earlier on? You know, I could have customized my search. I could have searched for homes and pulled up on Bing or Google Maps and seen what direction the front door faces and just taken that house off of the list then for it to even show you. I could have not showed you so many homes by filtering them out what direction the front door faces, you know? Before I set up the appointment, I'd pull it up on a map, look at it from street view. What direction is that front door facing? Oh, no, that ain't going to be good for them. And not show it. Tell them, oh, front door's not facing the right direction for you. All right, let me show you that concept that I was talking about here. Here's the whiteboard. I'm going to pull it up. How can an architect do this? Let's see. If we have, you know, you guys know this, right? We got north, we got south, we got east, and we got west over here, right? Going that direction. So east is probably the best direction for people who follow Feng Shui and Vastu concepts. They'll never buy it if it's facing south. North, okay, west sometimes, south never. All right. So if you know this as an architect, what's the best way to lay out the property? You want to have the most front doors that you can facing east, right? So here's a front door right here. How about you build a design like this? If you can't build this, if you can't build it because the street's running this way, but the street's running, you know, this way, or the street is running this way, how can you get all the doors to face east? Let's see, if everything is like really facing south here, you know, how could you get the front doors facing east, the right direction? Well, when you build a house, okay, who says that the house has to face this direction? Why not have it that it's facing like this? So even though the house is set like this, but have the front door on this side facing that direction. And have another unit that goes out like this, like that. And you just step the units that are all connected together. And then all their front doors are facing this direction, which is east. The architect can change the design to make people happy because it's not which direction the front of the house faces. It's what direction the front door faces. Now, how about this one? If people follow Feng Shui, Vastu, if you walk in the front door of a house, right? So here's the front door of the house. And as soon as you open the front door, if you have the stairwell behind it, they won't buy it. If you open the front door and you could see straight through to the kitchen in the back, no good. There's certain designs that they will not buy. Let's see, the architectural style of the house. Let's say the front of the roof. Let's say the front of the roof is here. I'm going to take a side view of a house. Okay. Here's the side view of a house, and you got the roof, right? Now, a lot of times you have a soffit over here that softens the edge. But what if you don't? What if you just have these hard edges of the boards sticking out like that? People that follow these concepts, they won't buy it. But if you soften the edge by building a soffit there, it's okay now. Here's another concept. If you have a lot, here's the lot, and the house is right here, and there's a tree in front of the house, they won't buy it. If you have the street and the house you're buying is on this side of the street, where a T meets, where a street runs up right in front of your house, they won't buy it. Okay. Now they have their reasoning behind it. They have all kinds of, it sounds like their reasoning sounds weird to us. But a lot of it is practical. I mean, I wouldn't want to buy a house like this either, where there's a T like that and my house is right there. You know, what are the odds that you get a drunk driver that he goes right through the light and right through your house? You know, I mean, there's other practical reasons for this stuff too, you know? The tree in front of my house, you know, I really wouldn't want a tree directly. I got 2 trees in front of my house, but they're off to the side. All right. But right smack dead in front of the house, yeah, I wouldn't want that either. What do you got to do for the sidewalk? Is the sidewalk going around that tree? You know? Feng Shui has a lot of concepts like that. And so does Vastu. It doesn't matter if you agree with any of them. It doesn't matter if you think any of them are stupid. It only matters to the buyer. And we need to know what matters to the buyer so that we don't waste our time. Wouldn't you like to know how not to waste your time? You're not going to know unless you ask the question. So take that extra minute while interviewing your client and ask them those questions to find out about Vastu, to find out about Feng Shui concepts and such like that. Because little things like this can make a difference on whether they're going to buy the house or not. Now, before we start up in chapter 3 here, I got one more trivia thing here for you from that cash cab that I got. Oh boy, what happened here? All right. So let me share that screen with you. We already did this one about the Feng Shui. And you guys can see that video? I'm gonna run another one.
What term for a dead-end street means bottom of the bag in French?
You guys hear what he said?
Mhm.
I'll repeat it.
What term for a dead-end street means bottom of the bag in French?
What term for dead-end street means bottom of the bag in French? It's a real estate term. That's why I'm showing them to you.
Is it cul-de-sac? I'm afraid it is. Cul-de-sac is correct.
Look at that. There we go. Cul-de-sac, a cul-de-sac street. You guys know what a cul-de-sac street is? All right. So the cul-de-sac street is basically a dead-end street that they got that round area at the end where you could turn around, right? That's a cul-de-sac. Here, I could draw you a little picture of it real quick. So we got the cul-de-sac street. Now, here's the road. All right. So this is the cul-de-sac street. You could turn down this street and then there's this area where you could turn around, right? And you got houses on both sides and all around. So a cul-de-sac street has got that shape like that. All right. All right, so I have the slideshow open for slide number 3 here, or chapter 3. So chapter 3. All right. So chapter 3, agency, brokerage, and ethical considerations. Okay, at the end of this chapter, we're going to be able to identify different types of agency, our fiduciary responsibilities, some of the stuff we've already touched on a little bit, and describe the broker, salesperson, business relationships. We're going to discuss some of the disclosures to the sellers and buyers relating to agency and describe misrepresentation, consumer fraud, antitrust laws, which we already kind of skipped forward and talked about the Sherman Antitrust Act, right? That's what they're talking about. Ethics, disciplinary offenses, and some of the consumer protections that are in place. So the brokerage, what is a brokerage? So how do we define the real estate brokerage? Let's go to the second page because there's nothing on the first page here of the chapter. Brokerage defined. Okay. Brokerage is the business of, the real estate broker, or we as an extension of the broker, working with buyers, sellers, landlords, and tenants to assist them in the real estate transaction in exchange for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration. That is the business of the brokerage. And that's the role that we play. Now, years ago, anybody in real estate, today we have, what's the first document we give to anyone we intend to do business with?
CIS.
CIS. That's the Consumer Information Statement. It's a disclosure of agency relationships. See, that's something from chapter 3 already that we already discussed a little bit. It's a disclosure of agency relationships. It tells who our agency is going to be working with and how in this transaction. Now, years ago, so right now it tells you we could work with you as a buyer's agent only, seller's agent only, disclosed dual agent, or a transaction broker, right? Well, in the past, years ago, anytime you went to a real estate company to help you to try to buy a house, if you're the buyer and you went to a real estate agent to help you buy a house, who were they representing? Were they representing you as a buyer? No. All agents represented the seller because there was only seller representation. There was no such thing in the past of buyer's representation. So now today we have a lot of different types of agency. We got buyer's agency, seller's agency, disclosed dual agency. That's where the company can represent both parties in the transaction. But nothing in the law says that the real estate agent has to work with you in the capacity of an agent, meaning that they owe legal fiduciary duties to you. They could work with you as a manager of the transaction, which we call a transaction broker. So the salesperson, okay, so here's a list that I put together of who the players are, okay? This is you got the salesperson or broker, salesperson, what have you. You got the licensee. The principal, who is the principal? That's the person that we're working with. So anytime you hear in a question or anything, and they're mentioned the principal, who's the principal? It's the person we're working with. An agent is a licensee who owes fiduciary duties to someone else. Okay, if you're working in an agency capacity, that salesperson, broker, they're working as an agent. Well, then they owe legal responsibilities to the person they're working with, the principal. And then that principal is also referred to as a client. So a client is anyone we're representing as their agent. Now, why do we work with anybody? It's to earn a commission. That's the compensation for the work that we're doing. And then we have a customer. We need to understand what the difference between a client and a customer is. A customer is someone who we don't represent. We don't owe them fiduciary duties, but we do need to treat them fairly and honestly. And let's see, a buyer's agent only represents the buyer. A transaction broker doesn't represent anybody. They're not working as an agent, so they only need to treat everybody fairly and honestly. So that's a little bit of the breakdown there. So under brokerage defined, in the second paragraph, I want you to highlight clients to whom specific duties are owed. And then at the end of the line, customer, whom the agent must only treat fairly and honestly. You see that in the second paragraph at the end of it in bold, client and customer, those words. Client to whom specific duties are owed, and then go to the end of the line and highlight customer, whom the agent must only treat fairly and honestly. That's the difference between a client and a customer. All right. So I have a good couple slides here for you guys. Because on exam, you'll always you need to know the difference between a client and a customer. So who's a client? It's someone that you're representing as their agent, and we owe fiduciary duties to. We owe certain legal obligations. We're going to be learning about what those legal obligations are a little bit later on. It's coming up. Now, who is considered a client? Who do we consider to be our client? It's somebody that we're working with as a buyer's agent, seller's agent, or disclosed dual agent. So who's a customer to us? Well, a customer is someone that we may be working with as a transaction broker, but not as a buyer, seller, or disclosed dual agent. Or they could be another agent's client. Who are they to us? They're a customer. So we cannot lie to them. We must treat them fairly and honestly. But we do not owe them fiduciary duties. Now, let me reword that a little bit there. So a customer is someone that so we cannot lie to them. We must treat them fairly and honestly. And a customer, we do not owe fiduciary duties to, but those legal responsibilities. All right. Now, what is a fiduciary duty? Well, those are the legal responsibilities that we owe to our clients, not to customers. And if we violate our fiduciary duties to our clients, we could be held legally and financially liable to our clients. Those are the legal responsibilities that we owe them, which we still have to learn what they are. But right now, baby steps. I want you guys to be able to identify who is a client and who is a customer. Client, somebody you're working with as a buyer's agent, seller's agent, disclosed dual agent. Keyword there is agent. Customer, someone you're merely working with in a transaction. You're doing the same thing as you would as an agent would. However, you don't owe them those legal responsibilities, which we're going to be learning about: cold, care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure. All right. Those are our fiduciary duties that we owe to clients. So what do we owe customers? Fair and honest dealing, right? We cannot lie to them. We do not owe them fiduciary duties. I'm going to add, you know what? I'm going to add something else to that. I'm just going to add what I just said. We owe them fair and honest dealing. That's it. All right, next slide. Agency. The role of a broker as the agent of the principal is a fiduciary relationship that falls within the requirements of the laws of agency. So we owe fiduciary duties to our clients when we work as an agent, buyer's agent, seller's agent, disclosed dual agents. All right, so what's a fiduciary relationship? So now we're back to the book under next to where it says agency in the middle of the page there. We're going to highlight a fiduciary relationship is one of trust and confidence, where an agent's responsible for the money and or property of others. It requires putting the client's interest above all others, including our own. I know the book says including the brokers, but I'm going to make it more personal and I'm going to say your own, because sometimes the agent forgets that they're the representative of the broker. So the book is just being technically right, you know. So I'm going to make it a little more personal. You got to put your client's interest above your own. All right. All right. And the person who owes someone else fiduciary duties, we call them a fiduciary. If you owe fiduciary duties to someone else, the person who owes those fiduciary duties is called a fiduciary. They are a fiducie. All right. Types of agency. Under types of agency section now. You guys know what, I'm going to do things a little bit different order than the way they're in the book here, because I think this is a more structured way to do it. You guys know what a power of attorney is? It's a document that grants someone the authority to legally act on the behalf of someone else as they were standing in the room signing a document themselves. So let me see, that could be worded better. A document that grants someone the authority to legally act on someone else's behalf. There we go. Let me put it that way. To legally act on someone else's behalf as if they were standing in the room signing documents themselves. The person given the authority to act for someone else, or to act for someone else, is referred to as an attorney in fact. And they must operate according to the limits on the scope of their authority, which was granted to them in the power of attorney. So they must operate according to the limits on the limits of the scope. I must operate according to the limits on the scope or within this, their scope of authority. Granted to them which is usually limited by this same document. All right, so would you give somebody power of attorney to act on your behalf on all matters? They could open bank accounts in your name, take out loans, buy or rent a car, get a mortgage on a house, open a bank account, close a bank account. They could pull the plug on you for life support, for everything. Would you give somebody an unlimited power of attorney? Probably not. So most people, when they're granting someone else the authority to sign a document on their behalf, you're not going to give them an unlimited power of attorney. You're going to limit it to the scope of what you want them to sign the document for, right? And you're going to maybe put a time limit on that too. That's what a power of attorney is. It's giving someone else the legal authority to act on your behalf in some matter. For instance, if I got a seller selling their house and they're going to be out of town the weekend of the closing or the week of the closing, and they're not going to be here, they could give their own attorney or maybe a local family member or somebody the power of attorney to sign the documents on their behalf. So they would go to the closing and they would sign all the documents that the seller would normally sign. Now, what gives them the legal authority to do that? It's not their house. Well, they would have to have this power of attorney that was signed by the owner, granting them that authority. And it should be notarized, their signatures acknowledged and notarized verifying that it's not a forgery, right? And then along with any documents that are maybe recorded in a public record, the power of attorney needs to be recorded in a public record as well. Because otherwise, anybody that's doing any research says, wait a minute, who signed these documents? That wasn't the owner. So it has to be accompanied by that power of attorney that we can be like, oh, they gave that somebody else that authority to. Does that make sense? You guys following me?
Yeah.
Okay. So a universal agent is someone who's given an unlimited power of attorney. They could sign on your behalf on all matters. That's just whack. You don't do that unless it's like your close family member and you're on your deathbed, you know, you're getting Alzheimer's or something like that. You know, you're going to give them that power of attorney to be your legal guardian, basically. Right? So real estate agents, you will never sign a power of attorney. There's a huge conflict of interest there. Get them to, I've had clients ask me before, can we give you the power of attorney? We're going to be out of town. You could sign the paperwork. I'm like, no. No, I'm not going to. There's a huge conflict of interest there. I get paid a commission only if it closes. So of course I'm going to sign it, and I'll sign all the documents because I get paid. That's a huge conflict of interest. I told them, I was like, don't you have any relatives or family members or close friends that you could give that power of attorney to here? And they're like, no. I was like, well, give your attorney power of attorney then, because they're your legal representative. You know, I'm not going to, because I have a financial interest in this transaction. You know, it's a huge conflict. So you guys should never sign a power of attorney for somebody. A general agent is someone, property managers usually work as general agents. Now, a general agent works, property managers usually work as general agents who can legally bind their clients to a contract within the scope of their authority. They can legally bind their clients to a contract within the scope of their authority, which is defined in the property management agreement. I kind of repeated that, didn't I? Let me try to clear this up a little bit. So property managers usually work as general agents who can legally bind their clients to a contract within the scope of their authority, which is defined in the property management agreements. It works like a limited power of attorney. All right, so real estate agents who are working for property management companies, they're usually general agents. They do sign a power of attorney, but that power of attorney is called a property management agreement. That's their employment agreement with the owner of the property. Now, the owner of the property may have them do certain kinds of work and other things they don't want them to do. For example, a property manager, as a property manager, are you responsible for marketing that property and filling vacancies for vacant units in a strip mall?
In a strip mall, in that property?
Yeah, if you're a property manager, the property is a strip mall.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
the owner, you're going to be, they're hiring you to be the property manager of that strip mall.
Yes.
If there's a vacancy, are you responsible for advertising, marketing, and trying to find a renter to fill out the vacancy?
Yes.
Yeah, you are. You know, that's definitely going to be in that property management agreement. Now, when you do find a tenant, are you allowed to sign a lease legally binding that tenant to the landlord?
Yeah, we signed, yeah, I'm binding you to a contract. You're doing business with me for my landlord, my customer,
It depends.
Okay.
What does it depend on? It depends on if the owner gave you that authority. Maybe the owner wants to give the approval and sign the lease with the tenant. Maybe they don't. It depends on the owner. A lot of owners don't want to deal, they don't even want to see the tenant. They want the property management company to deal with the tenant, and they will grant them that authority to sign a lease legally binding the owner to the tenant. But you're the intermediary there. That can, if they granted you that authority though, if they didn't give you that authority to do so in the property management agreement, then you can't do it.
Okay.
Okay. So what does it depend on? What it says in the property management agreement. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. So as a property manager, are you responsible for snow removal?
Yes, I'm responsible for care of the building, of the facility, the area.
It
Or making sure
depends.
it's done. So that, okay,
It depends on what it says in the property management agreement, right? They look, they may have a handyman there that does the snow removal already. I don't know, you know. So it depends on what the property management company negotiated with the owner to be included in their fees or not. So if you are responsible for snow removal, is that included in your fee, or is that billed separately to the owner? Say it depends.
it depends
What does it depend on?
on what's in that agreement.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. If a tenant's not paying their rent, are we responsible for getting them evicted?
Depends.
It depends on what?
What's in
The
the
agreement
agreement.
signed.
It depends on what they put in the property management agreement. Okay, so if they said that we're responsible for evicting that tenant, we can't evict the tenant. We need to hire a lawyer to do that. So who's paying for the lawyer? Is it included in our fee, or do we bill that separately to the owner?
It depends.
What does it depend on?
Whatever is in that agreement.
You guys are starting to get the drift here.
Mhm.
So no two property management agreements are alike. They're custom between the property management company and the owner, and
Yeah.
what authority they granted to you on
Okay.
how you can bind them legally to the contract. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Bravo. Let's move on.
Okay.
By the way, before we do move on, anytime you see the word general, look at me, guys. Look at me. Talking in general about things. In general is a wider scope. If you're specific about something, that's a narrow scope. But talking in general, you do this with your hands. Talking in general, that's a wider scope. It covers more things. So a general agent can do more than a special agent can. What is a special agent? Well, most real estate agents work as special agents. They're limited in what they can do. They cannot legally bind their clients to a contract because they do not sign any kind of power of attorney. Most real estate agents work as special agents. You guys are very special, all right? You could represent, that means that you could only represent your client, the principal, in one capacity only. That doesn't mean that you can only work with the buyer and not the seller, or vice versa. That means, for example, if you're working with the buyer, you can help them find a property that meets their requirements, but you can't sign and submit an offer on their behalf and legally bind them to that contract. You have to give it to them to sign. If you're representing the seller, they're hiring you to find a ready, willing, and able buyer, to market that property and find a ready, willing, and able buyer. And if you find a buyer, can you accept the contract on their behalf and sign it and legally bind them to a contract? No. We need to present that offer to them within 24 hours so that they can sign it or reject it or counter it, right?
Yes.
All right. So what's the difference
got a
between,
question.
yeah. Go ahead.
So, am I universal agent to my broker, or
No.
am I a special agent to the broker?
You're not an agent to your broker in any of these capacities. We're talking about the relationship between the agency, not you, the agency, and the person we're working with. You're a representative of the broker, but how is the broker representing the people that we're working with? So you're part of the broker. Think of you and the broker as one. Okay? You are the broker's big toe. He can't stand without you, right? He needs you. You need him. You need his heart that pumps the blood to you, right? He needs you to stand up and stay steady, right? You are part of that broker. So when we talk about agency and we're talking about outside people from the public, we are one. We're one and the same. So when we're talking about the buyer's agent and what kind of agent or seller's agent, what kind of agent that we're the agency capacity, whether it's a special agency or a general agency, we're talking about the legal responsibilities, if any, that we owe to the or what we can do or can't do to the public, for the general public. As a special agent, we cannot legally bind our clients. If we're working with a buyer, we can help them find a property that suits their needs, but we can't submit an offer and legally bind him to a contract. Same thing for a seller. But if we're working for a property management company and the owner gives us a written legal authority to do certain things on their behalf, where would they define that? In the property management agreement, which would basically be our limited power of attorney. Did that answer the question or no?
Yes.
Okay.
That's answered.
Okay. All right, so what's the difference between a general agent and a special agent? A general agent can legally bind their client to a contract within the scope of their authority as defined in their property management agreement. A special agent cannot legally bind their client to a contract. They must forward and present all offers they have, offers, and have the seller sign them if they wish to accept them within 24 hours. Make sense? So you do get questions on this on exam. What's the difference between a general agent and special agent? Now they use that little weird wording here. Special agents can represent their principal in one capacity only, meaning they cannot legally bind their clients to a contract. Whereas a general agent can legally bind their clients to a contract. That's the difference. Now we're going to learn about our fiduciary duties, these legal responsibilities we keep talking about. But actually, before we do that, let's do the highlights within the types of agency section, okay? So let's go to general agent under types of agency in the second paragraph. Let's just highlight the word general agent. And then in the line below it, we're going to highlight a general agent may bind the principal to any contract within the scope of their authority. An example of a general agent would be a property manager. And then go down to the next paragraph and highlight a special agent is authorized to represent the principal in one specific capacity only. And then highlight the last sentence that says a special agent, the broker is not authorized to buy or sell the property or bind the principal to any contract. Hey, you guys got all that? Okay. So here is our fiduciary duties. All right. COLD is an acronym for us to remember what our fiduciary duties are. COLD: care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, and disclosure. So highlight the title, fiduciary responsibilities. And then I want you to highlight the letters straight down here, C-O-A-L-D, in that bulleted list on page 29. COLD, C-O-A-L-D, COLD. And then underneath it, it says these are easily remembered by the acronym COLD. So highlight COLD. So what are your fiduciary duties? You need to just memorize this, let alone what each one of them is. But let's one step at a time. What are your fiduciary duties? COLD will help you remember. It stands for care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, and disclosure. What does it stand for? Let's do it in harmony together. Let's see if we could, let's see what a choir we make. Do we make a good choir together here?
Care,
Care,
obedience, accounting,
Accounting,
loyalty,
Loyalty,
disclosure.
disclosure.
you guys do not make for a good choir. Come on, I know we could do better than that. Right? Let's try to do this again. All together. Ready? Care,
care,
Obedience,
obedience,
accounting,
accounting,
loyalty,
loyalty,
and
disclosure.
disclosure.
You know, maybe we need to get a rhythm down. We need to get a rhythm down so we can do it together. Here we go. Let's do it one more time. Ready? On a count of three. Ready? 1, 2, care,
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 obedience,
obedience,
accounting,
accounting,
loyalty.
loyalty,
and
disclosure.
You guys need to practice. This band, they need to practice. This choir needs to practice a little bit. Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure. Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure. Get a rhythm. Keep doing it. Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure. Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure. You must memorize these. You need to know these for exam. Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure. Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure. Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure. I'll keep repeating it and repeating it. You need to keep repeating it until you get it down. Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure. You need to know all your fiduciary duties. When real estate agents get sued, it's usually because they violated their fiduciary duties to their client. When real estate commission takes action against you, the more serious actions are usually because you violated your fiduciary duties to your clients. Look, I know a real estate instructor, this one old timer, this guy's an instructor, he hardly teaches anymore. You know what he spends most of his time doing? He's an expert witness for courts. Who would have thunk that your job in real estate could lead to you being an expert witness, that somebody pays you to appear in court and testify how somebody either violated or didn't violate their fiduciary duties?
wow.
It just shows you these lawsuits, when they do come around, they're big. I mean, if they're willing to hire expert witnesses. Look, if I teach this stuff long enough, I know this stuff like the back of my hand. Someday somebody can hire me as an expert witness in a court to testify as how you did violate your fiduciary duties to your client or how you didn't, depending on who hires you, right? So
Yeah.
care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, and disclosure. And what do each one of these mean is what we're going to get into now. Okay, so here's a little note. Disclosed dual agents must never, they must not place one client's interest above another. Now, transaction brokers don't owe any fiduciary duties to their principal, the customer that they're working with, because they don't owe them fiduciary duties. They don't owe any of this care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, or disclosure to their clients. If you're a transaction broker, you're merely acting as a manager of the transaction, right? I don't even want to refer to them as a principal here. The customer that they're working with. They only owe fair and honest dealing. Can a transaction broker, if you tell them something in confidence, can they blab it to the other party in the transaction if they think it's going to help make the deal happen? You guys thinking?
Transaction brokers will not have.
Can a transaction broker, if you tell them something in confidence, can they go and blab it to the other party if they think it'll make the deal happen?
They don't owe fiduciary duty. However, they still have a sense of responsibility to them to treat them fair.
They do.
So I don't.
But if they don't think the deal will happen unless they go and they tell what they know, then they can. Because they don't, like you said, they don't owe fiduciary duties.
Right.
But they do have to treat them fairly and honestly. You know, they can't go blabbing something that is going to severely cost our client. But if they think that the deal's not going to happen otherwise, then they can. This is why I never work as a transaction broker. I always represent my client's interest. I always work in that capacity of an agent. Okay, so what I got written down here. Okay, so let's see. What the fiduciary duty of care? Well, what is that?
Providing the best service to the
Service
people,
possible to your clients
to your clients,
through
using acquired knowledge, education, and experience.
All right, so yeah, it is. It's providing your clients, you know, your buddy, they're like, come on, you're going to take care of me, right? What do you think that they mean when they say that?
Like, you're going to make sure I'm good. You're going to look out for me, right?
I mean, your client is probably thinking that you're going to save them money in some way. You know, I know what it is that they're asking, but what it really is that you need to provide them with is not necessarily saving them money. I mean, you're going to do the best that you can to help them out in that regard, using the skills and knowledge that you've acquired through education and experience over time, right? But, you know, you're going to do it within your abilities. So courts will hold an agent to a higher standard of care with the more education and experience that they have. Look, you guys are taking a real estate class now. Are you learning more every day?
Yes.
I should hope so. And so now the more that you learn, you're possessing greater and greater knowledge every day than the general public does about these issues. So courts will hold you to a higher degree, a higher standard of care with the more knowledge that you acquire. Every day, you learn a little bit more. And so by the time you get your real estate license, you're already going to be possessing a lot more knowledge than the general public does about real estate matters. So courts will hold you to a higher standard of care than the general public. And any additional education that you go out to get, courts will hold you to a higher standard of care. You get a specialization in a certain field within the real estate industry. All right. So before we move on to the next one, we're going to read up a little bit here about care right now. Give me 1 second here. So we're going to we're going to learn about care from the perspective of a salesperson that's a buyer's agent, one that's working with the seller, and one as a property manager. So the breach of duty of care, we'll look underneath there. This duty of care requires a seller's agent to, among other things, be knowledgeable about all aspects of the property to arrive at a reasonable listing price. How do we do that? How do we help the seller arrive at a reasonable listing price? How do we help them price their property?
The market analysis.
Yes, we do a CMA, a comparative market analysis, correct. Wait a minute. What about when we're working with a buyer to help them make an offer price on the property? How do we determine? Do we say, hey, you're making a full price offer, or what do we do? We'll do a CMA for them too, right? We don't just do CMAs for sellers. We also do them for buyers. At least we should. How do we know the listing agent didn't overprice the property, right? So let's see. To discover and investigate material facts. How do we discover and investigate material facts about a property? Go to the property and visit it, walk around, look around, see what's good with it, see what's bad with it. We're not home inspectors, but anybody can walk around a house and see if there's a problem. You know, if you got water stains and leaks, you know that that's a problem, right? If they just redecorated something and it looks really nice, you know, well, that's an asset, right? Did they get the permits to do it though? See, these are all material information that we need to gather. Now, how do we gather this information? I'm going to pause here for a moment. I want you to write in the margin. What I did is I took my book, I turned it to the side, and I wrote, oops, that's the wrong way. And I wrote, seller property disclosure, page 154 in the margin there. Seller property disclosure, page 154. If you guys go to page 154, go to page 154 for a moment, and I'm going to open up on the screen what is on page 154. I'm going to open up that same document, but I'm going to open it up on the screen here for you. This is a seller property condition disclosure report. And when I go to get a listing, I try to get, I bring this is one of the documents that I have the owner of the property fill out anytime I get a listing. This is where I get them to disclose any information that they're aware of about their property. I mean, who better to ask than the property owner, right? Now, I'm going to also try my best to verify this information to make sure they didn't lie about it, right? Because do owners ever lie? Sure. So I tell them, while I am filling out my listing paperwork and all the disclosures and stuff that I need that owner to sign there at that listing, I put this in front of their face. This is about an 8-page document. I stick it in their face and I tell them, listen, I need you to fill this out completely, the best that you can. And I want you to be honest on it. Don't lie about anything. This is what we're disclosing to any potential buyers. The law requires you as the owner to disclose any issues that you know about the property. Now, if that buyer accepts those issues, then it's their problem. You disclosed it to them. However, if you lie on this report, or if you fail to disclose something to them, and they later sue you over it, they could be granted triple the cost of the damages. Me, by having you filling out this report here, I'm helping the owner limit their liability in the event of a lawsuit. So I'm explaining this to you, Mr. or Mrs. Owner, that by filling this out and being honest about it, even if you got problems in the property, disclose it. Because if anybody should try to sue you later, you're going to limit your liability By having this form filled out and honestly, you're limiting your liability in the event somebody shall try to sue you later, that the worst that could happen to you is the court can grant them actual damages, not triple the cost. So I'm helping you limit your liability here by filling out this form. So what does this form cover? Well, it asks a lot of questions about the property. Well, take a look. About occupancy. It's asking about, do you know the age of your house? You know what year it was built or how old the home is? Write that here. Now, if you do, it's going to ask you questions, yes, no, unknown, and you fill out that information. They ask you a lot of questions about the occupancy, about the roof, attics, basements, and crawl spaces. They have questions about termites, wood destroying insects, dry rot, and pests. Questions about structural issues, additions and remodels to the home, plumbing, water, and sewage questions. Questions about the heating and air conditioning system, wood burning stoves and fireplaces, electrical systems, about the land, whether it's soil, drainage, and boundary line issues. They got questions about environmental hazards, questions about deed restrictions, laundry list of miscellaneous questions. I could add a lot more questions to this list. We don't have to use this particular form. This particular form, however, was created for us for our convenience. It already has a lot of these questions. I mean, I could come up with a lot more questions to add to this. There's questions about radon gas. By the way, you cannot help the owner fill out this form because you know nothing about their property. This is the only question that I help them fill out. I always have them check no. Now, the reason being is this is asking the owner a question. If they've tested their property for radon, if they're going to allow me as their agent to disclose that information to buyers, I don't want them to give me that authority. Because I'm going to advise every buyer that comes in, for your protection, get your own home inspection. Don't rely on what the seller says. Because look, when's the last time this owner tested for radon? It may have been ages ago. And it may not have been an issue then, but it may be now. So for your protection, get a home inspection. It's not that I'm trying to hide something from buyers. It's I want that buyer to be informed. And the best way for them to be informed about an inspection issue is to get their own. You see why I'm doing that? That's my thought process behind it. All right, so then they have questions about any major appliances, whether the owner's including them in the sale or not as well. Any other items that they may or may not be including in the sale, you should have them check off here, because that could be a good seller, right? If the seller is throwing in the washer and dryer and the refrigerator, they're going to leave behind, because all that stuff is considered personal property. It's not part of the real estate. They take that with them. But if the seller's leaving behind that beautiful washer and dryer and refrigerator, could that be an additional selling feature as well? Sure. Sure. Those things can be pricey. Look, they've got questions about solar panel systems now. This is a new thing that they added on here. And then it has to be signed by the seller, or if they're dead, their executor or administrator or trustee. And then the buyer's agent, then the buyer fills out and signs their area there. And then the seller's agent and the buyer's agent will also sign on this form. All right. That's a way that we help disclose material facts to the buyer. Now, whatever they filled out on here for all these questions, I'm going to look it over as their agent. And then I'm going to walk around the house and I'm going to try to confirm that it's accurate to the best of my ability. Well, look, if over here they put on here that they repaired the roof, that they replaced the roof, I'm going to ask when. Explain yes, answer to give more information. So if they gave more if they said that they replaced the roof, I'm going to ask them, when was it replaced? Oh, we only replaced it a year ago. So you have the permits for that? Did you get a permit from the city when you replaced the roof? Do you have a copy of the receipt from the contractor? Because I am not going to advertise that the roof is only 1 year old unless I confirm it, unless I could prove it. Because is that being specific when I say roof is 1 year old? It is. And if you advertise that the roof is only 1 year old and you have not confirmed it, and later it's found out that it's not, it's much older than that, you're guilty of negligence. Negligence is false or misleading statements that somebody relied on, made by somebody who should have known better. And you, as being a real estate licensee, a real estate professional, shouldn't you have known better than to just go with whatever the seller told you? Trust but verify, right? That old adage, trust but verify. Somebody tells you something, I'm not going to doubt you and call you a liar, but I want to verify that before I go repeating it to anybody else. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a good way for you guys to avoid liability in lawsuits. Anybody can sue anybody. They don't even need a reason to. So you should at least do your best to CYA in the event that happens. Yes, go ahead, Ellen.
You were saying about, if they did the roof a year ago, okay, can I see your permits? Do you have permits and whatever from the township? What about these people that hire like people off the street to do work? Because legally, you're supposed to have permits to do that type of work, correct?
Correct. Well,
so would you
look, I could replace the roof on the house myself. I don't need to be a licensed contractor to do the roof. I mean, I could hire a couple of Joe Schmoes, to do the roof for me, pay my friends in beer to help me replace the roof, right? But I still need a permit to do it. You file for a permit to the city. And then the city inspectors may come by, usually not for roof stuff, but they could, right? But you at least got to file for the permit. Through the permitting process, the city can see who did the work, and they could make sure that the work was done and up to code. But for simply replacing a roof, they usually don't check it, But for structural items, electrical, plumbing, that's a different story. They usually like to come in and inspect the work. These things can be hazardous. They want to make sure that nobody's going to get hurt, by that work that was done, right?
Gotcha.
All right, let me close that out and go back to the slideshow. All right. Yeah.
On page 29, what did you highlight besides, because I stopped at code?
On page 29, all we highlighted was the title, fiduciary responsibility.
Okay.
And then we did this, where this bulleted list is like this on the slideshow here. We just highlighted the first letter straight down so that it spells cold.
I got it.
And then I started reading under breach of duty of care. And in the margin, I had you write seller property disclosure, page 154, because that's where it is in the back of the book.
Yes.
I gave you that cross reference.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay. And then we're still reading through this section here, which we don't even need to have the slideshow up right now. We're just going through the section here under the breach of duty of care. So I keep stopping midway through the sentence to try to show you points, how do we do this? How do we do that? Okay, so now we assist the owner with the negotiations of an offer that meets the seller's needs and advise the seller on the best ways to effect the sale. Examples of breach of duty of care would be failure to inform the seller of how the property condition affects their value, and failure to effectively navigate the transaction through to closing. I mean, we can't guarantee that we're going to find a buyer or close on your property, but when we do get a buyer, we got to do our best to make sure that transaction closes, okay? If we fail to do something, then we failed in our fiduciary duties. Now, transactions fall through all the time, but that doesn't mean that it's our fault. But if something is our fault because we failed to do something, then we violated our fiduciary duty of care to our clients. You can't be careless. Okay. A buyer's agent now, what if we're working with a buyer? A buyer's agent is expected to inform a client about whatever problems can be discovered in the property. How do we do that? Well, we inform them to get a home inspection, and we ask for the seller or from the seller a copy of the property condition disclosure report. They should have one. They don't always, but they should. We advise on the probable market value. How do we advise buyers on the market value?
CMA.
The same way we do a seller, the CMA. And we advise the buyers on different financing options to help them purchase the property or to help them with the down payment and closing. Check this out. As a buyer's agent, I try to help save the buyer some money. You know what I usually do when I'm preparing an offer for them? I say, let's ask the seller. If there's not any other offers on the table, you know, if it's a multiple offer situation, I'm not going to do this because it doesn't make our offer seem as good. But if there's no other offers on the table, we're going to ask the seller to help pay the buyer's closing costs. Basically asking for what we call a seller's concession. So a seller's concession, when you're making an offer, you're asking the seller to contribute money from their sales proceeds towards the buyer's closing costs. It saves the buyer money. Your typical closing costs are 2 to 3% of the purchase price of a house. So why not ask the seller to pay it? If they really want a sale, we got a hot buyer here on the hook. They're asking just for a little contribution towards the closing cost. A lot of times they'll give it. You know, I've had past students before that either me or another instructor was teaching them, and they come back to me later on because their brokers, you know, they forget, they don't remember everything that you learned in class when you get out there and you start working. You know, some of the things you still forget. But she should have gotten the guidance from her broker, but obviously she wasn't getting it. And she called me up because she's actually my sister's friend. So she called me up and she was like, hey, Vic, what do I do here? She's like, you know, people need a lot of money to buy a house. She's like, I got a buyer who doesn't have a lot of money, you know, but they needed the money. They're getting an FHA loan. They needed 3.5% to put down on the house. But I didn't know they needed so much money for the closing cost. You know, that's another 2-3% for the closing cost. And I was like, yeah, takes some money to buy a house, doesn't it? And she's like, well, they don't have all that money. Does that mean this deal's dead? They can't buy? I was like, well, why don't you just ask for a seller's concession? She's like, what's that? I'm like, what? Didn't you review your notes from class? Didn't you ask your broker or talk to your broker about this? They should be giving you this guidance. But you know what? I will help you out here. You could ask in the contract for a seller's concession to ask the seller to pay the closing cost. She's like, you could do that? Like, where were you in class? I know you learn a lot and you forget a couple things, you know. But yes, you could ask the seller to contribute to pay some of the buyer's closing costs. You could ask them. If it's an FHA loan, you could ask for up to 6%. But I said closing costs are typically 2 to 3% of the closing cost. How about you do this? You're going to write it like this in the contract. You're going to ask for a seller's concession for up to 3% towards the buyer's closing cost. This is a concession and not a loan. She did. She put it in. She put in the offer. She contacted me the next day. She's like, Vic, I love you. You know, she's like, that made the deal happen. They accepted it. The seller accepted the offer. I don't believe it, that they actually agreed to it. I'm like, welcome to real estate. You know, this is negotiations. These are, you know, if the seller wants the deal to happen, it's been on the market for a while. They don't have any other buyers. You got a buyer on the hook for them. Why not asking them to pay some of the closing costs? It's going to help them sell the property. It's going to help the buyer out because they don't have all the money for the closing cost. Hey, it's a win-win for everybody, isn't it? So why not ask? What does it hurt? So I always ask whether they have the money for the closing cost or not. I make a habit of it. I always ask for a seller's concession. What's the worst they could say? No. I usually find that at least instead of saying no, the seller will say, well, we'll pay half of it. Okay. Well, hey, half is better than nothing, right? You're saving the buyer more money. Now, what are the closing costs to purchase a house? What does that consist of? Well, it's usually lender's cost, lender's fees for the coming year's property taxes and insurance payments. That's the majority of where that money goes to. So why not ask the seller to pay some of it? Why not? What's the worst they could say? No? Okay. Well, then if you got the money, put it down. Okay. We can work it out. We could figure out a way around this. Okay. But as a buyer's agent, that's your job. Trying to do right by your clients by using your knowledge and the skills that you've learned through education and through practice. So more and more you do this, you're going to find more creative ways for financing and such, right? Other things that you could do. All right. If that didn't work, what's another way that we could help lower those costs? Either try to get them different financing or ask the seller to lower the price. Yeah. Okay. The agent's expected to deliver a quality of service that a normal person would expect from a reasonably prudent agent. So actions breaching this obligation may be failure to present a written offer before it expires. Wait, offers expire? If you write an offer on a property, does it expire? Nope, it doesn't. I mean, we have to present offers within, how soon do we need to present written offers?
Depends on the deadline day that the offer is
24
due.
hours. 24 hours. All written offers have to be presented within 24 hours. Presented or forwarded to the other party within 24 hours, right? Remember, listings have to be entered into the MLS within 48 hours. Written offers need to be presented within 24 hours, right? Here, let me show you where it says that. According to the rules and regulations of the administrative code of the Real Estate Commission. I'm going to show you, it says that in the waiver of broker cooperation agreement. And I just pulled it up. Here's a waiver of broker cooperation agreement, guys. Remember, we got to put listings in the MLS within 48 hours unless the owner directs us not to. But check this out. There's a quote here. So the obligations to fully cooperate with other licensees include the following requirements of brokers. They have to notify any MLS that you got a listing within 48 hours. And they have to transmit to their principal all written offers on their listings submitted by licensees from other firms within 24 hours of receipt with their written offer. And that's, you know, according to 11:5, that's the administrative code. That's the rules and regs from the Real Estate Commission, right? Just wanted to show you that real quick. So what are they talking about here when they say before an offer expires? Well, if I'm submitting an offer, could I put an expiration date in it? Could I say that this offer is only good for 48 hours? We need a response within 48 hours. If it's going to be accepted, you need to sign, seal, and deliver it back to us within 48 hours that the offer is accepted. Otherwise, we're rescinding the offer and we're moving on to another property. Is that lighting a little fire under that seller's butt to try to get them to make a decision to, you know, make a decision now or get off the pot, you know? Yeah, it's a little motivation, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to be holding on to our offer to use it to negotiate any other offers that you may be hoping that you're going to get on the table, or to try to use our offer to up the price by negotiating with someone else. You're going to accept our offer now or not. Let us know now, or we're leaving. We're going somewhere else. Here's an offer. Take it or leave it. What are you going to do? You're being a little pushy? Yeah. We just want you to make a decision. We're making an offer. It's a reasonable offer. Take it or leave it. We got to know because we got another property we got to go to. Right? Listen, sometimes if you don't do this, an agent, especially if it's a new listing, an agent will hold on to it and they'll be like, oh, okay, well, we got to present it. And then they'll stall you. They'll say, oh, even though they're supposed to present it within 24 hours, they're like, oh, I'm not able to get in touch with them yet. And they got a million excuses. And then they're trying to stall because they have an open house planned for the weekend. And the agent's hoping that they could get their own buyer for the property. I'm not playing that bullshit. You know, here's an offer, take it or leave it. So if I think that this is the type of property that's going to happen on, if it's a new listing or something, I'm going to say that this offer is good for 48 hours. If the offer is accepted, it needs to be returned to us, signed by the owner that the offer is accepted. Otherwise, the offer is rescinded and we're moving on to the next property. And I'll write that in the contract. I will actually write that in the contract. So I'm putting it in plain English. I'm not, no legalese, no BS. I'm putting in plain English. 48 hours, all those details, they need to sign it and get it back to us. Otherwise, we're rescinding the offer. Rescinding means that we're canceling it, we're taking it back, and we're going on to the next property. All right. So what else they have written here? Neglecting to mention in the purchase contract any fixtures or personal property desired by one of the parties. Is there anything wrong with a buyer asking, even though it's not included in the sale? Is there anything wrong with a buyer asking if the washer and dryer can be included in the sale?
No.
So if the buyer wants us to ask, are they asking us to do something illegal?
No.
So then we have to listen to them. We have to obey their lawful instructions, which is actually the next fiduciary duty as well. Let me go up there for a second. Obedience.
Obedient.
Come on, where is it? Here.
Obey.
Obedience. There we go. Obedience. We're not a dog, but we must obey our client's lawful instructions. Whether it's no showings without 24-hour notice, or the buyer needs to show a mortgage pre-approval letter first. Now, can this limit the offers that we get from people? Sure. It could also limit the showings. Sure. But we must obey our client's lawful instructions. In this case, I was telling you about them asking if the washer and dryer could be included. There's nothing illegal about that, so sure, we can ask. But if they tell us to do something illegal, like don't disclose that there's a problem with the property, or don't show the property to these people or those people, well, that's discrimination. We can't do that. All right. We must ignore any unlawful instructions, but we must obey their lawful ones. Okay. Well, let's continue on. We're still here under the breach of duty of care. So neglecting property being managed for another. Now that's dealing with the property management section. You know, you gotta manage. You got to do what you promised in managing those properties. Now go down to the last sentence in the next paragraph that starts with the rookie residential agent. You see that? It says the rookie resident, I'm sorry, maybe last two sentences. It starts with the rookie residential agent. You see that? About 4 lines from the bottom of the page, 29. I want you guys to highlight that. This is an example that they give on state exam. Just put a highlighted box around it. This is actually an example that they base a question on the state exam. And I'm not going to read it, but I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to ad lib from it, basically what it says. It says, The rookie residential agent who gets a chance, they get an opportunity to list a shopping center for sale. Do you guys know the first thing about selling a shopping center?
No.
Probably not. You're brand spanking new. You never even sold a house yet, right? So, let alone a shopping center. So do you know the first thing about selling a shopping center? Probably not. This is not an industry where you fake it until you make it. Do not lie to people and tell them that you sold shopping centers before and you know all about it and blah, blah, blah. Because look, there may be certain permits that need to get done, certain inspections that need to be that you need to get done first. And if you don't know what you're doing, you could cost people a lot of money. You could cost people lawsuits. So what should you do if you're given the opportunity to sell a shopping center and you've never sold a shopping center before?
I would,
Don't turn down the business.
No, don't turn it
I
down.
would get someone maybe that's in the office that has the experience.
Yeah.
And they can,
And maybe partner with them on
shadow.
that transaction, right?
Right.
So that's a good idea. If you know somebody in that office that has that experience in selling shopping centers before, have them partner with you on that transaction. Hey, it's better than losing it, right? And it's better than risking a lawsuit. And if you don't know anybody in that office yet, go to the broker and ask the broker, is there anybody in the office that has experience in selling shopping centers, or do you? Maybe you could partner with me on this transaction. And then you do it, and then you do the deal. Now, if there's nobody in that office that has experience in selling shopping centers, either give it as a referral to a commercial firm, either just give it as a referral as a commercial firm, or ask them to partner with you. You could have two agencies that represent the same client in a transaction. All right. So this would be a sub-agency agreement that you set up in place where the two agencies are working together to represent the same client. And what you could basically you're doing is you're splitting the commission with them on it, and you're saying, hey, I just want you to train me and show me how this is done. So in the future, next time I could do one on my own, you know? Look, I'll even give you more of the commission if you show me how to do it, right? And then next time you got the opportunity of selling a shopping center, you could do it on your own because now you have the experience under your belt that you sold one before at least, right? And you don't need to go partnering out with anybody else. And trust me, shopping centers aren't cheap. You're looking at least $1.5 million for a rundown piece of crap shopping center. That's a junk one. You know, I would say on average, you're looking at $3 million deals or more. Right? So that's okay. The first one, I don't mind paying for the training. Right? I'll be targeting them later. Right?
Yeah.
All right. So that's basically what that's talking about. What do? You partner up with somebody with a little more experience is basically the answer that you're going to give on an exam when they give you the options there. Don't just fake it until you make it and lie about it, you know? All right. So let's go back to the slideshow here, and we got obedience. You're not a dog, but you must obey your client's lawful instructions, but you got to disobey any unlawful ones that they give to you. So some of those things can be like no showings without a 24-hour notice. No showings, don't allow anybody to see the property unless they produce a mortgage commitment letter first. Even though most buyers don't have a commitment letter when they're looking for homes, they may have only a pre-qual letter at that time, you know? But that's okay. It may limit the buying audience, but we must obey the client's lawful instructions. Or if they tell you no showings without a 24-hour notice, and then an agent calls you up and says, hey, I got somebody who wants to see the property in an hour. Can you make it happen? Don't be like, okay, let me call the owner. What are you doing? They already told you no showings without 24-hour notice. They don't want those last minute calls and that pressure put on them all the time. So don't put that pressure on them all the time. Say, no, it's 24-hour notice for the showings. I'm sorry. You know, is that going to chase away some buyers? Sure. Because some buyers are there. I want to see it now or not at all. You know, sorry, I gotta I got to listen to the owner, right? Accounting. You have to account for your client's money and or property. So the agent's responsible for the safeguarding of their client's money and or property. If you're working with a buyer, they give you money. What do you got to do with it right away?
Give it to the broker.
Give it to the broker. The broker has how long to put it in the escrow account?
5 days.
5 days, right? You got to keep attendance for records of agents showing appointments of a property, or if you're at an open house, have a sign-in sheet and check those IDs there, right? Because you're doing it for security reasons. Sure, we do it for follow-up as well, marketing, but you want to do it for security reasons to make sure that nothing gets stolen from the house. All right. Sure, we do it for follow-up and feedback for the owner, and we try to convert any looky-loos of the property or discourage them from coming in. But hold tight. I got something to show you. All right. Hang on tight. I'm going to show you a little video here. We're going to take a little video break. What the hell happened to my browser? My browser window closed. Ugh. Hold on one second, guys. My browser window closed for some reason. I got to find it and open it again. Let's restore. Oh, crash. That's why. Microsoft. All right, what were we just talking about? We were talking about safeguarding your client's money and or property, right? So which video is it that I'm going to show you here first? So, hold on one second. I'm just looking for that video here for you. Okay, so just give me 1 second here. I'm looking for this video. I know where it is, somewhere around here. Oh, I'm looking in the wrong area. Yeah, it's under agent safety. There we go. Now, this is a video with that lady from Shark Tank. What's her name again? You guys know that real estate agent?
Oh, Barbara.
Yeah, Barbara Cochran. There's a video here I have with Barbara Cochran in it. Somewhere. Is this it? And it has to deal with realtor safety too. I got to write her name in it because I know that she's in it. So let me see if I could find it. This is the video. Just give me 1 second to make sure to confirm the video before I put it up on screen here. All right, no, that's not the video. And let's see. Oh, it's the one with New Jersey agents, I believe. This is it. Yep. Okay, I got it. So let me just rewind this and let me take a look. See, I may have already downloaded this video, so if I could do it without streaming it online, let me just pull it up. videos for class I have here. And real estate videos, safety. And yep, I do. I got it. Good, 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 good. You know what? I'm even going to add it into a slideshow. How about that? Let me just duplicate this slide. And I'm going to call this slide Realtor Safety. And Realtor Safety and Property Security. How about that? And then I'm going to drag this video onto here. And then we'll watch it. There we go. And now I can share it with you. All right, so here's the video I got, and we'll sit back. This video is maybe about 6 minutes or so. So from what I recall. So let me just play it. Let me put the volume up, and you guys can see it, right? On screen? All right,
Yeah.
here we go.
Hard to believe, but even in this cold snap, people are already getting ready for it, putting their houses on the market. As I mentioned, March is the most popular month to do it. But along with it come those open houses. But here's the question tonight. Are you opening your home to someone looking
You
for
guys can
something
hear
else?
this fine?
Here's Rebecca Jarvis.
Yes.
Real estate agents are starting to salivate. Home sales are up, interest rates are low, and the economy is improving. You'd think they'd all be out there staging homes and prepping listings, right?
Growth.
So why is this room full of agents in New Jersey learning how to stab someone in the eye?
My thumb is in your eye socket.
They're taking a self-defense course specifically tailored for real estate agents because their job can be downright dangerous.
Being in the real estate business is one of the most high-risk businesses in the nation, and yet people don't know about it.
Real estate mogul and Shark Tank star Barbara Corcoran says you never know who exactly will be coming to check out that listing, and they may be walking away with more than the property fact sheet. There's been a recent rash of open house ripoffs, like this woman caught pilfering prescription pills from an open house and charged with felony drug possession. So what's a homeowner to do?
Medication's so valuable.
The wrong person is going to take it.
Of course they're going to take it, so you must lock it up.
Now check out this guy facing multiple burglary charges for sauntering out of open houses with Hyatt jewelry. His lawyer told ABC News his client is innocent until proven guilty.
There's nothing wrong with leaving out a jewelry box, but make sure you have junk jewelry inside, not the real deal.
Why junk jewelry?
Because if you empty out the whole jewelry box, someone sees it, oh, there's the jewelry, oh, it's not here, they'll start looking to find out where the jewelry is.
But the danger isn't limited to homeowners.
Police say the realtor who was kidnapped was traumatized.
The agent you've hired to help you buy or sell your house could easily end up on the 5 o'clock news.
A local real estate agent says he did not think he would live to see his family again.
And it's not just dangerous, it can be deadly. In the last decade, more than 20 real estate agents were murdered, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Take the case of Beverly Carter, an experienced real estate agent who disappeared from a Little Rock area house she was showing last October while allegedly meeting a potential cash buyer. After a days-long search, her body was found in a shallow grave. The man accused of her murder giving a perp walk statement and later pleading not guilty to capital murder. By Beverly.
She was a rich broker.
Are real estate agents sitting ducks?
They are. Nothing is more essential to the real estate business than a new customer. And a new customer could be a good customer, or it could be the wrong customer.
And it's mostly female agents who are meeting Mr. Wrong Customer. Women make up 60% of the real estate agent population, and it is a requirement of the job to market yourself relentlessly to perfect strangers.
They know
know more about you than you would ever know about them when they show up at your home. Their cell number is on the business card. It's online. They blog about particular open houses. They talk about their children. And being open like that, of course, makes them a lot more vulnerable. Hey, morning, Tris.
San Antonio real estate agent Janice Tisdale had always been cautious. But a few years ago, she found herself in a perilous situation with a client and barely escaped with her life. It was a few days before Christmas, and Tisdale had arranged to meet this man, Emilio Maldonado, and his banker in a remote subdivision.
As soon as I pulled up, I said, "Where's your banker?" And he goes, "Oh, he couldn't come today." And I thought, "Oh, this is weird."
Tisdale did a lot of things right that day. She took off her diamond jewelry and made sure she had an escape route, just like Barbara Corcoran recommends.
I make sure foremost that I have an exit strategy. I open the gates on the back of the house. I open the back door.
So if you were showing me this home,
I would say, have a look at the bedroom.
and you would make sure you're there.
I keep my eye on you, but I want to stay by the door.
Corcoran says agents should realize they're already armed for combat.
You should have a cell phone in one hand, and in your other hand, you should carry your car keys. This doesn't look like it's a bad weapon, but cut someone in the face with it, you buy a few seconds to make your runway.
As Tisdale and her client toured the vacant house, Tisdale's instincts were telling her to bolt.
And finally, I said, "We really need to go." And I reached down to pick up it was a long box. That's when he struck me over the head.
Maldonado was wielding a tire thumper used by long-haul truckers to check tire pressure, and now blood was gushing from the back of Tisdale's head. Maldonado held the 64-year-old grandmother hostage for 45 minutes until she was finally able to use her remaining strength to break away.
I was screaming. I just thought, "You're dead, Janice. You are dead."
In the distance, Tisdale spotted some teenagers driving a banged-up Honda Civic.
And here come those kids, and their window was down. So I just screamed, "Help me, help me. He's trying to kill me." And they slammed on their brakes, and 5 teenagers bounded out of his car.
Maldonado was arrested soon after. Now he's serving 60 years for aggravated robbery. And as for the teens who came to Janice Tisdale's rescue,
I have 5 more children now. So instead of 4, I have 9. What more could a mother want?
Well, actually, this mother wants one more protective friend. These days, when she shows properties, she brings along a Beretta Tomcat.
I'm so happy you're alive. Amazing.
Thank you. Now, let me hold on one second right there. We live in New Jersey, the most restricted state in the land, one of the most anti-gun Second Amendment, anti-Second Amendment states. So good luck with getting that carry permit. But hey, try to get it. But good luck with getting a carry permit to carry a gun in New Jersey. So what do you do for yourself for self-protection? Well, follow some of those tips that Barbara Corcoran was given to you there. You know, you could use your keys even as a weapon. You know, I tend to carry a knife in my pocket with me, whether it's illegal or not. I carry one with me on my belt. And when I carry flashlights, usually when I'm showing property, and I carry like those metal cased, carry 3D batteries, you know, the big aluminum ones that you could clock somebody over the head with, you know, if you need to. But when you're doing an open house, you're not walking around with a flashlight like that. So just position yourself properly, have an exit route, you know, to be able have your cell phone in your hand and not just playing video games, you know, have your cell phone in your hand. You guys may not be aware, but I'll try to look up a resource for it online. But there's a feature on your cell phones. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of it. It's called SOS. All right. It doesn't matter if you have an Apple or an Android based cell phone. There's a feature in your settings called SOS. And basically what that is, when you set it up, you have to set it up on your phone. You got to go to your settings and set it up. You could just Google a search, you know, how to set up SOS on my cell phone. if it's set up and you tap the power button 3 times really quick on your cell phone, it'll snap pictures using your front and back the front and back cameras on your cell phone. It'll snap a couple of pictures and it'll record about 5 seconds of video and audio, and to phone numbers that you preset in here, it'll send the text message with those video, the audio, the pictures, and a message from you. Like you could predefine a message like send help, I'm in trouble, what have you, or call me first, but I'm possibly in danger. And it'll also send your GPS coordinates on a map to whoever you preset it to. Just be careful with it, because, if you hit it by accident a couple of times, that's why I like to put in my message, please call me ASAP. I may be in danger, or call the police, but call me first, to confirm. And if I don't answer, then do so, because if you do it by mistake, you want them to first confirm that it is an actual emergency. But that could save your life, guys. There are services out there that you can set up and try to join. There's in the Realtor app. Remember that one for the Supra key for doing the showings? You could click on that one to open it up. And when you open that up, you see down the bottom, there's one called Alert. Alert is similar to that, but you have to set up a phone number and it just sends a message. I think the one that's built into, but this way, if you're at an open house and you're already there, you could just press the alert button and it'll send out the message. But you know what? I think the one that's built into your cell phone is better because it snaps pictures, it sends your GPS location, it sends audio, and it snaps pictures. So make sure it's not just at your side. Make sure after you press it 3 times, you're pointing it at the person so you at least get their picture. Because if something is happening, you don't want them just hearing you getting attacked. You want that person's picture also caught so that they could get caught, right? Not saying that this is ever going to happen to you, but we deal in real estate. You never know who comes in the front door. We're dealing with the general public. There's wackos out there. You want to make sure at least that you get their information, Unfortunately, we can't legally carry guns with us in New Jersey. I got gun permits, but I can't carry them. Good luck getting a carry permit from a judge in New Jersey. You could try, but good luck. We live in a very liberal state that's anti-Second Amendment, anti-gun. And, so for the law-abiding citizen who's trying to protect themselves, good luck trying to get it, even though you're in a job that puts you in bad positions sometimes. But you could try, but good luck with that. No. Check this out. New Jersey, actually, it's weird. We're so anti-Second Amendment, but a couple of years ago, about 2 years ago in New Jersey, they made, what is it? The stun guns legal in New Jersey. You know what a stun gun is? Those ones that you press the button and it sends like 200,000 volts of electricity through somebody.
I sell them.
Oh, you do? Look at that. You know who to contact here. Those are now legal in New Jersey. Who would have thunk it? They used to be illegal here. They made them legal in Jersey now.
Yeah.
And or, you could get, I'm not sure if it's mace or pepper spray that's legal, but you could put that on your keychain too. One of them are. You got to check which one is legal. One of them isn't. So
pepper spray, the pepper spray is legal.
Okay, so the OC spray isn't. The mace.
The mace is not.
That's
Correct.
not. Okay, so the pepper spray is legal. So you get the pepper spray on your keychain, and at least that way you could spray it in somebody's face and blind them, and get for temporarily so that you could get out of there. And in case you're in a situation, because I worry about you guys' safety too. It's not just about the money. You gotta worry about yourself. And I'm going to advise you. You know how you get a sixth sense? Sometimes you sense something's not right. Trust
right there. Go with it.
Trust your senses. Trust your senses. Right. I've been in situations before because when I started working in the oranges in Essex County, East Orange, Newark, I've been in some pretty shady areas, especially areas that me as a white guy, I don't belong in after hours because, there's a lot of gangs and stuff. And yeah, there's a lot of people that are racist out there that it works both ways too. I've shown properties in some bad neighborhoods in Newark before. And I used to work for banks. So sometimes banks would send me out to a property to check on it, make sure there's no squatters, take pictures, maybe do a property valuation. I remember one time I was doing a bunch of them and it was getting towards the end of the day and it was starting to get dark out. And on the porch right next door to the house that I had to go to, this house was, first of all, a wreck. There was no sidewalk. There was boards leading up to the front door so that you could walk over the mud. And I'm pulling up. At the time, I had this shiny new black car with these chrome rims. And at the time I was doing business, I was dressing in a suit. And, I'm dressed in a nice suit, me, a white guy in the middle of this neighborhood where I probably did not belong in the middle of the night. And there must have been about 30 people hanging out on a porch, drinking and getting high next door. And they're all like, I could hear them through my window. They're like, check out this mother effer. They're talking about robbing me, and I could hear them through my window. And then I start getting out of the car and I'm like, wait a minute, what am I doing here? I feel better. I was like, screw this, they're talking about robbing me here. And I'm looking to actually get out of the car and go to the house and ignore them. I'm like, you know what, Vic, trust your senses, get the hell out of here. So I was like, you know what, I'm out. I contacted the bank. I was like, send someone else. I'm not going back there. I'm like, people next door were talking about robbing me and I could hear them, it's like, it's not a safe area, so I didn't do it. You got to trust your senses. Is the money worth you getting killed or robbed? No. And I've been robbed enough. I've been attacked enough that I know that, when not to, not on the job, thank God, but, it happens to everybody. You don't have to be working for somebody to rob you or mug you, right? But it does happen. Look at the pizza guy, the poor pizza guy who's delivering pizzas. Sometimes people order pizza to a different address and then that they don't live at that address. They just order it to an address and they mug the guy out front.
I heard him, yeah.
Right. Stuff like that happens, so you got to always be careful. So as a real estate agent, when people are calling you for an appointment, hey, I'm here standing out in front of a house you got your sign at. Can you show it to me? And you being the eager agent, especially a new agent, you'd be like, where are you at? What's your name? Okay, I'll be right out there. Okay. First of all, you don't even know if that person can afford the home. You don't know if they're pre-qualified for a mortgage. You don't know who that person is, and you're rushing out the door to meet some stranger. Do not do that. Plus, by the time you get there, they may be gone, and now you just wasted a bunch of your time too. So I'll never do that. I did at the beginning. I'm guilty of doing it. I've done it before, especially when I was new. I'm going to tell you guys, if somebody ever calls up, oh, I'm in front of the house. Okay, great. Here's our address. You need to come to my office. At least for the first showing, we require for realtor safety and to help out the clients. We want to make sure that you're pre-qualified for the mortgage of the property. And for our safety, we want to make sure who you are. At least for the first showing, we want the people to come into the office so that we could get some information about you. We could run your information with a mortgage company to make sure that you could afford the property and to make sure the payments are affordable to you so that you get something out of it, beneficial. And then we could set up an appointment I could show you that property. And I could also set up appointments for maybe a couple other homes in the neighborhood so that we could show you several others in case you don't like that one. This is also a good way for you to build rapport. Because if you just run out and you show them a property and say they're just a legitimate buyer, they're not up to no good, but they're a legitimate buyer, and you show them the property, but it's out of their price range or it's something they're not interested in, they're gone, and that's the end of it. You never had that opportunity to build rapport between them. Rapport is the process of you building trust and having this person wanting to work with you. You're trying to build like a friendship and a trust in like that short time frame. And that's not an easy task to do. You know, so you're trying to educate them, show them the property, and build trust where they want to work with you because you're being informative and they like your personality and all that. You're trying to do it like that. That's not an easy task. Okay, we call that building rapport. Okay, so you're going to hear that term thrown around a lot in real estate, but ask somebody to define it, and they're like, it's just like between you and the client. You know, well, that doesn't help. I mean, I just explained to you what it is. You're trying to build trust. You're trying to show them how professional you are. You're trying to get them to like you in that short span time. That is rapport. Okay, and it's not an easy task to do. All right. Let's go back to this video here. So I showed you about the SOS feature on your cell phones. Set it up. It's a good feature to have, and it's free. You guys already have it built into your cell phones, whether it's an Apple, an iPhone, or an Android. It's built into the phone already. SOS. Okay, moving along.
Yeah, just wonderful. The shark and the survivor spoke via Skype. I hear you teach all the new realtors what to be careful about. I bet one of the big lessons you're teaching is trust your gut.
That is the thing I end
Trust
with.
your gut.
Is trust your gut, because if you don't, you could end up dead, or you could have staples in your head like I did.
Get off! And that's why it may be good to get this kind of training. In case you have to take matters into your own hands.
It's like much more comforting to have this knowledge and to know I'm not hopeless and how to get away.
And Barbara Corcoran has a lot more safety tips for selling your house safely. You can find them on our 2020 Facebook page.
Barbara always knows.
She does.
All right. Enough blowing smoke up their butt there, but yeah.
Can I say one thing?
Sure.
One thing I like, I've taken your class before. I have to really give credit when credit is due. You teach a lot of life skills where you find teachers that's really just going according to the book.
Yeah.
But the lessons that you're actually giving us are beneficial. I do sell self-defense, everything, stun guns with a GPS, and I'm gearing myself towards women.
Yeah.
It's damn doing defense. It's for women because we are as women.
It's for everybody. It's for everybody.
Yeah, it is.
But you know, there are the majority are women in the real estate. But
Yeah.
like that thing that you have is a keychain. You just gotta make sure it's legal, you know, because listen,
Everything is legal
in New Jersey, check this out.
that we sell.
New Jersey is, I mean, I hate using political terms, but we're a very liberal state. And a part of that liberal state is we're so very against defending ourselves. We're against self-defense for law-abiding citizens. They're anti-Second Amendment, anti-everything. You know, some of the politicians in New Jersey, there were recent cases where somebody used their keys, like they were showing there, to defend themselves against an attacker, and they poked the person in the eye and they poked their eye out. They ended up suing them, and the politicians started backing the person who was being attacked. There was other cases where politicians did the same thing, where somebody either took a key or they had a small pocket knife, or it wasn't even a pocket knife. It was like one of those emergency tools, you know, for the cars, and they used it as a weapon. So New Jersey politicians are trying to pass legislation now that even if you're using something that's legal, but you're using it as a weapon, that you can be found guilty of a crime because you're adapting something as a weapon.
Yeah, well, I'll be wanting to
So,
know.
New Jersey's a tough state, but you know what? Listen, you got to look out for your life. You know, if it's you or somebody else, you know what? Screw them. It's you. Save your life. You know, save your safety. It's all about, you know, saving yourself there. You got to look out for number one first, right? So that's all I care about is you guys and your safety. But you know, we were talking about accounting here. This conversation started out with accounting. When it comes to the open houses, some of the things that she was talking about for theft what are some of the things that people can steal? We started off by talking about there was a guy stealing pills in a house, right? The pill bottles. So you guys should advise the homeowner too, put away your medication. You get people that come into open houses that they're looking to steal the drugs. They go into the bathroom. Can I use the bathroom? And they're trying to steal they're scouring it, looking for medication and drugs that they could steal. Something that most real estate agents aren't even thinking about. They're thinking about the jewelry or iPads or the expensive stuff. Well, you get drug addicts looking for drugs too to steal. So you never know. This is why you got to advise the clients. There's another thing that you should advise clients on. I have another, I got another little video here to share with you guys. No, this is about realtor safety. Okay, this one is going to have to be in the web browser because I have not downloaded it yet. Here's one about open houses and security cameras. I'm sorry, about security cameras. We're going to watch this and then we're already at lunch. So then we're going to take attendance and then we'll do the lunch break. Okay. So let's just watch this video real quick. Here's another important issue. All right. We're going to watch this one on YouTube here. Okay. So it's about security cameras and about maybe finding yourself on the wrong end of a lawsuit or the owner, and some advice we should give people when showing properties where people have security cameras in them. Okay. And let it just load up here. I don't know what's taking so slow. Oh, I got to share it with you. I got to try to download these videos from some of these websites so we don't got to have these issues with their hosting or whatever it is. I got a gigabit internet connection, so it's not me, it's them. Come on.
Over the past week, we've reported in depth on the local housing market, and we found out about a real estate warning regarding home cameras.
Now, this doesn't just affect people who are buying or even selling a house. It could very well change how you protect your home. Our Michael Wooten talks with the experts tonight in this Two on Your Side original investigation.
Whether it's driving down the street, buying something in a store, or just walking through a neighborhood, so much of what we do is now captured on camera. It's a whole new world.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. And somebody's listening always, and somebody is watching always.
There are about 770 million surveillance cameras worldwide. By the end of next year, that will pass 1 billion. And a lot of the new ones are going inside homes, with this type of technology becoming more and more mainstream. That's prompted a relatively new warning for house hunters.
We're telling buyers, be cautious.
Because your reaction could be recorded. Local real estate agent Barry Chubb now advises his clients to keep quiet while perusing a property.
Don't show all of your emotions because you might lose some leverage. You might lose some leverage and they may see these guys want it.
A nationwide hearing.
You guys see what they were getting at right there? When you're showing a house to a buyer, you may want to tell them, listen, before we go in the house, some people have security cameras in those homes. And they got nanny cams or whatever it is. So don't talk about the house while we're going through it. Make your notes. And if you got any questions for me, wait until we get outside, and not by the front door either, because some people got those doorbell cameras too, you know. Wait till we get out to the street by the car, and then we could talk about the house, what you liked, what you didn't like, if you're interested in it. Don't talk about it in the house because people can be listening to this stuff, reviewing video footage. And if they know that you're eager for the house, they're not going to negotiate with you. They're going to know what your real thoughts are, and they'll have the upper hand. Now, at the same token, if you're a listing agent, you need to notify that property owner could be breaking the law by listening to that conversation. Because if that person is not part of
without consent.
Without the consent, at least one of the parties has to be a part of the conversation. And if they're not part of the conversation, then it is you're breaking the law. Why? You're breaking wiretapping laws. These are federal laws. Especially if you're using that information against them. All right, let me continue with that video.
First poll commissioned for NerdWallet found among people who had sold a home, 15% said they used security cameras. That's a pretty high number.
That is a high number, and I expect it to keep going up as home security cameras become more mainstream.
Not everyone uses the footage to spy on potential buyers, but some do.
Eavesdropping one.
And noted constitutional expert Paul Cambria says that raises serious legal questions. For video, it all comes down to the expectation of privacy, meaning someone installing a camera in a living room would be very different than recording in a restroom.
I can video you without your consent as long as it's not a restroom or a changing room. And that's not a violation of the law.
But that's just for the video. Audio is very different. Just like with a phone call, here in New York State, you can only secretly record someone if you're part of the conversation. It's known as one-party consent.
Any way that you overhear someone's conversation without their knowledge in a private setting is against the law.
If you violate the law in terms of recording someone's audio, it's a serious crime.
It's a felony. It's a 4-year felony, felony. So it's a very serious thing.
If someone wants to not break the law and they're selling their house and they have these cameras, your advice to them would be turn the audio off?
Well, that's one of the ways. The other thing is you could put up a sign that said video and audio recording in progress, that there would be implied consent.
Keep in mind, this goes beyond just people buying and selling homes. If you own one of the popular Ring doorbell cameras, for instance, you could be violating the law and not even know it.
So someone comes up to your house and they might be on the phone with someone or having a conversation with someone else. If you're listening to that and you don't have their permission to listen to it, it's felony.
With that said, it is a difficult crime to catch and prove. So Barry stresses to buyers,
Keep your poker face while you're viewing the property.
And sellers should remember, a lot of buyers will be turned off if they see they're being surveilled.
In our survey, 25% of buyers said that they would lose interest in buying the home if they found out that the seller was spying on them. So seller beware.
Using technology to get an edge, but potentially breaking the law in the process. So the Cliffs Notes version of this, typically video is legal unless it's in a bathroom or a changing room
like
or something.
You said, right.
Typically audio is going to be illegal unless you are party to the conversation or unless you make it very clear to someone, I'm recording this conversation.
So you make that clear by a sign or by telling them?
You can do a sign, you can tell them, if you're selling your house, it's a good idea to tell your real estate agent to tell the buyer's agents,
Right.
I have cameras installed, put up the sign, or turn off the audio, because audio really is the problem.
And a lot of these home security systems not only have video, but they have the audio included as well.
And the chances of someone getting arrested and charged with this is very slim.
Right.
Yes.
But you could be breaking the law. And as he said, it's a felony.
It's a
Serious
surprise because people think, hey, if it's happening in my home,
I can do what I want.
But you
So
can't.
don't show your emotions when you're looking at a home. Don't say, honey, I love this house. Let's buy it and overpay for it.
Keep it to yourself.
And don't say what awful decor either,
Yeah,
because
right.
the price might just skyrocket then.
That's right.
Interesting. Great.
And listen, I've had people like that before that, look, forget about video cameras aside. I've had situations like that where you have a buyer, you're taking them through the house and they think that people can't hear through walls. Sometimes walls are thin. Sometimes you could hear somebody when they're in a basement and they're talking and the people are upstairs and they're like, what a shithole, you know? And then they walk past them on the way out. Thank you very much. And and it's just like, oh my goodness gracious, you know, like, you know, that they heard them, you know? So you got to tell your clients, you know, don't talk about it at all while you're in the house, period. You know, cameras or no cameras. Let's wait till we get outside before we talk about it. And I suggest that you have the properties showing report from the MLS with you, you know, so you have all the details about the property for them. You know what the taxes are, you know, all the details and information about the property from the MLS printout of that property. And then after you go outside with the clients, you don't wait for feedback later from them. immediately while it's still in their head, fresh in their head, that property. Because if you show them 5 properties and later you ask for feedback, they're forgetting which property had what feature. You know, ask them right away. So did you like this property, or should we cross it off the list? And then what did you like about it and what did you hate about it? So I like to ask that feedback because it helps me become a better agent to understand what it is that they're looking for too. And you get that immediate feedback, whether we could cross this property off the list or if we're going to hold it as a backup, as a possible consideration. And if it is, what did you like about it? What did you hate about it? How come you're not making the offer? Because if you want to hold it as a backup, but not enough to make an offer, what's wrong with it? This will help me craft what you're looking for a little bit better. And I could not waste my time as much by looking for things that you are looking for and make a quicker decision. I'm going to give you one more tip. You want to know how to make a buyer make a decision in a lot less time and doing a lot less showings? Do not drive them around. Don't be their chauffeur. Have them follow you. Make up an excuse if you need to. I got another appointment after I show you your properties. I have to meet with somebody, or I'm meeting with friends or whatever. I got to go somewhere. I can't. So I need you guys to follow me. Okay. Don't let them in your car. I mean, you got other reasons for that too. You know, people are slobs, you know, they'll have drinks and snacks, or their kids will puke in your back seat or whatever it is, you know, stuff will happen. You know what, better off just not having them in your car to begin with. And then you could just have them follow you. Because if they're fighting through traffic, if they're using their gas, if they're trying to fight for parking spots like you are, they're getting just as tired as you are. And so if they're a little stressed from the driving around and the parking and the traffic, just like you are, they're a lot quicker to make a decision when purchasing a home. Trust me, I've tested this out. I've tested this theory out. And they make a decision a lot quicker. You show them a lot less homes when they're driving their own cars to meet you at the appointment places. Try it yourself. Don't take my word on it. Try it yourself. You'll see. All right. Let me throw the afternoon or the morning poll out there, and we're going to take our lunch break. Oh wait, I got to widen the screen here so I can see the poll button. Hold on. And it is 12:25. Here's the morning poll. We're going to be back at 1:25. And all right, the fiduciary duty of accounting. You're responsible for your client's money and or property. This is why we're responsible at open houses. We're responsible when our clients give us money. We turn it over to the broker so they could do accounting, record keeping, put it in the bank account for safekeeping. That's the fiduciary duty of accounting. All right. Let me, I think the next slide got that video. I got to skip that real quick. Hard to believe. Yeah. There we go. Loyalty. We got to be loyal to our client's interest. That's the next fiduciary duty. Loyalty includes confidentiality. Anything your clients tell you in confidence, you got to keep your mouth shut about. You can't go blabbing it off to the other party. Not even if you think it's going to make or break the deal. You have to be loyal to your client's interest. And if they tell you something in confidence, like if they're a buyer and they express to you that they're willing to pay more if they need to, you don't go telling that to the other party. And if a seller you're representing, they tell you that they're willing to accept less, you don't go advertising or telling anybody that either. Okay. So you have to keep confidence, the motivations and the reasons why somebody wants to sell or move or purchase, right? So could that, look, a lot of times when you're going to sell a house, it's not uncommon for people to ask, why are they selling? When they ask that, I'm often thinking to myself, I don't say it out loud, but I'm thinking to myself, what do you care? It's none of your business, right? Mm-hmm. Now, it's true. It is none of your business why they're selling. I mean, unless there's a problem with the house, but we have to disclose problems anyway. So their reason for selling is none of your business. Maybe they got a problem with the neighbor. We're not required to investigate and disclose those things anyway. Maybe that guy was just a jerk and he didn't get along with his neighbor, and you'll be fine with them. Maybe they're moving because the neighbor has some noisy dogs that are constantly barking. Yeah, but you know what? For you, that's not going to be a problem because you got dogs too. And you're just like, whew, good. Because I was worried that my neighbors are going to get mad at me because my dog goes out there constantly barking too, So we're not required to investigate or disclose social or psychological conditions of people either, but anything that our clients tell us in confidence, we got to keep our mouths shut about. And we always must remain loyal to our client's interest. So the agent must not disclose any information their client shared with them in confidence, like they need to sell quickly because they lost their job or they need to relocate for work or whatever the reason is. It's just going to be compromising their negotiability ability, right? Why do you need to move? Oh, I lost my job. Okay, why would you share that with somebody? How is that relevant to the sale? How does that help the seller? It doesn't. That gives the buyer an upper hand. Then now they're like, oh, I know they're desperate. Maybe I could get a lower price on them now. So you just screwed your client by saying that, right? So you never disclose that. Here, this is what I tell people when they ask me, why are they looking to sell? I'm thinking it's none of your damn business, but I don't say that. I smile and I say, why are you interested in making an offer? Have you been pre-approved for a mortgage yet? Maybe we could get you started on that. Are you working with an agent yet, or can I help you assist you with that process? You see what I did? I totally got them off the topic because it really is none of their damn business to begin with. And anything that I say would jeopardize my client's position. And if they repeat it, well, why are they looking to sell? Because they want to move. Why? Are you interested in making that offer now? I mean, they want to move. That's why they want to sell, because they want to move. Anything else is none of your damn business. But I'm not going to say that because I'm a polite person. Right?
Victor.
So licensees must disclose any personal interest the agent has in the transaction, including relationships with the parties in the transaction. Like if you're helping your mother to sell a home or buy a home, you have to disclose the relationship between the parties on the contract is the way I do it. I don't just tell them verbally because somebody can later on say, oh, you never disclosed that. Not that it even matters. The only reason why it matters is because the law requires us to disclose our relationship with the parties. And it used to be we had to handwrite it into contracts. Well, something like this, we still would have to handwrite into the contract. But if you're looking to buy a house for yourself for an investment or sell your own, you have to disclose that on the contract. And it's so common. So now we actually have a checkbox there on our sales contracts where you could just simply check off. And I'm going to show you that in just a moment. But let me just first finish going through these points here. If you're a member of the Boy Scouts of America and you're helping them, helping the organization find a new campsite, all right, you have to disclose that relationship. Are you getting any financial gain other than the commission for selling the campsite? Are you getting any other gain out of that? No. But you do have to disclose that you are a member of that organization who's also your client. Why? Well, because the law requires it. Now, nobody's getting an upper hand because of that. They're not getting an upper hand. I'm not getting an upper hand. It's just the law requires us to disclose. The thing is, if you don't disclose, it could become a problem later on. If something should happen in the transaction and somebody wants to sue for whatever reason that has nothing to do with you disclosing your relationship there, you get attorneys involved. They find out you didn't disclose that relationship and they know that you're required to by law. They're going to put you up on the stand in a court. And they're going to be like, isn't it true that when you take a real estate 101 class, one of the basic things that you learn about are your fiduciary duties to your clients? And what are these? These are your legal responsibilities that you owe to people, right? You know what your fiduciary duties are? Cold, care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, and disclosure, right? And you have to disclose the relationship of the parties in the transaction. We know this, right? Well, then why is it that you kept that information secret? Why did you not disclose that information? Why were you keeping it from my client? What is it that you were trying to hide from them? You see how an attorney can make it look really nefarious, right? Even though there's no malice meant, you know, nobody got an upper hand. Nobody got screwed because I didn't say anything, but the law requires you to disclose that. And you'd probably be found guilty and liable to the other party just simply because you never disclosed the relationship of the parties. So if they're a family member, or if it's an organization that you're a member of, that's your client, you need to just disclose that relationship, okay? Hey, disclose, disclose, disclose. Nobody's getting negatively affected by you disclosing that either, right? If I'm helping my mom sell her home or buy a house, is somebody losing upper hand or gaining an upper hand by that? No. So why not disclose it? All right. Now, let me pull up a contract really quick. I'm going to pull up a sales contract. And just so that I could show you, it's opening. Give me a sec. I pull up a sales contract here. Well, this is the opinion 26 that needs to be the cover page of that sales contract, right? What does the opinion 26 notice do?
It gives them the to let them know they have the right to the attorney.
It informs them that they have a right to hire a lawyer, correct? All right, so here's the actual sales contract now. Here's actually a directory. We can see all the different sections within the sales contract, section 1 to section 43 in this contract. Let's see, is there one in here about disclosing relationships or realtor licensee's interest in the let me see, declaration of business relationships? No, that's not it. Disclosure that buyer or seller is a real estate licensee. This is what we're looking for right here, section 32. So you see how these sections are numbered in the contract? 1, 2. You guys, can you guys see this contract?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to scroll down to section 32 that talks about that. Where are we at here? We're at section 16. 31, 32. Look at this. Disclosure that buyer or seller is a real estate licensee. Is it applicable in this transaction or not? Well, in this particular transaction, it's not. But if I was selling my property or if I was buying one for myself, I would check off applicable and then select and then put in here. I put in here, what am I putting in here? A sales contract that the person is a licensee. And then you put your name in, therefore discloses that he or she is a New Jersey real estate. And then you check off your license type that you have. All right. That's it. Not a big deal. Now, if you're a member of the Boy Scouts and you're helping them find a campsite, or if you're helping your mom sell a house or your sister or something like that, you would hear under additional contractual provisions, you would write down, you just figure out the wording to do it in the least wordy way possible, the most direct way possible. The buyer, and you put down their name, is the sister of the real estate agent, and you put down your name, who is a licensed real estate salesperson or broker or what have you with ABC Realty. Boom, that's it. Just disclose the relationship and you're fine. You're good to go. Okay. Close that out. Back to the contract, back to the slideshow. So disclosure is notice. Anything that your clients tell you, well, we know that from loyalty, anything your clients tell you in confidence, you got to keep your mouth shut about, right? Now, the disclosure also means notice. When you are acting as the agent for your client, any information the agent gains knowledge about must be reported back to their client. You know, the law considers it. Because of that reason, the law automatically assumes anything that's told to you was told to your client, because they know that legally you have an obligation to go back and report it to them. So any information that's told to you, you have to report back to your client about. It's not an option, you have to. So any information told to the agent, the law considers their client has been notified about it. Any problems, or say that they're learning that the other party is willing to pay more or accept less. So for instance, let's go back to loyalty for a second. That includes confidentiality. Say you're a listing agent, right? And I call you up and I say, hey, I got a client that's looking to put an offer in on their property. They're very interested, but you know what? Do you think the seller's willing to accept a little bit less? I mean, it's a serious buyer that I have that I'm working with, but you know what? It is a little high. You think that they're willing to accept a little bit less on the price? You think we can make this deal happen? And if you have knowledge that the seller will accept less, and you tell that to me in any way, shape, or form, let's just say the property's listed at 300,000 and the client told you that they'll accept 275 for it, right? And now you tell me, yeah, you know what? As long as you keep it above 275, we should be good to go. Where'd you get that 275 number? I'm thinking now. I have an obligation. Now you just broke your fiduciary duty to the seller because you did not keep confidential the information that they told you. I now have the did I do anything wrong though? By asking you if they'll accept less?
No.
No. But you did by opening your mouth and saying that they would.
Yeah.
So you violated your fiduciary duty to your client. Now, I'm not complaining. It's helping my client out. But I have an obligation now to report it back to my client. I can't keep that quiet to myself. I have to go back to my client and say, okay, let's put this offer together. Now, I just had an interesting conversation, though, with that seller's agent. I asked them if they would accept anything less. And they said, as long as we keep it above 275, we should be okay. So how much you want to offer? What do you think they're going to say? Let's make it 290. No, they're going to say 275 then, right? So this is why the listing agent, in that case, they violated their fiduciary duty. They costed their client a lot of money, right? And it works the same way around. I've been the listing agent before where I have a buyer's agent that's representing their buyer, and they were real excited about getting the property for them. And they could afford to pay the full price, you know, but they come at me and they say, well, we're making an offer on the property. I know it's kind of a little low, but just let us know. But they were eager to get the property. So they were like, just let us know, though, if the seller doesn't accept it, we're willing to go up higher. OK, so please just get back to me right away. We don't want anybody else getting in there. So if any, you know, let us know if they'll accept the offer. Here's our offer of 275. If they don't accept it, we are willing to go up higher. What are you doing? That's an agent that's too eager. You can't negotiate like that. You got to take your time in negotiations. You can't skip steps. You know, can't skip, let me present the offer, wait for them to get back to me, and then we'll go up higher. You can't skip steps by saying, hey, here's our offer, but if they don't accept it, we'll go higher. Because now I'm thinking, well, then we're not going to accept it so that you go up higher, right? But I can't keep that information to myself. I now have an obligation. I must go back to the seller and tell them, well, we got an offer here. Here's the offer. It's for 275. But when presenting the offer, that their agent told me that if you do not accept this offer, they're going to go up and make a higher offer. So what do you want to do? What do you think they're going to do?
They're not going to accept the offer so they can get more.
I mean, that's like simple, stupid, you know, it's common sense, right?
Right.
Yeah. You'd be surprised how many people let the cat out of the bag like that because they don't know how to contain it to themselves. They don't know how to negotiate. They don't know some simple basics. They let the excitement of the deal get to them. Mm-hmm. You know, come on, you guys got to learn how to negotiate. There's a lot of negotiation classes that you could take out there. There's also role playing. Some offices do role playing with negotiations and presenting offers and stuff. But like you'll have agents that'll pretend they're the seller or pretend they're the buyer, and they'll actively try to trip you up, you know, and you got to try to have that conversation so that you get comfortable. I mean, it's the first time you do it, it seems silly, you know, You're not a seller, you're not a buyer, and you're just screwing with me. I know this. But if I could you're putting me on the spot, and I'm trying to role play with you to try to give you a good counter argument that would make sense. Role playing is actually pretty good for you to do. It sounds childish, but role playing, but you know what? It is kind of, but you're playing a game here, and you need to learn. You need to condition yourself in doing things, because only after you condition yourself and you do it for so long, you'll be comfortable. You'll be more comfortable answering questions. And when people give you objections, you know how to answer them a little bit better because you're used to being put on the spot, right? The first time that you're put on the spot and you never role played or did anything like that, your cheeks get a little flush, your blood pressure rises a little bit, you start to stammer a little bit, your voice may crack, that bead of sweat starts forming on your forehead. Listen, we've all been there. It's going to happen. Even if you do the role play, it's going to happen, but at least you'll be prepared. You'll be better prepared if you try to figure this out. Look, I got training DVDs that I share with my agents too, that they could watch. They're professional trainers that watch them. And you guys can even look at some of them online on YouTube. Some people may have ripped them, or the trainers themselves may have posted it so that you could subscribe to one of their live classes or regular weekly meetings that they have that you could subscribe to. Here's a good one that I like. This guy, he's pretty good. He's pretty solid in what he teaches. A lot of these trainers, it's not rocket science. They all teach the same stuff. When you've been in a business for a long time, it's all the same stuff after a while. But if you're brand new, it's not. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, that's a good idea. Everybody thinks you're a genius, but I've been in it for a while, so I know. And they're teaching you these valuable tidbits of information. And I like this guy because he does it with humor. And me, I'm a big goofball, so I like humor. All right. The guy's name is David Knox, Knox, David Knox. You can check him out. Look him up on YouTube. You may find some of his videos or whatever. He's got a whole series of videos from training to he's got videos where he follows people around that are top producing agents. I got that series. I spent thousands of dollars on all of his videos that he ever created. I got them all. I also got him from a guy called Floyd Wickman, who is extremely good, but he's very dry. He's very monotone, but he teaches solid information to people. He doesn't really do training anymore. These days, the guy now trains trainers. Okay, he trains other trainers to train. All right, so David Knox, Floyd Wickman. Now you could find some newer guys out there that are teaching these days, like Tom Ferry and such. But these guys, Tom Ferry and those ones, they do live coaching and training, and they follow up with you, but they're expensive. Those guys, for their live training, it's active. They follow up with you. They set goals with you and all. Some people say it's worth it. Other people, they just get scared at the numbers. I mean, I get scared at the numbers when I look at how much they charge. Some of these guys are charging you well over $1,000 a month to train, with no guarantee that you're going to make that money. So I don't know about that, especially as a new agent, but these are top producing guys, and some people, they believe in them and they pay it, so they must be making the money to afford it, but really it better be increasing your return, anyway. So, but you're going to need some kind of training. Hopefully your brokers at your office will give you some of that at the beginning. All right. So that's what loyalty and disclosure is. You could see how those two can work hand in hand together too, right? If one agent's not loyal and they disclose something that they're not supposed to, the other agent still has that fiduciary duty of disclosure and notice back to their client, right? So those are your fiduciary duties. You got to disclose any problems that you may discover, even if they could delay the closing or perhaps prevent it. Look, you got to put your client's best interest first, right? You got to put your client's interest above all others, including your own. Because what is a fiduciary relationship? It's a relationship based on trust and confidence, where you're responsible for your client's money and or property, and you have to put your client's interest above all others, including your own, right? See, I got this definition memorized because you need to memorize it. And it's on one of those previous pages there. We highlighted it under agency. All right, so now the broker salesperson relationship. You're liable to your broker. You work for your broker. You're an extension of that broker. So you should always work in favor of your broker. Even though you represent your clients still, you are representative of that broker. So you always should represent the broker in the proper light, right? Because you're that broker's big toe, right? You shouldn't be talking smack about them, right? Because maybe you're planning on leaving that brokerage firm. Well, you know what? Leave. What are you doing there still talking junk about them, right? I'm going to tell you, whether you're still at a brokerage firm or you leave it, you really shouldn't be talking garbage, right? Just leave. Don't burn bridges, basically, because if it gets back to them that you're talking junk about them, now you're going to have issues. You know, the real estate community, even though there's a lot of people in it, the odds of you working on a transaction with somebody or somebody from their office is probably going to be pretty high, because you still work in the same general area. And now you're going to have to deal with that, overcome that personal biases and personal problems that people have, because now you're putting, you're injecting that drama, that needless drama into a transaction by having someone hate you or you hate them because you're putting that that needless drama. Look, I used to work for a guy. I used to work for a broker in Roselle Park, and this guy was always feuding with this other broker from Elizabeth. And they like hated each other. I don't even know what their issue is. I don't think anybody from the office knows what their issue was, but they hated each other to the core. You know, they both did very well in the business. You know, why can't you just be competitors and then we go out for a drink and enjoy each other's company afterwards? We don't got to hate each other and kill each other. Right?
We all get along.
It's like our politicians today, right? In politics, you know, the left and the right, they're from opposing parties. Well, listen, you guys got to do a job. You just got different views.
Yeah.
I don't know when it became so contentious that we got to spit in your face when we see you or slap you in the space or trip you, you know? It's the same thing that this guy was doing to her and vice versa. You know, and I'm going to show you, I had no involvement in this. I just walk in and I see the agents. I'm looking at the agents. They mention her name and they're like, you know, and I'm like, holy shit. I was like, what the hell's going on in here? What? I'm like, what's this feud about? You know? Oh, she's evil. She's the enemy. Why? What happened? Oh, she's just horrible. Okay. All right. So I'm staying out of this one because I have no idea what this is about. You know, I mean, if there's something legitimate to go off of, okay, you know, but if there's no, it's just like, we hate her because our broker hates her and we really don't know why. It's kind of like people in politics, right? One side hates the other, but they really don't even know why. Right? So this is what happened. I had to show one of her listings one time. All right. And I'm not involved in this. I didn't sign up for this war. I signed up for this. This is my job to make a living. So I call up her office to set up an appointment. And I actually had a very pleasant conversation with her. The broker, she actually picked up the phone. It was a little bit later when I called and she picked up the phone and I spoke to her and we had a very pleasant conversation. Then we started BSing a little bit. We actually liked each other. We had a good camaraderie going on. And then so she was like, okay, let me set up the appointment. So what office are you from? I told her and I could sense her voice changed over the phone. And all of a sudden, she started getting nasty with me. And I said, whoa, hold on, please, do me a favor. Can you please hold on for a second here? I'm like, I know you have some sort of an issue with my broker and he does with you. I'm not a part of that. I have nothing to do with that. Look, we were just having a very civil conversation. I got along with you very well. I got no issues with you. I really don't know what their problem is with you. And I don't know what your problem is with them. And quite frankly, I really don't care. You know, I mean, we just had a civil conversation. I think you're a nice lady from our conversation that we just had here. I've got no issues with you. please don't hold against me whatever problem you have with my broker. Please don't hold that against me. I mean, it's me and you here. We're trying to help our clients. We're trying to do the best for our client. I don't want this personal feud or whatever it is to get involved. And then she changed. I managed to diffuse her, but she was getting really angry all of a sudden at me, and she don't know me, and we just had a beautiful conversation together, so I managed to actually diffuse it, and I could hear her voice then calm down again. She took a breath and she's like, okay. And then we set up the appointment and everything was honky dory after that,
That's good.
but this just goes to show you how drama, there's no need for this additional drama. We could work together and be from opposing sides, right? So anyway, that's not just a life lesson in real estate. It's a life lesson in everything. I mean, I brought up the political situation just because it's so in our faces right now, but it's real life. All these things, they work the same way in our personal lives too. You ever break up with somebody, all of a sudden you hate them, they're nasty, that bee or that scumbag or what, wait, does it got to be like that? I don't care what they did to you. I don't care if they even cheated on you. They're out of your lives now. Be glad that that's done with, right? I mean, look, I even sometimes have my ex-wife. I'm divorced, and I got reasons to be angry at her. Trust me. I let her teach for me sometimes. I don't talk to her. I'm not sitting there calling her up and we're not having conversations. I'm not even going to talk about it really, but we still can get along and have a civil conversation is the point here. I don't try to hold grudges, even though I have reason to. I don't try to hold grudges against people because you know what? That shit'll eat you up inside.
That's right.
And I don't want you occupying any space in my brain. All right. You don't mean that much to me that you're going to be taking up any of my karma. I want to breathe. I want to be free. I want to breathe, and I don't want any of that crap eating me up. Right.
Yeah.
So in business life, it's the same, guys. You got to think of it. Why does the public hire you? Why does the public come to you? Instead of trying to sell the house, why do they come to you? Well, because you're a professional in the business, and hopefully you could treat it like a business and take the emotion out of it.
Yeah.
All right. That's an added benefit that I suggest when you're talking to buyers and when you're talking to sellers. You actually bring that up when you're talking to them and let them know. I will keep the emotion out of this transaction because for me, I don't have a side. For me, this is a business transaction. So I'm going to do my best. Now, you may be angry with the buyer or the seller, and I'm representing you. You know what? Sometimes sellers, for example, a buyer will make an offer that's so low that they're like, it's insulting how low of an offer you made. I'm thinking, cheap bastard, but he made an offer. That means he's interested. Let's try to get him up in price. So I'm thinking the business aspect, I'm not taking it personal that you made a super low offer. I'm just like, well, we got a fish on the hook, but right now he's a minnow. We want to get him to go up or her to go up in price, right? So, but we got one on the hook is the point. So let's not lose them because of our own emotional state and just try to yank them out of the water. Let's slowly reel them in. Let's try to negotiate. You guys have to try to negotiate. Think of it as a business, because when you don't, that's when you're not going to do good. And you're going to see it a lot in this industry. I told you how many agents are out there, and initially you guys said, yeah, that's a lot of competition. It really isn't when you look at how some of these people conduct their business. When they're trying to, when an offer comes in, I've had agents tell me before, because I was representing sometimes the people making the low offer, and I thought it was too low of an offer myself, but I still got to represent my client and present that offer. And then the agent was like, that's an insulting offer.
Wow.
Why are you taking it so personal?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't do nothing to you. My client didn't do nothing to you. I mean, this is the offer they made. You know, if you don't like it, present it to your, you know, have your client make a counter offer. You know, don't just say it's insulting. We're not even going to dignify it with an answer. You're an idiot. You got somebody here interested in your property and you're going to let them walk away. They're insulting. They're insulting me. You know, listen, I'm going to try to negotiate with them. Now, keep in mind, if I have a multiple offer situation, I wouldn't. If I have other offers on the table that are better and they come in stronger at the beginning, I'll probably take those other ones more seriously and not really pay much attention to that low ball offer, because I know that low ball offer guy, when it comes time to home inspections, he's going to try to get us down again, you know, because he's that cheap, you know. But if I got no other offers on the table, I'm not going to let him go either. I'm going to try to work with him, see what we could do. Okay. Agents that pull the emotions into it and they don't keep the emotions out, you're not going to be a good agent. You guys got to learn how to separate business and the personal stuff, right? There's no reason for you to take somebody's offer personal. It ain't your house.
Right.
Right? The hell. All right. All right. So as a salesperson, you are an independent contractor. You're most likely not going to be an employee. So what does that mean as an independent contractor? You're going to get a 1099 at the end of the year instead of a W-2. We already had this conversation. I know we spoke about it earlier on, right? Because we jumped the chapters a little bit, because when we start talking about things, I like to explain them all in full. So independent contractor is basically a self-employed person. You guys seeing this on screen? Okay. Independent contractor is basically a self-employed person. They're responsible. If you're self-employed, that means you're responsible for paying for all the tools that you need to complete your job. You're responsible for paying for your licensing and keeping your licensing up to date. And here, to make that point, when you guys hire a plumber or an electrician to do some work on your house, are you responsible for doing whatever's required to make sure that they have the schooling, to make sure that their license is paid for? Are you responsible for paying for their license, for paying for any additional education they need to do the job on your house?
Mm-hmm.
No.
No. You know, I mean, if you're a plumber or you're an electrician, that's your responsibility to maintain your license and do what's necessary to maintain your license. You know, it's the same thing with a real estate agent. When somebody hires us, you know, it's our job as an agent to do whatever's required to maintain our license. We need to complete CE. It's not our broker's job to provide the CE for us. It's our license. It's our job to maintain what's required for our license. When it comes up for license renewal, our responsibility is to pay to renew our licenses. If we're going to be a member of an MLS, we need to pay our dues. The broker doesn't pay for those things for us. If you want health insurance, you're self-employed. You got to get your own health insurance. Although your broker may have like a group rate plan that they could, make available to you to sign on to, but they're not going to pay for it for you because you're not an employee. You know, employee may be a little bit different. They may make some contribution to your health care. They're not going to pay for it still completely, but they may make a contribution for it towards it. Which, by the way, since I brought up healthcare, in this class links Word document, if we scroll down past all the content here, all this links and such, I put a resource here for health insurance for people, because a lot of people know that the affordable health care plan, the Obamacare, is not as affordable as you may think, depending on what your income level is. I know that I'm being self-employed, and the level of money that I make too much money to get any subsidy from the government for the health insurance. And I don't make enough to pay for all the insurance for the plan that I need. So for me, it's actually cheaper if I didn't have insurance and I just paid the doctor out of pocket. Look, the year before, I got a cataract in one of my eyes. All right. A cataract basically makes you blind. At least it did for me. I could see lights and shapes, but I was completely blind in my right eye, which was my dominant eye. All right. And I couldn't afford the insurance because it was so expensive. And even if I bought the insurance, for me, the insurance was going to be, geez, how much was it? I forget. It worked out to about $30,000 a year. Let me see what that works out to. If it was 30,000 a year, 30,000, which is a lot of money for health insurance, 30,000 a year divided by 12 months. It was $2,500 a month. Yeah, it was $2,500 a month for me. In order to not have some crazy high deductible. And I was like, you know what? If I pay that much for the insurance and then I still have a high deductible, or I have the type of insurance and the doctor doesn't accept it, because a lot of doctors don't accept that insurance anyway. What good is it for me? I'm better off paying the fine, not having health insurance, and just paying the doctor out of my pocket, negotiating with them for the service I need, you know? And actually, that's what I did. Thank God at the time, President Trump did away with that federal fine for not having the health insurance. So I didn't have to pay for that fine. But then our governor instituted a fine for it. Yeah, you know, if you don't have the health insurance, the state of New Jersey will fine you now. There's no federal law because Trump did away with it, but our governor instituted a fine. So I had to get health insurance after the fact. But anyway, I negotiated with all my doctors and I ended up paying less than the insurance companies would have. And I paid less than the total cost. Look, how much would the health insurance cost me? $30,000. Well, I had the surgery done on one eye. And after I got the surgery done on one eye, I realized I had a cataract in the other one that's pretty bad too. But since it was the only eye I could see out of at the time, I didn't realize that. So then I later got a second surgery done. So I had to pay for the medical center and everything again. But good thing I did good negotiations. I managed to pay total for the surgical centers, for the doctor, for the implants, for anesthesia, for everything. I negotiated with every doctor for second eye scans, everything that you needed. I ended up paying for everything $10,000 an eye. So I paid $20,000 for getting both of my eyes so I could see again. It's still cheaper than paying the $30,000 a year in health insurance.
Right.
Right. How crazy is that? You know? So, but afterwards, I ended up, there was something that the president did that he did away. We used to have, I don't know why, but there's a law in place that you cannot shop for health insurance across state lines. He actually did away with that, even though he didn't manage to pass a new health care plan to replace the Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. He did manage to do some other things that helped, lowering costs of medications, allowing, getting now with medications, or anytime you do a service, they have to itemize the cost of all the things that you're paying for, the medical centers, the hospitals. Mm-hmm. And now we also have something where you have to, you're allowed to shop for health insurance across state lines. Good thing for me. I got my insurance through Florida. Much cheaper. Previously, I couldn't afford it. How much was my insurance previously? It would have been $2,500 a month. Can't afford that. Instead, I'm paying $390 a month now for my health insurance. And I have practically no deductible. And there's no cap. The only thing is they cannot legally call it insurance because according to the Obamacare law, Affordable Care Act, you can't call it health insurance if it doesn't include abortion services or mental health care services. So, yeah. So I have insurance that they just can't call insurance. They actually had to give me a disclosure like that. So I make this available to guys because sometimes people in class ask me, who do you have for insurance? So go with them, go with somebody else. You could shop across state lines now, which just makes it more affordable. So this is the number. This is the person that I talked to. Her name was Charming. What a beautiful first name, Charming, right? Charming Worm, okay? But last name, not so much. The first name is interesting though, Charming. This also includes other services too that are additional add-ons. I forget what it is. If it's life insurance or if it's something else, I forget what the hell this these two plans are here. They're mandatory to add on for this plan. So, but either way, the total is $390 that I pay a month. You know, and this is my information. If you guys want it, it's there on the class links thing, or you could go shopping around for health insurance on your own. But I found a cheaper insurance that's better than signing up for one of those plans. So until Congress does a job and remakes the health plan, right now, our health insurance is crap. So, but I got a pretty good plan here now, so I'm happy with it. So I'll share it with you.
That's good.
All right. So getting back to the class. As an independent contractor, you're responsible for your own health insurance if such coverage is desired. You have to pay for errors and omissions insurance. This is the real estate industry's equivalent to medical malpractice insurance that a doctor would carry. I'm sorry, medical malpractice insurance that a doctor would carry. Or the professional liability insurance that an attorney would carry. For us, it's called what? Errors and omissions. That is ENO. That stands for Errors and Omissions Insurance. There will be an exam question on this that just know that we as real estate agents have to carry this. Look, we're only humans. We make mistakes or we forget to put something in a contract. Somebody sues us for it later. Look, we got E&O coverage, right? We're responsible for any of our membership fees or dues and any education requirements in order to renew our licenses. Any tools or software or gadgets that we want to use for our business. Broker's not responsible for that, even though they may supply some of that that stuff for us. We're responsible. We're independent contractors. We're responsible for our own tools, etc. You know, I suggest you guys get your own website. I showed you a cheap way that you could get a really good one, $99 one, right? I told you about the mailings too, how to get the cheap mailings and printing?
No.
Oh, I didn't go there yet? Ooh. No. Coming soon. I'm going to come up with that in just a moment. All right. So an employee works for an employer who usually pays all those tools, an employer would pay for all your tools and expenses and anything that's required to complete your job. An independent contractor doesn't work like that. That means you're self-employed. And real estate's kind of unique because normally when you're self-employed, you don't need to listen to what anybody says. Real estate's a little bit different. You've got to work under a broker because they have to make sure you're obeying the laws, rules, and regulations, right? So the IRS actually has a section carved out specifically for real estate because they realize that we're unique in that way because a broker has to supervise us to make sure that we're doing things correctly. All right. So you're on page 32 right now. There was nothing to highlight on those previous pages. Go to page 32. And under salesperson and broker, let's see. So there's a term there called subagent. Subagent is this. Here. Well, instead of going by their convoluted explanations, let me just give you an example. Are you guys going to be agents when you get your license?
Broker's agent.
You're going to be an agent though, right?
Yeah.
Is your broker an agent?
Yeah.
So won't you be an agent of an agent?
Yep.
That would make you a sub-agent, right?
Yep.
That means you're under them. And remember before I told you how if you're a new agent and you want to do a commercial deal and there's nobody in the office that got that experience, you could partner up with another agency, both representing the same client. I said that you'd have some sort of a sub-agency agreement in place, okay? That's basically what it is. A sub-agent is an agent of an agent, all right? So let me see. Yeah, so you're going to be a sub-agent in that regard, okay? So an agent of an agent is a sub-agent, okay? That's probably the easiest way to explain it. Don't even read that definition, because if you do, it explains it a little bit differently and it gets kind of convoluted. But what you need to know for exam, if they even mention it on the exam, an agent of an agent is a sub-agent. Sub, like a submarine, something that's under something else. All right. Independent contractor versus employee. Go to the third paragraph, and we're going to highlight most real estate salespersons act as independent contractors. Independent contractors assume responsibility for paying their own income and Social Security taxes and must provide their own health insurance if such coverage is desired, which we just went over. Now, the next page, broker's compensation. When is it considered that you have earned your commission? Not when does the broker have to pay you, but when is it considered that you've earned a commission and the client has to pay us?
When we close the deal, right?
Well, a lot of times we say attorneys would write it into a contract that we don't get paid until the transaction has closed. However, our listing agreements say otherwise. Our listing agreements say that when we produce a ready, willing, and able buyer, that's when we've earned our commission. Now, if the contract we produce a ready, willing, and able buyer, and the seller accepts the offer and they go under contract, there's certain circumstances where we will be owed a commission, even if the client transaction does not close. Now, when would that occur? If our client breached the contract. What is breach of contract? It's when our client breaks the contract, breaks the terms of the agreement without having a good legal excuse to do so. If that's the case, we have several instances here for that. So, but first, let me have you highlight something. You see where it says ready, willing, and able buyer in bold halfway through? Okay, I want you to highlight, after the listing broker procures a ready, willing, and able buyer, the seller's technically liable for the broker's commission. A ready, willing, and able buyer is one who's prepared to buy on the seller's terms, is financially capable, and is ready to take positive steps towards consummation of the transaction. That's what a ready, willing, and able buyer is. So if we go under contract, we have our seller or our buyer, they go under contract, and the transaction falls apart because one of them fails to do something that they were supposed to or refuses. They're in breach of contract. And if that happens, where does that leave us standing as real estate agents? We're still owed a commission. However, we're probably going to have to sue to get it. They're probably not going to volunteer that money. If there was no closing, they're probably not going to volunteer to pay us still. Now, is it generally a good idea to go around suing your clients when they don't close on a transaction? Probably not. Probably not going to get the best reputation going around doing that, right? What if it was a $10 million transaction? Sue, right? Sue that sucker, right? Well, what changed? All of a sudden, the juice became worth the squeeze, is the analogy that I like to use, right? The juice is worth the squeeze on it now. So yeah, sue them, you know? I mean, you wouldn't go suing a guy who's buying a $250,000 house. I mean, the commission probably won't even cover your legal fees in a lawsuit, right? So it's probably not even worth it for that. But a $10 million deal? All of a sudden it's a little more worth it, right? So if you guys are going to notice something throughout this course, that an analogy I like to use is or a saying I like to use is the juice worth the squeeze? This is a standard that I use to measure all things. Okay, is the juice worth the squeeze on it? You know, I'm basically asking myself, is it worth it for me to go through all the effort to do this? That's what that statement means. Is the juice worth the squeeze? Right?
Yeah.
You know, the orange juice tastes really good, right? But it's hard to squeeze the juice out of that thing. Is it really worth it to go through all that? So, okay, so a broker may be entitled to a commission even if the transaction's not consummated and the deal fell through due to the breach of contract of one of the parties. Now, when two buyer's agents are in dispute as to who's owed the commission, which one's owed the commission? The one who could prove that they did the most work leading up to the sale. They would be the procuring cause of the sale, right? We already discussed this, but I got it coming up on a slide. And then, all right, before we get to this, let's just talk about what are those situations where we're owed the commission. There's a bulleted list on this same page 33. If the client's in breach of contract and the deal falls through due to any of these reasons, we could still be owed a commission. The owner simply changes their mind and they refuse to sell. So at the closing table, they're like, you know what? I think I get more money for my house if I don't sell it right now. You know, I'm not going to sell right now. Well, you know what? That buyer did a lot of work throughout this transaction. They paid attorney, they did inspections, they got appraisals done, they did title searches, they got homeowners insurance. They went through a whole process. Now you're just saying, I ain't selling to you. They got all their stuff in a moving truck. They're ready to move in. You think they're not going to get sued? Yeah.
Buyer definitely.
Not just by the buyer. We're going to sue them for the commission.
Well, yeah.
Didn't you do a lot of work in the transaction too?
A lot of work.
Didn't you market that property to get that buyer to begin with? And they're just going to be like, nah, I changed my mind. Now, can a seller just change their mind at the closing like that?
Apparently so.
It's a free world. You could do whatever the hell you want. Right?
Yeah.
Look, anytime that I ask you this question throughout the course, you're going to already have the answer. Right? Anytime you ask me a question that begins with can you or could you, my answer is always going to be yes. And I usually start it by telling you this. Can you kill your neighbor? Sure you can. You'll probably go to jail though. There's consequences for things that you do. So can a seller just back out of the contract at the closing table? Sure they can, but they'll probably be sued. They'll be sued by the buyer. They'll be sued by the agents, right? So there's consequences to those actions is my point that I'm trying to get at here. All right, so there's defects in the owner's title that are not corrected. Defects in the title, what could that be? Maybe they have liens on the property. Maybe they bought the property from somebody and not all the owners signed the deed. Would you want to buy a property from somebody who bought a property from someone who didn't, all the owners signed the deed?
No.
No, then that would make your purchase illegal as well.
But don't you see all that in the title search and all that?
Well, yeah, you would. But what if you found, but you do the title search to try to discover such issues.
Abstract and all that for the lien?
Yeah. So you did a title search and you found out that there's a defect in the title. But the owner's like, so what? I'm not fixing it.
But you don't find that until closing time?
The title search is done towards the end of the transaction. It's not at closing. It's before closing, but it's a couple weeks before closing. You know?
Okay.
So, I mean, you already had appraisals, home inspections, you went attorney review, you know, a lot of stuff has gotten done already.
Yeah.
But now you're doing, the next step would be for the ordering of the title search. So the attorney usually does that maybe a couple weeks before closing. They order title search and survey, right? So they do a title search now, and that's when you find out that there's a problem with the title work, or there's liens on the property, or there's some kind of issues pertaining to the ownership.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So you did your job as a buyer trying to find out if there's any issues. But if there's issues, the seller's responsible for clearing them up. But what if the seller says, screw you, I ain't doing it? Wait a minute. In the contract, you said that you would be delivering a deed free and clear of all liens and encumbrances other than any that you stated to me up front that I may have agreed to.
Yeah.
And now we found some that I didn't agree to. You got to clear them up.
Yeah.
You're contractually obligated to.
Yes.
I ain't doing it.
What?
All right, fine. that means you're in breach of contract and I'm going to sue you. Because you did not do what you legally said and are obligated to do.
Yeah.
You said you'd do it, and now you're not doing it. Right? What'd you think? You were going to slip one by me? I wasn't going to find out about it? I found out about it. Now you got to clear it up because you said that you would. Well, I ain't doing it.
Crazy.
Well, then I'm going to sue you. Right?
That is crazy.
So, but this is the kind of things that could occur. It's not common occurrences, but they could. The owner commits fraud with respect to the transaction. How could the owner commit fraud? I don't know. There's many ways that owners can commit fraud. I usually give a story, which I probably did not tell you guys yet. I told you guys about showing IDs, asking to see IDs at open houses, right? But sometimes you go in for a listing, you're invited into the homeowner's house, and you're trying to get their business so that you could list and market their property for sale, and you want to be the listing agent, right? They invited you into their home. I'm going to tell you, it don't matter that they invited you into their home. Ask to see their ID.
It may not be their home.
It may sound a little silly thing to do, but I'm telling you to do it. Yeah, it may not be their home, that's right. Or it could be the guy's home, right? Like I had a situation one time, and I'll never forget it. It was in Springfield, that I met with this guy and his wife to get a listing. And I go in there, and as I walked into that house, in that front door, had a nagging little voice all of a sudden talking in my head. And I usually don't hear voices in my head that talk to me. All right. But I had this nagging little voice in the back of my head that was saying to me, check their IDs, check their IDs. So as I walked up to the dining room table where we were going to do all the paperwork, I asked, before I sat down, I was like, I'm just going to need to see you guys' IDs. Can I see your driver's license real quick? So the guy, he reaches in his wallet, you know, he pulls out his driver's license, and I check it, and I'm like, okay, and yours? And she's looking all over. The wife is looking all over. She can't find her. She's like, I think I left it in my pocketbook. I think I left it in the car. Well, let me go out and get it. So she goes out there, and I'm BSing with the husband, and BSing with the husband, and BSing with the husband. And then I get up and I start walking. I start walking towards the front door. I'm like, what, did she get lost out there or something? So I get up and I start walking towards the front door with him. And he's like asking me questions. It seems like he's trying to like slow me down a little bit. And I'm like, she's gone. She left. She's not out there. I'm like, what's going on here? I asked the guy, I was like, what's going on here? I was like, she left. And he's like, you know, she's not really my wife. That's my girlfriend. I'm getting divorced. And the wife, she's just such a bitch. And oh my God, are you for real, dude? Listen, you're dealing with people. And sometimes people act like this, right?
Real
estate's it's an interesting job. You got to deal with the public. You got to deal with people, and people can be scary, you know? What's going on in here? I don't want to get in their heads half the time, you know, but what the hell are you thinking? You were going to have your girlfriend forge your wife's signature to try to sell the house that belongs to both you and your wife?
Wow.
What the hell's wrong with you? Now at that moment, when that happened, my career flashed in front of my eyes. Wow. All the times I just thought about, I got a little dizzy. I was like, holy shit. All the listings that I had ever taken, and I never checked for IDs before. This could have happened before.
Wow.
I was like, how have I been so lucky that this has never happened to me before? Oh my God. And I started imagining what could have happened if I took that listing. I put it on the market for sale. A buyer comes, they make an offer. I give it back to these people. They accept it. It goes to attorney review, gets out of attorney review. The buyer's paying for home inspections, appraisals. They get the title search and survey done. We get all the way to the closing table before we have to check for people's IDs. So whoever the closing agent is, they're required by law to check the buyers and the seller's IDs at the closing table. Otherwise, it can't be closed, right? Imagine the only time that we find out that the wife really isn't the wife is at the closing table now, where the buyers got thousands of dollars into this transaction already, and they're ready to move into a house, and it's not a legitimate seller. What do you think the buyer's going to do? You think they're going to sue me?
Disappointed.
They're going to sue me. They're going to sue my company. They're going to sue the seller. They're going to throw lawsuits at everybody just to see what sticks.
Yes.
Right? So all this flashed before my eyes in like a second when this was going on. That's why I was like, ooh, I got lightheaded there for a second. I was like, holy crap, I can't believe this is actually happening. You know, I never imagined this before. So I never imagined to check for a seller's ID. I mean, they invited me into their house. Ooh, I dodged the bullet for years that I was in the business already. And after that, I don't care. You're inviting me in your house. I need to see your ID. Sellers, buyers, I'm checking everybody's ID. Who are you? I don't know who you are. Show me your ID. You invited me into your house. How do I know it's your house? You could have broken in the back window. I don't know. You know, you seriously, I mean, you get people out there, you get scammers on Craigslist that they usually don't go through realtors for it, but usually you sometimes get scammers like on sites like Craigslist that they find properties that are for sale, for short sale, or for what have you. They're maybe abandoned or empty, vacant properties. They find them for sale or rent or whatever, or short sale on websites like Craigslist or Realtor.com or whatever, but they generally try to find ones that aren't listed, but then they'll put their own ad up using the same pictures. Like they'll steal your information on the property and put up their own ad with their phone number and their contact info. They'll meet with a renter. So previously they'll break into the house. They'll change a lock. They'll meet with the renter at the house and they'll say, okay, well, we'll rent to you. The security deposit is so much money. The first rent, it's due in advance. So you're going to have to give that to me. We only want a money order or cash. Okay. If you make a check, make it out to cash. All right. Because you're trying to move in now. We'll let you move in and he'll give you the keys. And then they meet them. They give them the keys to the house. They sign a lease with them even. But did they have the right to sign a lease with that person to begin with? No, they're not even the owner of the house. And then that person takes off and they got security deposit, first month's rent. And now that tenant gets shocked when the owner comes by and they're like calling the cops because who is this person living in my house? They're like, well, I got a valid lease. Really? Who signed it?
Wow. That's crazy.
It is.
It is, but it happens.
Yeah.
You know? Check IDs, guys. I don't care if it's a seller inviting you into their home. Check their ID. All right. The owner's unable to deliver possession within a reasonable time. I don't know. People live in a house for a long time. They collect a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
It may take them a lot longer than they thought to pack everything up and move everything out. And if this should lead that they can't give possession in a reasonable time, the buyer can be like, nah, I'm out of here. I'm going to find something else. I can't wait for this, you know. And if that transaction fell through due to the seller's breach of contract because they weren't able to deliver the property on time, well, what about us? We're owed a commission in that case as well. But once again, we probably have to sue to get it. The owner insists on terms not in the listing. For example, the right to restrict the use of the property. Ooh, that one's interesting. We're going to have a little more of a conversation about this in a different chapter, but did you guys know that when you own a property and you sell it, now for residential real estate, I mean, it's a given. You could only use the property as a residence. But let's say commercial real estate or land, for instance. But you could even put restrictions on residential real estate too. But did you know that when you sell real estate, you could put restrictions in the deed that dictate what purpose the buyer can use it for, or what purpose they can't use it for. Or you could put up some kind of wacky restriction as long as it's not an illegal restriction. And if the buyer agrees to it, it's written into the deed. And if they ever violate that restriction now, the person who they bought the property from can take them to court and sue them and require them to hand the ownership back over to them without paying them a penny in return. And let me give you an example. Here's a wacky one, and it's an example that's somewhere in the book, but I usually don't read it. I usually skip over it, because I just talk to you. You sell the property, or you buy a property from somebody who puts a restriction in the deed on your house that says no alcoholic beverages can be present or consumed on the premises. Is there anything illegal about saying that? No alcohol on the property?
No.
There's nothing illegal about that. I think it's real strange. It's real weird. You know? I mean, you may not drink, but it's kind of a weird restriction to say that whoever buys your house can't have an alcoholic beverage on the property or consume it on the property. That's wacky. Right? But is there anything illegal about it? No. Is that going to restrict who's willing to buy the property? Is that going to limit who's willing to buy the property? Oh, hell yeah. I mean, a lot of people, look, even a housewarming. Yeah, just bought the house. We're going to have a party. No, you can't. No, well, you can have a party, but no booze. You know?
It's not your house.
Look, they sold the house to you, and now you can't drink in your own house because you agreed to a legal restriction that was added to the deed. And if you ever violate it, if that person who sold you the house can prove that you violated it, they could take you to court and take the house from you. So now later on, they find out that there was they see in the local newspaper that the police were called to a party of drunken teenagers at your house. There's their evidence. Take you to court. You know, it's they could get the property turned back over to them and they don't pay you anything in return.
Wow.
Now, when somebody puts a restriction like that in a deed, they could put a timeline that's only for 1 year, for example, or until a certain happening occurs. Like maybe I'm going to give my house to my niece. I'm going to sign over my house to my niece, right? And I could put a restriction in there, but she can't consume alcohol or have alcoholic beverages on the premises until she graduates college. See, I put a deadline that basically it's like a sunset clause. We refer to it as a sunset clause. So provided that she graduates for college, then it'll go away, that restriction. But if she doesn't graduate from college, it never goes away. And check this out. All future people, if she sells that property to someone else, all future homeowners are bound by that same restriction. Now it's getting really crazy, isn't it?
Very.
I know of an instance, because I was listening to one time a couple of years back on the New Jersey radio station 1015. And there was these two talk show guys, these two idiots that just talk about nonsense all the time, but they talk about New Jersey issues. And this one time they were talking about, it's entertainment. Sometimes it's nonsense. Sometimes they talk about issues going on in the state. But they were talking about, it was around the holiday season, the Christmas holiday season. And they were having a conversation. They're like, you know what I'm not seeing a lot of lately? It's been a while since I've seen people who went crazy with their house decorations. You know, those insane lighting displays that people put up on their houses. You know how you used to see a lot of them? They're like, I haven't seen that around a lot lately. So, hey, our listening audience, call up and share with us if you know somebody who's got a house that they decorate up like that, so that the rest of our audience can enjoy it and drive by and check it out. So there was this one lady that called up, and I don't remember where it was. I think it was somewhere in South Jersey. This one lady called up and she said, well, there's this one builder who, it wasn't a subdivision or anything, but there was this one guy, he's a builder, and he built all the houses that are on this block. And he put a restriction in the deeds in all the houses that by a certain date, the owners had to put up a holiday lighting display, and on another date, they had to take it down. And now those dates corresponded with the Christmas season, right? So you had people calling up now, they're like, isn't that illegal? How could people put in a deed a restriction that you have to put up a Christmas lights and then take them down? You know, that's a violation of freedom of religion, isn't it? Well, no, the guy didn't say anything about religion in the deed. He said a holiday lighting display. That's generic, right? So now the holiday lighting display happened to correspond with the dates of the Christmas season. You know, it could be Christmas, it could be Hanukkah, it could be anything. That's the whole same season there, right? So it's interesting that the whole entire block puts up lights and then they take them down at a certain time of the year.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know, maybe the builder liked the lights. He liked the festive, you know, the festive look of it. I don't know. But
Who's
hey,
paying for that property? The builder still?
no, all the buyers, when you purchase the property,
They
they have to
type
tell you
of
about this
control.
restriction in advance. They can't pop it up on you last minute at closing. Oh, by the way, I'm putting a restriction in here that you have to obey, otherwise I'm not selling it to you. If they did that, the seller would be in breach of contract because you never agreed to that when you made your offer.
Oh, yeah, that just happened to me because I was on vacation in New York for New Year's. And then on the 2nd, they said, oh, you guys have to take down your decorations. And we're like, oh. And then that caught us off guard because I told them I'm on vacation. I can't just rush back to Maine.
Is that a house or a condo?
It's a HOA. He
Okay,
said according to the but he never disclosed it to us. Or none of the
it's similar. It's similar, but not quite the same. Okay, so when you buy a condo, in your deed, you get a deed. The deed itself, the seller could have written a restriction in there. What you're explaining is not from the seller, it's actually from the homeowners association that can make rules up. You know, they vote on these rules, and you know, all the homeowners have to abide by the HOA's rules and regulations, which we call CC&Rs, the covenants, conditions, and restrictions placed on everybody that lives there. They got to follow them. I got a nice little goof video for that. You'll enjoy that when we get to that chapter that talks about those things. But it's yeah, it works similarly, okay? But you're not going to lose your property. The HOA will just fine you for not following the rules.
Well, it's a rental property and it's not a condo or anything, so that's why it came as a surprise.
Oh yeah, well if they never gave you the rules, you know, they can't fine you for it. The homeowner will get fined who rented it to you, and it's their problem because they never shared with you the rules. They're springing it up on you, right? But still, the homeowner can get fined because they're aware of the rules, right? But it works in a similar fashion. Imagine that, losing your property because you didn't put up some Christmas decorations. Yeah, or holiday lighting display. I'm sorry.
It doesn't seem like it's your property when things like that happen. I mean,
look, this is yeah, but you didn't have to agree to purchase it.
Well, yeah, well, understandable. They agreed and they saw it, but it's just like, why would you live in a place you're paying for?
Don't have no control over
controlled by someone as to.
Don't agree to it then. Don't agree to buy it then with those terms in there. See, that's the thing. You have to agree to that when you're making your offer. The owner has to notify you of any restrictions that are in the deed. You know, there's already restrictions in deeds out there that, let's just say that I'm selling you my property, okay? I'm going to sell you my property you want to buy from me. At the beginning, I'm going to inform you that there is already a restriction in the deed that I already have. I have to abide by because somebody previously, before I bought it, put a restriction in the deed. All right. Deed restrictions run with the land. What does that mean?
Well, I understand that.
It passes from one owner to the next.
I understand that. But I'm saying, even to be under someone's control like that for a piece of property is crazy.
It is. But you have an option. You didn't need to buy it. Next property. But you must have really wanted that property that you were like, okay, I'll buy it. And now you're just moaning and groaning because you got to be subject to those restrictions.
Well, you shouldn't moan and groan if you agree to it.
That's my point. You know,
how can you change the deed restriction?
What's that?
How can you change a deed restriction?
You can't.
Right.
Wow.
See?
Hold on a
like,
second. The only way that a deed restriction, you could have any kind of effect on it is if the law changes. Look, let's take a look. Some properties have been in families for ages, passed on through ages. Let's say you got some old properties where that they were passed on from families, and there was a deed restriction put in the old deed that says that you cannot sell the property to a person of color. That's a racist restriction. That's illegal, right? But you could still find deeds out there to have them in there. If that's the case, that is an illegal restriction and is not enforceable.
Right.
Because the law does not allow that. All right. So, but does that invalidate any other restrictions that may be in that deed? No. Anything that's still legal is still enforceable, but the illegal restriction is not. You cannot enforce an illegal restriction. Let me give you another example of an illegal restriction. Say that you're selling your property and you don't want, you want to keep it in the family, you know, so you're going to sell it to a family member, and you're going to put a restriction in that deed that says they can only sell it to another family member because you want to keep that property in your family, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's an illegal restriction. The courts say that that's too restrictive on the person who owns the property. Okay.
Why would that be too well, I don't know. I don't agree with that, but yeah.
Listen, deed restrictions, you're usually not going to find them like this. Very restrictive in residential properties. You could find some, but usually they're not that wacky. But there are some wacky ones. It's more common in commercial real estate. Let me give you an example. Shell gas station. They got an old property that's not really, it hasn't been in operation in a while. So they're going to liquidate some of their assets, some of their properties. So they decide they're going to sell one of their gas stations, one of their gas station properties. And when they sell that property to somebody, they put it's pretty common for them to put a restriction in the deed that the property can never be used as a gas station again. Or they go a step further. They say the property can never be used as a gas station again unless it's a Shell gas station. Do you see why they put it in?
Yeah.
They don't want the competition moving into one of their old properties and putting an Exxon or something in there, right? With commercial real estate, it's pretty common.
What you care? You selling your property. It's no longer your property.
Yeah, but they're still in business and they don't want the competition moving in one of their old properties because that was a pretty prime location.
Yeah, well, I kind of.
Now, if they said that you can't use it as a gas station for the next 20 years, that means after 20 years you can. That means after 20 years that restriction goes away.
Yeah.
But if they don't put an expiration date on the restriction, it runs with the land forever.
Yeah.
Interesting, huh? I mean, you would think that you sell the property, the next owner owns it, they could do whatever the hell they want with it, right? Not always. So this is why it's important.
Yeah.
This is why it's important for us as real estate agents, when you're going to get a listing, see if the owner has a copy of their original deed and survey from when they bought the property so that we can look it over and find out if there's any deed restrictions. You could also ask them as well, you know, but I like to look at it myself if they have it still. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting, huh? You thought real estate was just about buying and selling and that's it. We're adding new dimensions to it, huh? All right. How about this one? Let's see. The owner and buyer the owner and the buyer just entered into the contract and they both mutually agree to cancel. Seller's okay with canceling the contract. The buyer's okay with backing out. Whoa, where does that leave us? What about my commission, bro? Right? Well, once again, we'd probably have to sue because I doubt they're just going to turn over the cash to us to pay our commission. Okay. But that's when we're entitled to it. All right. Okay, commission between the broker and the salesperson. Where's that established? in your independent contractor agreement, right? Here's a sample independent contractor agreement that starts on page 34 and it goes on. I'm not going to sit here and go over this with you. You guys can read it in your own time if you like. This is one of the standard independent contractor agreements that most companies use. If it doesn't look like this, then it may have been modified. Make sure you read it all before you sign it. A lot of companies do have custom ones, independent contractor agreements too. This is just one that was created that a lot of companies just use that. All right, turn to page 39. I did have a list of all that stuff with a slide in one slide. Okay, on this page, we're going to see the procuring cause, which we already discussed about this a while ago. When two buyer agents are in dispute as to who's owed the commission, the one who could prove they did the most work leading up to the sale, they're the one that's owed the commission. However, it may be difficult to prove who did the most work, right? It's helpful to have an exclusive buyer agency agreement signed between you and your buyer that shows that they're exclusively working with you as their agent, right? They're not working with any other agents out there. We spoke about this the other day, right? And we looked at that exclusive buyer agency agreement sample.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So a procuring cause complaint would be filed with the local Realtors Association, not the REC. Why not the REC? Because the REC enforces licensing law. They don't mediate arguments between bickering agents. Okay. So the Realtors Association, NAR, would listen to these cases. And what do we call it? It's a procuring cause complaint. Now, let me add in here who we file those complaints with. So it may disappear from the screen for a second. Hold tight. Okay, so a procuring cause complaint would be filed with the local Realtors Association. Oh, I already have it there. With the local Realtor Association, not the REC. The complaint is called a procuring cause complaint. That's it. You're filing a case for procuring cause. And who do you file it with? The local Realtors Association, not the Real Estate Commission. You ready? Now, when you file that complaint, you're going to have a panel of at least, I think it's 5 brokers who've been licensed for a while as real estate brokers. They heard all the BS before. So they're going to listen. As long as those brokers don't have anything to do with your transaction, they'll listen in on the hearing for the procuring cause, where each agent has an opportunity to present their evidence and plead their case and to say why they're the ones that are owed the commission. Okay, and whoever can convince them and plead the best case would be the procuring cause and the agent that's owed the commission. Okay, that's often on exam. So let's highlight the first 1, 2, 3, 4 lines there. That talks about the procuring cause and who's owed the commission and when. So that's the first 4 lines pretty much on page 39. And then in the margin next to it, I told you what's a good way to try to protect yourself and to show that they weren't working with any other agents at the time, by having them sign an exclusive buyer's agency agreement. So in the margin to the left, write exclusive buyer's agency agreement, page 40. Let me go there. Exclusive buyer agency agreement. I'm going to write that here. Page 40. Is where you could find a sample one. You guys have that all written down and highlighted and stuff? You all good? We're still writing.
Good.
Good.
All right. So, a meeting of the minds. What is a meeting of the minds?
Agreement, isn't it?
It's when the parties are in agreement on all the terms of the contract. It's when the parties are aware of and in agreement on all the terms of the contract. So let's highlight a meeting of the minds is said to have taken place when the parties are in agreement on price, down payment, and financing method. That's the definition you need to know for the school exam. However, for state exam, it's a more broader definition. It's just simply when the parties are in agreement on all the terms of the contract. See, the school exam focuses more on the financing aspect of it, the financial aspect. It's when the parties are on agreement on price, down payment, and how you coming up with the rest of the money. Is it a loan? Do you got the cash? How you coming up with the money? All right, so when the parties are in agreement on all of that, you come to a meeting of the minds. All right. Now, kickback. What's a kickback? It's giving anything of value to somebody who doesn't have a license, right? For example, giving anything of value to a friend in exchange for a lead, or any unlicensed person, like giving money back to the seller. Sellers cannot get rebates, only buyers can. And what kind of buyer can get a rebate? A buyer of a primary residence can receive rebates legally. Therefore, it is not a kickback. What about giving closing gifts to buyers? Well, I would suggest that you limit the value in your closing gifts to buyers to about 35 bucks. You know, you start giving them expensive gifts and such, it could be construed as a kickback. Okay. You get a lot of people out there that may give a bottle of wine or something like that. I don't like doing that because that just gives them a headache and they forget all about me anyway. Right. There's some good closing gifts if you want to give a closing gift. Not all agents give them and you don't have to, but there's a lot of agents out there to give closing gifts to their clients, you know, maybe a custom cutting board that has like the family name burnt into it, you know. Those things are pretty nice looking. They're nice quality cutting boards, like a wooden cutting board that's got their names, the family name stamped into it.
Yeah.
And on the other side, it has your name and company logo and contact information stamped into it. Isn't that marketing still?
Yep.
Isn't that closing gifts now tax deductible?
Yeah.
Or maybe you don't want to give them a thing. Maybe you want to give them something that just keeps you in front of them. Want me to give you a marketing idea?
Yeah.
And here, I'm going to give you an idea here. Let's see. Agent resources, marketing gifts.
A magnet with your card on it for the refrigerator or something.
Oh, wait. Oh, here it is. Here's a company called Reminder Media. When it comes up in a second.
Reminder Media.
Yeah, it's called remindermedia.com. It's good. This is the kind of closing gifts that I like to give. You know, I mean, you could give them the wine, you could give them a cutting board, you could give them a fruit basket. I like to give a gift that keeps on giving. It keeps me fresh in their minds. I usually set them up for a magazine subscription. It's like a Better Home and Garden magazine that has professional writers and photographers writing these magazines, and they send it to them like quarterly or what have you. And you could set them up on a couple of year subscription. So check this out. It looks like the magazine is yours. It's customized with the agent's picture, their company logo, their contact information, and it gets sent. It's like you order it, you set it, you forget it. They'll be getting that magazine for years to come. Here, you could ask them to send you a sample here. See this one, this agent here, she gave a picture with a background. You know, it's better if you cut out your background, you crop out your photo, and then it looks like your picture is built into the magazine too. That's another thing that you could do. This is a really nice gift though, because I've set people up on these subscriptions that they get these magazines, and then I forgot all about them. A couple of years later, I get that person, my old client, calling me back and saying, yeah, I stopped getting those magazines from you. Can you put me back on your list so I could get those magazines? I love that magazine. And I was like, who is this? Yeah. And they're like, oh, don't you remember me? I bought a house from you. I'm like, oh, yeah. So I was like, sure, I could set you back up on that list. Give me your address again. Let me get all that information so that I could just add you to it. And this was the magazine. So I paid for another extension of the subscription for them. You know, some people, they like these, but you know what? They remembered me. My information is in front of them and it's on the magazine all the time. So if they ever have a buyer or another seller that they know of, they're going to recommend their agent that they had a good relationship with, right? You got to use my agent. Or when it comes time for them to sell. You know, the Realtors Association does surveys. They send out surveys to people who bought properties in the last couple of years, and they periodically do that. And upon a survey that they gave to a lot of people asking if they liked the real estate agent that helped them out in their transaction, the majority of people liked their real estate agent who they bought a home through. Mm-hmm. And when asked if they would use them again, they said yes. And then when asked if they bought another house again, if they did use the same agent when they sold their house and bought the next one, they were told no.
Wow.
And then they were asked why. I couldn't remember their information. I couldn't remember their name. They never kept in touch with me, so therefore I didn't have their info. They must have changed companies because see, if you have something like this that you set up, they keep getting your information. They'd have your cell phone number, they'd have your email, they'd have your contact information. They can get in touch with you again. All right. So these things are all branded towards you, which is pretty neat. Anyway, that's just an idea there for you.
Oh, that's cool. Mm-hmm.
Let's see if I can get any more information for you about this. Send me samples. I think they'll send you pricing and stuff there too. Oh, here's an agent from New Jersey that uses it. Now they got a digital magazine too that they could subscribe to. Seems like it's coming from you, but it ain't. Anyway, remindermedia.com. That's one example for you there. Agent resources.
Reminder Media.
Yep, remindermedia.com. And I told you guys I'd tell you a little bit about cheap printing and such. Hold on, let me move this stuff around a little bit. Where you guys can get inexpensive printing and mailing services. So I'm going to help you with that right now. Here's a website link, USPS.com. Well, you see that link that was just up there again? Hold on, I'm going to type it up here so that you see it again. It's a short link. EDDM. So it's USPS.com/EDDM. That stands for Every Door Direct Mail. I'm going to show you a place where you could get cheap postage made first before we get into this USPS Every Door Direct Mail, which is basically a cheap way for you to send out mailings to people. You guys ever get a mailing in the from a real estate agent?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And what happened? What'd you do with it?
Like, who are you?
So what'd you do with the mailing?
Garbage.
Threw it in the garbage. Why?
Because
Don't
it's
need it.
unsolicited.
Because you didn't need it. All right. Perfectly fine answer. You threw it in the garbage because you didn't need it. Did the agent ever send you another one?
Yep.
Why do they
Many
keep
more.
sending you stuff? Why do they keep sending you stuff when you don't use it?
Maybe maybe when you get to that point where, oh, maybe I may need to sell my home or buy a home. Oh, you know what?
Well, the answer is, why do agents keep sending it to you then? Because it works. You didn't happen to need it at the time, but all they need is at least a 1% response rate, and it's going to more than pay for itself.
Yeah.
The money to print out, the money for the mailing, the postage, everything more than pays for itself. That's why they keep doing it, because it works.
Where do they get your name and address from? Some of them have your name on it.
Well, they could either buy they could either get it from a tax record list, or they could buy a mailing list. They could buy mailing lists too.
That's what I don't like. I'm like, what?
So I'm going to show you a place where you could get cheap printing done. Because, you know, business cards, postcards, all kinds of marketing materials. Here's a website, gotprint.com. Gotprint.com. Yeah, like got milk, got print. All right. This is a cheap resource for you guys to get super affordable printing done. Look, I also have this posted here in that class links folder in a document. Look, tools and resources. Got print, cheap printing. You also have Vista Print and Staples, but they really can't. You know, Vista Print and Staples may be good for a quick turnaround, but they don't beat Got Print's prices at all. All right, Got Print, you could get stuff.
Do they do banners?
They print everything. It's a professional print shop. Yep. They actually do reselling to print shops that resell their stuff because it's that cheap that they could do that kind of markup. All right. Here, let's take a look at, let's see, business cards, signs and banners, stationery, marketing materials. Well, let's take a look at business cards. You guys should be ordering them by 5,000 at a time. So look, how much do 1,000 business cards cost?
You tell us. Much.
Well, on a cheap, flimsy paper, or are we talking about high quality paper? Are we talking about digital printing, or are we talking about 10-ton Heidelberg presses, professional printing? You know, it matters. Are they using specialty ink, or are you using that silk ink? You ever touch a business card that it feels like silk, and you keep playing with it with your hands? You can't seem to put it down.
No.
It's got a neat little feel to it. No. That's a good marketing material because it keeps you in people's hands longer. Okay.
Leaf shape cards, leaf shape, really?
Yeah. Well, you could cut cards for shapes. You could cut shapes into cards too. Rounded edges and square corners and folding cards, half folded. Let's just go with a standard card using you could get all kinds of materials in the paper stock. Let's just go with some standard cards right here that are a thick card stock. We want to see what the full pricing on this is going to be. So 14 point is a pretty thick card, but look, they got 1,600 pound. You know, there's a lot of different paper materials. Let's just go with a glossy 14 point card stock, which is a very good quality still. That's better than Got Print. I'm sorry, that's better than that Vista Print and Staples. They usually got it on super thin, cheap paper. This is actually very good quality paper. And if it's printed on both, full color printing on both front and back of the card, let's say we're getting 5,000 cards printed. Oh, that's 50,000, sorry. Here's 5,000.
What? That isn't, wow, that is cheap. And that's good stock card? That's
That's full color printing on both sides of the glossy UV coating.
What?
You know what? The postage will probably cost you more than getting the card. You know, them sending it to you.
I'm gonna check them out, even for my other business. Wow.
It's very affordable. It's very, very affordable. And hey, if it's that affordable, you know, that's for the business cards. You know, I think it's just as cheap with their postcards. Let's take a look at postcards. Postcards. See how much it costs for. You can get all different kinds of sizes too with it. So look at this. I'm giving you guys tips that you can get stuff. Look, you could even do the EDDM from them. It's every door direct mail through them as well. Well, let's just say you're going to do it separately on your own. You're going to pick your own neighborhoods. Let's pick the standard postcard, not the bigger sizes, even though these bigger sizes can go through every door direct mail. Let's just pick out a standard 4x6 postcard. Let's make it full color on both sides. Full color, both sides. And let's make a quantity of 5,000. With the high gloss UV coating.
I like the high gloss. I like that. High gloss on my cards.
148 bucks for 5,000 postcards.
Wow.
Go to your local print shop and see how much they charge.
Oh, I know.
I bet you that'll be about 700 bucks.
Mm-hmm.
Super cheap, guys, super cheap. Now, what about mailing services? Well, you know what? I never used them for mailing services, but apparently they could do the every door direct mail too. I'm just going to order from them, and then I'm going to choose and select to mail out my postcard. So you could do a postcard design for just listed, just sold, either generic or with a particular house on it. If it's for a particular house, just listed, just sold, I would order through them, and then maybe order about 300 postcards, 250 or 500. Yes, let's make it 500. Every door direct mail is cheap. I'm going to send to 500 homes in the neighborhood. Yeah, that's probably too much. You should probably do maybe about 250 to 300, but let's just say 500, 48 bucks to send for 500 postcards. And then you're going to, and then you could mail it out through them, through every door direct mail. Now, how does every door direct mail work? Agent resources, every door direct mail. You see the link, USPS, that's the United States Postal Service.com/EDDM, which I have this link in the Word document, that Word folder as a Word document as a resource for you too. You click on it, it takes you here. Did you guys know the post office has this service? Let's take a look and see what it does. They got a little video that'll explain it for you and show you how it works. So I'm going to play that video for you.
They deal with these addresses every day.
Watch this. Watch this. Oh, wait, this isn't the video. I didn't click on the video. Okay. You know what? This thing won't allow me to go through the whole thing. If I put in like a zip code, 07036, for my zip code, it'll pull up the map. It'll zoom in on the area, or I could go to a particular address. You see it pulls up the town, and you see how I'm moving my mouse around and it's highlighting strange areas. Well, you know what? Let's see if I could zoom in on that map a little bit. Let's zoom in on it a little bit. And you could zoom in more. So that maybe there's a certain section of town I want to mail to. Okay, here's around my area, right here, around my street. Right here, this is my street right here where my postman walks. That's a postal carrier route. That's one postal carrier route that they walk, and they go to all those streets and they deliver the mail to those streets. So if I want to mail to everybody in this neighborhood, I click on it once and you see it stays highlighted. And maybe there's an area over here I want to mail to. Well, but I could click on another area. But let's first start off with this. Look at this. I selected this area. Now, if I'm hovering over it, look at the top over here. it's showing there's 335 mailboxes on that route and 28 business mailboxes. Let's say I don't want to mail to any mail business boxes. I want to go to residential only. Now it just shows 335. Let's say I want to only mail to people in a certain age range. Let's say I want to target people in the older age range, or maybe I say, hey, these people move more often. Let me target this range.
How would they know the age range in someone's house?
Public records.
Wow.
That's terrible.
Big Brother's watching.
It's that.
They're watching a little too much.
Too
So
much.
look, that's still about 335. Look, the average income of the people in the neighborhood is about $79,000. And look at the cost of the postage to mail to 335 households. $63.
$60. Wow.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, guys. How much is a first class stamp?
Was it 45 cents?
65,
58.
How much is it?
About 68.
58 cents, you said? All right, stop.
45, isn't it?
335 mailboxes times 0.58, so 58 cents. So a first class stamp to mail to all these would be $193.50. So $194.50. So about $195. $63. And it goes out first class.
Wow. I like it.
This is a service that the Postal Service put into place for businesses to save money and to continue using the post office. It's a way for them to generate money. Well, look,
I'm gonna check. Do they is the postage actually on those postcards?
No,
or they just route them. They just route them.
Now check this out. So I just selected one route. I just selected one route. Look, now I want to mail to this area too. So I'm going to select that one. Now it's going to 829 mailboxes, only residential within this price range. And it's going to be $158 in postage for sending out to almost 1,000 households there, 829. So what I do is you got to continue. It's going to ask for a login. I'm not going to be able to show you everything right now because I forget my login there. Oh, that's not my login.
So do they, you drop them off or they pick them up?
You drop them off at, so what you got to do, check this out. Normally when you send out mailings, according to US postal regulations, anything that you send out in mail has to have the name and address of the person you're sending it to.
Yes.
If you don't have the name, you could type in there or current resident, right?
Yeah.
But that's postal regulations. You have to have one or the other, the name or it says current resident and the address. So what, now you got to buy a database or you download the information from tax records. And now you got to buy mailing labels. And now you got to print those databases, merging them onto mailing labels. Now you got to take the time to take those labels and stick them to the postcards that you purchased. All this stuff is taking time, and time is money. And you're using ink and your printer and right. All this is using time, right? Am I lying about any of this, right?
No, I used to do that. Go ahead.
Yeah. And it takes a lot of time to start sticking all that stuff manually, right? And you can't put it at an angle or too low or too high because the post office won't send it. Postal regulations require that it be on the right side of the postcard, on the up. It has to be so high up on the postcard. You got to have all that information on there. But check this out. If you send by every door direct mail, you see how I just selected areas of the neighborhood I wanted to send to? Now, you have to send to the full carrier route. You can't select only partial route. So that one was 335 homes. I have to send to 335 homes.
Right.
So that's the one rule. But I send to 335 homes. It only costs 60 something bucks, $63 or whatever it was. And the postcard, I don't have to put any address or any label on it. They know where it's going to go. They're going to put one in every mailbox on that route.
Yeah.
So no label, no sticking, no nothing. I don't got to put, and then I also don't have to stick a stamp on there either, or run it through a postage machine, or pay for a postage machine, or a postal permit. All I got to do is select this, check out, pay for the postage online, it's going to write down the carrier route. It'll print me out a receipt with the carrier route number, how many mail pieces that I need to supply. I bring that to the main post office, I drop it off, and they do the rest.
Yeah.
You could
Yeah.
even select a date.
So
that
they run those postcards through the machine of those routes because the actual address are on those postcards.
You don't need to put an address.
No, you don't, but I'm saying they run it through their machine.
No, they don't. They don't
Yes,
have
they
to.
do.
They don't
They
have
come
to.
to your house with addresses on them.
That's people who put them on there, but that's not needed.
What do you mean people? Oh.
Some people who are sending the mailing pieces do that, but it's not needed. Look, watch the video. I'm going to show you this video.
And they're not needed because you selected route once you go to.
Yeah, exactly. Because it just goes to the mailing route.
Who matter most. Do it with Every Door Direct Mail. It features an online mapping tool for finding potential customers near your business. To use the mapping tool, enter a starting point. Then select nearby postal routes where you want your mail pieces delivered. You can see demographic data based on census reports, like age range and average household size and income, and choose among available routes. When you're finished planning your mailing, you can schedule it for delivery. Each mail piece costs less than the price of a stamp to send. Creating your mailing is easy too. You can do it yourself or find a list of printers or mail service providers on USPS.com. When your mail pieces are ready, bring them to the post office and we'll deliver to every address along the routes you selected. Reach potential customers simply and cost-effectively. Every Door Direct Mail from the U.S. Postal Service. Your post office anywhere.
Anyway, I just showed you guys how to save a boatload of money and a boatload of time.
So it does show those addresses being printed on.
Oh, no, they were showing you the printers where you could use either their print services to create the mailing piece. I showed you gotprint.com. They were showing you their print services. They also have print services, print providers available that could do your printing for you.
So through the post office, which this one is through the post office.
Yep.
They don't print the addresses on those cards. They just actually
You don't need
they case them.
Correct. So basically any mailing piece that they give you, it goes to all the addresses in that carrier route. So that's a good part because you could now use your postcard to print all over it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
But look, you could come here for more details if you want to find out more information about it. Just go to USPS.com/EDDM, all lowercase. Yeah. Every Door Direct Mail. All right. Obviously, it's super cheap.
Yeah, and it's making them money. That's a good way for the post office to actually make a buck because they're doing their routes every day. Right. And these postal cards aren't expensive. They're very light. So.
And now the marketing just became super cheap for you. You'd be surprised how many agents don't know about this.
Yeah, that's a good way to market. It is.
But I just shared my secret.
Yeah.
I showed you how to print postcards cheap and business cards. And I showed you how to send it out super cheap. So you could market to a lot more people on a much lower budget.
Yeah.
Hey, you know how to save even more money? Send out a little bit larger postcard and then team up with a mortgage rep and put their information at the bottom of the postcard or on the side a little bit, share the postcard with them and
that's really good.
And have them pay for it.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say that. They would definitely have to either chip in or pay for it. That's good.
You could also get them to share with, say you want to advertise in a magazine. Give them a quarter of the page on the magazine or an eighth of a page and have them pay for their page of the magazine.
Yeah.
Why not? They'll make just as much money on the transaction as you. Why not get them to kick some money into the marketing to get the clients?
Right.
Guys got to think outside the box.
That's good. That's good.
You got to learn to be cheap like me. I'm proud to be cheap.
Frugal, huh?
Yeah. I'll tell you how to get along on a shoestring budget. All right. So let's get back to here. I gave you guys a couple of very valuable tips that could save you guys a lot of money and time is money as well. So here's the thing to do. So kickbacks, we already went over, and then that was the closing gifts, right? I gave you the example of that reminder media, the custom magazine you send out. You know, there's a lot of magazines just for closing gifts for real estate agents, or attorneys or mortgage companies, what have you. There's some other resources. I don't have them all saved here yet, so I'm not going to go searching through them now for class, but I gave you a couple of good ones. I like the gifts that keep on giving back for business purposes. And I set people on either 3, 5, or 7-year subscriptions to those magazines. How often do people stay in a house before they sell it? It's about 5 to 7 years. But it's even becoming lower. We're seeing some people that are moving after only 3 years. As we become more and more of a nomadic society where people don't need to live next to their place of employment, people don't even stay in houses that long anymore. They have them for short periods before they sell them. That's good for us. That means we sell them more often. All right, salesperson's compensation. Are you guys seeing this again? Yep. All right. It's determined by a mutual agreement between the broker and salesperson. At the time you started working for that broker, it's all part of your independent contractor agreement, right? And we already discussed how commission splits can work, whether they're straight salaries or they're put you on a sliding scale of some sort, right? But when does the broker have to pay you your commission by?
10 days or when the check clears.
Within 10 days or as soon as the check clears, correct. So before we could turn the page, we got to highlight kickbacks here on page 39. We're going to highlight that last paragraph there above salesperson's compensation. We're going to highlight the first sentence, or almost the first sentence. New Jersey license law makes it illegal for a broker to share a commission with anyone who's not licensed. Just stop right there. We don't need to highlight all the license types. And then go down 2 lines and then highlight any form of gift or compensation, for instance, giving up television to a friend for providing a valuable lead, or paying finder's fees or portion of the commission is a kickback. And kickbacks are also the return of part of a commission as gifts or money to sellers are also prohibited. So what's a kickback? Giving anything of value to somebody who doesn't have a license. Period. The only exception is who? Who could we give something of value to?
Buyer.
What kind of buyer?
Rebate.
What kind of buyer can get a rebate?
Primary owner.
The primary resident, correct.
Mm-hmm.
So then we turn the page. And then this is exclusive buyer agency agreement. Turn the page again. Wait, where's that commission stuff? Did we pass it? Oh, actually, that was just a recap from chapter 2. Chapter 2, we went over that stuff. How soon does the broker have to pay you your commission? Within 10 days or as soon as the check clears. Yeah, that was chapter 2, wasn't it? Yeah. Yep, it was. All right. So on page 42 now, creation of the agency with the sellers and buyers. It's created by a written employment contract or by special agency relationships. And how do we set up the special agency relationships with a buyer or a seller? Well, with a buyer, we could have an exclusive buyer agency agreement, and with a seller, we could have an exclusive listing agreement. Now, when do we first disclose to people the way that we can work with them? Through the CIS, the Consumer Information Statement, right? Yeah. Here's a good slide for you for the CIS and disclose dual agency stuff. Actually, this is all about the CIS right here.
Yeah.
Right, no, it discusses dual agency. I'm sorry. All right, so The consumer information statement, we're going to highlight on page 42 under the CIS in the middle of the page there. Real estate agents are required to furnish the CIS before any discussion of the seller, landlord, or buyer or tenant's motivation or financial situations initiated. You may already have it highlighted, huh? If not,
what line is that, please?
what's that?
Okay.
What line is that?
Page 42.
Mm-hmm.
The first sentence under furnishing the consumer information statement.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, highlight it.
It was highlighted.
You already have it highlighted, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we skipped forward when I explained to you the CIS form the other day, which is on the next page. See, we already know this stuff. This is just a quick recap. Even though because we skipped forward. But this slide is new for you. It gives you a good breakdown of the CIS. It's safe to give to everyone, but it's only required to give it to people that are for residential transactions. Now, it's a disclosure of agency relationships. It describes the different ways that we intend to work with somebody and how we intend to work with them as of now. And then if you're going to be working with somebody as a dual agent, you also need to get their written informed consent to work in that capacity, right? And there's 4 versions of that disclosed dual agency agreement. Remember, I showed them to you the other day. We got one for the seller, one for a buyer, one for a tenant, and one for a landlord. The CIS form has to be given to who? Anyone you intend to do business with. When do you give it? First thing. Remember, I told you, say first thing. It's the first thing you give to anyone you intend to do business with. All right. It's not required for commercial real estate or for leases less than 125 days. They're short-term leases. Not required for short-term leases less than 125 days or for commercial properties. Now, this form, if you're going to print it or customize it, the font size can be no smaller than 12-point font size. It actually specifically says that in the law. Okay. Now, what do you mean by customizing? I'm going to give you guys a tip right here. You see page 43 and 44? There's nothing fancy at the CIS form, right? Doesn't look fancy at all, right? If you were to print it on legal size paper, you could actually get 2 more columns out of it. And then you could fold it like a brochure.
Oh, yeah.
You'll have a blank front page and a blank back page that you could put your company's logo and your name and picture and information on it. And now it's customized. All the stuff in the middle, you didn't touch, you didn't change, but you got a custom cover and a custom back on it now. And now you put it like in a stand and you have it at open houses, sitting right there next to your sign-in sheets, even though you're not going to let people sign in, but sitting there next to their brochures and such like that. Okay. So, what are the different ways to terminate an agency relationship? All right, on page 45, we're going to put a highlighted box around all those bullet points under termination of an agency. You on 45?
45.
Page 45, terminating an agency relationship. Death or incompetency of either party, right? Let's just look at it from the seller's perspective, okay? If the seller dies, what are you selling? You're in agreement with the seller. They died. You're not selling anything. Or if they go insane or they get Alzheimer's or dementia, right? You can't have a contract with somebody that's not of sound mind. What if the broker dies? Well, who you have a contract with again? Destruction or condemnation of the property. Condemnation can mean 2 things. In this case, it means it's unsafe to enter. But condemnation could also be that the state's taking your property by eminent domain. Okay? Mutual agreement. So what happens if the property burns down? You're not selling it. That's another. You could sell a property, it's burned down, but you got to get a new listing because the original listing was not for a burned down property, right? So mutual agreement. Both parties could just agree, hey, I don't want to work with you no more. Hey, I don't want to work with you either. Renunciation by the agent. Agent can just cancel it and say, I'm not working with you no more. And so can the principal. But I got a little asterisk next to that because it says they still may owe us a commission. It does not cancel our listing agreement. It only cancels our agency relationship. So unless you gave them an unconditional release of the listing, that property owner may still be liable to pay us a commission if they still sell it on their own. So let me give you an example. Sometimes we get a seller that comes to us and they're like, you know what? You can take my property off the market. I don't want to sell it no more. Hey, it happens sometimes. I mean, that sucks. I put all that effort in, all that time, and now you just change your mind. But hey, it happens. But now if they mention to me, oh, by the way, is that an unconditional release? I'm going to do this. No. Why does it matter? You said that you're not looking to sell it anymore. See, an unconditional release would mean that you can relist that property with somebody else and not have to pay me a commission. Why would that be important to you? Has some little birdie been whispering sweet nothings into your ear trying to woo you away from me? Because often that's what happened. You get another agent that's illegally soliciting the business of another broker. You know, it's against licensing law for one agent to solicit the business of another broker. So at minimum, when you're sending out your mailing pieces, remember, you got to, when you prepare marketing pieces, you got to follow the rules first before you get them printed out. Make sure you get your broker to review it. Make sure that it's in compliance with all the laws for disclosures and such. At the bottom of your mailing piece, it should say, at minimum, please disregard this offer if your property is already listed with another broker. By saying that, you wouldn't be found guilty of soliciting another broker's business if it ends in the mailbox of a property for someone who's listing whose property is listed for sale. Because if you don't have that disclosure there and it does end up in their mailbox, you are soliciting the business of another broker, right? So you have to put that disclosure there. All right, so sometimes agents will illegally solicit the business of another broker trying to get a listing from them. And then they start coaching their client. Make sure that they give you an unconditional release. Otherwise, you'll have to pay them a commission if you sell it still, and you'll have to pay us a commission. So you'll have to pay 2 full commissions in the event the property is sold. So make sure that it's important you get that unconditional release. So now that person's going to be like, we don't want to sell the house anymore. They're trying to act all nonchalant. And then all of a sudden they're like, is that an unconditional release? Who talks like that? If you don't want to sell your house no more, you're just like, yeah, I don't want to sell my house no more. Take it off the market. Now I know that somebody's been whispering in your ear trying to get you away from me. Now, if that happens, am I going to blow up on my client? No. I want to keep them as a client. I want to sell their house. I already have the listing. So I'm going to tell them, just like I told you, I'm going to say, has some little birdie been whispering sweet nothings in your ear trying to woo you away from me? Look, I mean, I like you. I'm trying to sell your house. Hopefully you like me and you appreciate the services that I'm doing. But it sounds to me like another agent's been talking to you, trying to convince you to cancel the listing with me so that you can list with them. Because nobody really uses that kind of language, that they need an unconditional release unless an agent's been coaching them. And I might add, illegally. So if this agent is knowingly breaking the law, trying to solicit the business of another broker just so that they could get a deal done, how quick do you think they'll throw you under the bus so that they can get the deal done so that they can earn a commission? Do you really trust an agent like that? You know, and I'll talk to the homeowner just like that. And I'll say, listen, I still want to sell your home. You know, if you got any problem with me, you know, feel free to talk to me about it. I like to address any issues. I want my clients to be happy. I mean, if it's just a commission issue, well, we already negotiated on commission. This is the commission. But an agent that is so unscrupulous that they're willing to break the law just to get your business, you know, they're willing to also throw you under the bus and do whatever it takes just so they can earn a commission. They don't care about you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I still want to work with you, you know, if you're still looking to sell, but if you're looking for an unconditional release, it's not going to happen. I mean, I'll give you a release from the listing if you really just don't want to sell. That's not a problem. But I'm not going to give an unconditional release. And if you just don't want to sell, then it shouldn't matter. But if you do want to change your mind and want to sell again, call me, because if that's before the original listing expires, you sell the property even on your own, you still need to pay me the full commission. Right? And I'll just have that conversation straight up with them like that. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I don't got time for that kind of crap, right? So revocation by the principal, that's why I got that little asterisk around there to tell you that little story. Bankruptcy. Ooh, if somebody files bankruptcy, you ain't selling the house. Ain't happening. There's such a super rare instance where you can sell a house if somebody's in bankruptcy, and that's only if the judge removed the house as an asset from the bankruptcy. And that's so rare for that to happen. So don't count on it. If somebody's in bankruptcy, you ain't selling a house. Just keep it at that, right? It is so super rare. I doubt you're ever going to come across it. All right. So you think that may be a question to ask when you're going in for a listing? Are you currently in bankruptcy? Here's a way to ask it. Is your property in distress? When you go in for a listing, ask the owner, is your property in distress? That means, are you currently going through a divorce? Are you behind on your mortgage payments and in danger of foreclosure? Or are you currently in bankruptcy? And if you're in danger of foreclosure, did you get any notice of a sheriff's date for a sheriff's sale for the foreclosure, for an auction of the property? I need to know this so that I know I could still help you out, but I need to know what's going on so that I can help you out best. Because if you're behind on your mortgage payments or you're in danger of foreclosure, I could still help you. I mean, you still got to sell the property, but I could still help you avoid that foreclosure or avoid that sheriff's sale. If you're in bankruptcy, it's nothing I could do. If it's a divorce, I can help you out, but only if your spouse is on the page with you. You guys got to work together. And I know a lot of times if you're the one to introduce me, the other party, the other spouse is probably like, oh, that's their agent. They got them. That's their buddy or something. And they're not going to want to work with you. So I suggest you talk to your spouse first before I get involved, and communicate with each other to agree on an agent. All right. I would love to be the agent to work with the two of you, but you got to be on the same page. Okay. So that's basically the spiel that I give to them at the listing. All right. Completion or fulfillment for the purpose. Yeah, you sold the property, move on with your life. Why do you need an agency relationship with the owner if you already sold the property? Right. And then lastly, expiration of the agency term. If that happens and you did not sell, relist it immediately, because other agents will start calling your client and knocking on their door to try to get the listing. So sometimes you get questions on exams. How can you terminate an agency relationship? There you go. Death or incompetency, destruction of the premises, by mutual agreement, the agent cancels, the owner cancels. That's what they mean by revocation by the principal or renunciation by the agent. You know, let's put this in English. I'm going to add this in English there for that slide for you. So I'll just write renunciation by the agent. That means cancellation. Cancellation by the agent. Revocation by the principal. Canceled by the owner. Let me make that a little smaller so it fits on the line here. All right. Bankruptcy from okay, so there we go. We're good. All right. Buyer as the principal. Okay, so we know that we could have the buyer, we could work exclusively with a buyer, and we could have them sign an exclusive buyer agency agreement as well to try to protect our interest anyway, right? So there is that possible, but a buyer can work with as many agents as they want. But it's a good idea to get them to work with you and have them sign an exclusive buyer agency agreement anytime when working with a buyer. You don't have to, but I suggest it, okay? Different ways that a buyer can pay you. Usually it's coming out of the seller's commission that they split the 4 ways. You know, they split it with the both sides of the transaction. But you could also charge a buyer a fee for showing the properties and such. Pay by hour or pay per showing. Listing agents splits the fee with you, which is the normal way. You could charge them a flat fee or work on a retainer. All right. But you can't double charge them a commission. You can't charge them a commission from the buyer's side and also collect the commission from the seller's side there. It's one or the other. Dual agency, how do we disclose that? Well, the CIS form is how we tell them about the ways that we could work with them, and then we got to get them to sign an informed consent to dual agency agreement. So highlight under dual agency at the end of the first line. While dual agency itself is not illegal, undisclosed dual agency is. So dual agency and conflict of interest. Well, where's our conflict of interest when we're representing both the seller and the buyer in the transaction? Well, an issue can come about where you're representing the seller and you're at an open house, right? If you're hosting an open house, you know your agency's already listed the property with the seller. You're representing the seller. But now buyer comes in the front door. Do you want to work with them? Sure you do. But that buyer now, you're going to start trying to be a helpful agent. Are you currently working with another agent? Have you obtained financing yet? Do you know the process? Are you familiar with the process? And you start offering them guidance and advice. And pretty soon, they believe that you're representing them, forgetting the fact that they're in an open house, that you're already representing the seller. They start to think that you're representing them. This is why it's important before you start discussing people's finances or their motivation to move, that the first thing you give them is
the CIS form.
The CIS form, so that there's no doubt. Because you don't want them claiming later on, oh, I didn't know you were representing the seller. You took advantage of me. You know? So that's where the possible conflict can lie, especially if you never end up disclosing and giving them the CIS form and getting them to sign an informed consent to dual agency. Well, now you failed to disclose the fact, and now you're working as an undisclosed dual agent. And now if you get into a contract with them and that contract falls through due to no fault of yours, they could still sue you and win. Because remember that little court case thing that I played out before? Why did you not disclose it to them when you knew the law required you had to? Well, there you go. you're guilty because you didn't do something you were supposed to. Not that you did anything wrong other than that, okay? So disclose your agency relationships, disclose your relationship with your client, if your client is your family member or a member of a group or organization you're a member of. But either way, disclose dual agency always. And here's a sample on page 47 of the seller's disclose dual agency agreement. There's 4 versions of this form, remember that? All right. Okay, so disclosure issues, turn the page. 48. Okay, material information. Now we're going to get into some stuff, some exam stuff. What is material information? It's any information, usually about the physical condition of a property, that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing. I like that definition. Let's look at the book's definition to highlight. Go to the second sentence under material information, and we're going to highlight material information is defined as a physical condition that a reasonable person attaches importance to, or information that the agent knows or suspects that a buyer would want to know and would consider important before proceeding. Why do they got to make it so complicated? I mean, seriously, if you read that definition next to mine that I gave you here on this slide, study my slide's definition. Any information, usually about the physical condition of the property, that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing. It doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with the house either. Could the number of bedrooms and bathrooms affect the buyer's decision in purchasing?
Yep.
If it has a garage or not, if it's attached or detached, an architectural style, the type of cooling or heating systems, and the type of heating fuel that's used. Because could those things affect the buyer's decision in purchasing? Yep. Does it mean that there's anything wrong with the house? No. So that's all still considered material information. Now, problems with the house are also material. However, we refer to them as material defects. Okay. So the seller must disclose material information. And we as real estate agents are required to investigate and disclose all material information that can be discovered about a property. That includes defects. So the seller is required to disclose defects. Now, we're not home inspectors or anything, but we could ask the owner about any issues that they're aware of. And we always advise sellers to buyers to get a home inspection. We should, at the time we get a listing, have a seller fill out that seller property condition disclosure, right? Find out from them what's included and excluded from the sale. You know, if they're taking the chandelier with them, wouldn't you want to know about that in advance so it prevents any problems later on down the road? Because the chandelier is hardwired. It's chained to the ceiling. It's bolted to the ceiling. It's hardwired it's part of the real estate. So if the seller is going to take it with them, they need to let the buyer know that before they put the offer in. You can't just let them know last minute, oh, by the way, I'm taking the chandelier with me. Well, wait a minute. That's a beautiful chandelier. That chandelier made the entryway. I mean, that was part of the decision why I purchased this house. I love that chandelier. Now you're saying you're taking it with you? I made my deal accordingly, thinking that chandelier was included in the sale. You see, now the seller's in breach of contract because they never disclosed it. Now they're trying to physically change the property. That's like a seller selling the property and saying, oh, by the way, I'm taking the kitchen cabinets with me. Or not saying it and just taking them. You know, you expect the kitchen to have cabinets in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You expect the bathroom to have a toilet in it, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, what if the seller just took the toilet? They're in breach of contract. They physically modified the property. They cannot do that. After they accepted an offer from a buyer, they cannot change the property. They could take all their personal belongings from inside You know, their personal belongings would be, you know, the washer, the dryer, you know, the refrigerator, their bedroom set, the furniture, you know, but they can't be taking chandeliers and other fixtures. Fixtures are part of the real estate, not unless they notified that buyer in advance before they were in a legally binding contract that they would be. Okay. And licensees must investigate and disclose all material information and defects, even those that may not be readily apparent. Here's one that's weird. Yeah, we got to ask them, you know, are you taking a chandelier or anything with you that's not normal? You know, like the chandelier, which is part of the real estate. What about wall-to-wall carpeting? Is that part of the real estate or is that personal property? Wall-to-wall carpeting, you know, that's laid out from edge to edge of the floor, that's stapled down and underneath the coping. Is that part of the real estate or personal property?
I would say personal.
Well, I say personal property.
Personal property?
Yeah.
The carpet that goes from edge to edge of the wall that was cut out to fit specifically in that room, that's stapled down at the edges.
Yeah.
That's over the hardwood floor that was actually built with the home, the beautiful wood that's so shiny.
It may not be beautiful wood underneath there.
Yeah, well, you could take your funky carpet. All that stink and dust and take it with you.
All right. Well, see, we already got an argument in the class. You know, is it personal property or is it part of the real estate?
Part of the real estate, I guess?
Some things that you would think would be part of the real estate, some people may not think that way. They're like, I'm taking my carpet with me. And, you know, so when you assume that something's part of the real estate and that it's going to be going with the house, and then next thing you know, somebody's trying to disassemble it and take it with them, this causes problems in the transaction. So as a listing agent, we want to try to avoid as many problems as we can by asking that owner, you know, what are you taking with you and what are you leaving behind? Like, let me know if there's anything strange that you're going to be taking with you, like the chandelier, because that's part of the real estate. It's hardwired in. You know, garage door openers, the carpet, if it's wall-to-wall carpet, that's normally part of the real estate. But these things have been disputed in court. And because all judges don't rule the same in cases, there is no precedent or standard. Each case is case by case, whatever a judge decides. So let's try to avoid it ever getting to a court. Let's find out from people in advance when we go get a listing.
Right. Yeah.
What are you taking with you and what are you leaving behind? The seller's property condition disclosure report is the place where they should disclose that stuff, but you guys should open your mouths and actually ask them.
Yeah.
You know, because I had a guy one time, he's like, I'm taking the shed with me. I was like, you mean that shed that sunk into the ground a little bit in the backyard? Do me a favor, call me up. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see you try to lift that thing out of the ground and remove it. You know, he ended up leaving it.
Wow.
But, you know, some people, they make wacky requests. They say, hey, I'm taking the pool with me. Taking the pool?
Wow.
You know, that thing's probably going to rust and fall apart when you dig it out, right?
Could you ask them to take stuff that they wish to leave? Could you ask them to take it? Certain things?
Well, I tell people, like, if you're selling the property, I'm like, listen, why don't you throw in like the washer and dryer for the buyer, you know? They would appreciate that. And you'd get a lot more people interested in making offers if they see like washer and dryer included, or perhaps that you're willing to pay some money towards closing costs. If we were to put that in the ad, that may make a difference to, you know, get offers on your house quicker. You know?
What if you wanted the carpet to be removed or them to take it? Could you ask them to take their carpet?
Oh, what do you mean, the buyer? Yeah, the buyer can ask. Yeah, the buyer can ask for anything.
No, the owners. Take your carpet with you.
Well, hold on a second. If it's the owner, it is your carpet.
Right. What if they want to leave the carpet there? Could you ask them to actually
Yeah,
take
no, you should leave the carpet there. Yeah.
No,
I mean,
no.
wall-to-wall carpeting. Or are you talking about like a throw rug?
No. What if you don't want the carpet there?
The buyer. So I'm the buyer. I don't want the carpet, but you're the seller. Take your carpet.
Well, that's what I was saying. You were saying the owner. Okay, so the buyer.
Right.
No, the buyer can make any request they want. They can request that they remove the carpet. They can request they paint the walls. They can request they do any improvements they want. You know, doesn't mean they're going to get it, but sure, they can make the requests, right?
Yeah, because carpet just seems personal. It just seems like a personal thing.
You know what a throw carpet is, but wall-to-wall carpet, not so much.
Well, yeah, it is.
You know, I understand what you're saying. You don't want it because you're going to probably want to replace it with your own fresh, clean carpet.
Right.
But you know what? They're going to have to arrange to dump it now. They're going to have to get somebody to rip it out. And if they just rip it out, now they're going to have little nails in the carpet or in the floor all over the place. You'll see the junk floor underneath. And then what if this deal falls through? Now we're going to have to find another buyer, and there's the junky floor there with no carpet.
Well, what if the deal doesn't fall through? They can remove it once it does go through.
Yeah, but it doesn't go through until the closing day.
Yeah, they could still make arrangements.
My experience, most sellers will say no, you can remove it yourself. If you don't like it, you can throw it away yourself.
So okay.
But when you're asking them to do any work to the house, usually sellers don't want to start doing work to the house for the buyer. You could do your own
just
work.
Trying to get rid of take the property.
Yeah.
You want it, you like it, take it.
Yeah.
Everything that comes with it, that's what it is.
The one thing though with the owner is they have to leave the property in broom swept, clean condition. Don't leave any junk furniture behind. Don't leave any garbage behind. You got to remove all the garbage. You can't leave a pile of garbage laying there. You can't leave old broken furniture or your garbage that you didn't feel like cleaning up. You got to have in broom swept, clean condition. Correct. Unless you came to an agreement beforehand otherwise. I mean, I've had people selling homes that were hoarders, you know. You're getting a house with a lot of extra stuff. Even some critters.
That's what I was going to ask you about, Victor, the hoarding. That was one of the bullets that could break the contract.
Where?
But it's like a couple of pages back. But remember when one of the reasons to break the contract was if the seller didn't get their property out in time.
Yep.
So if they don't get it out in time, because let's just say grandma was a hoarder.
Well, let's just say that you're a hoarder. You're probably going to put in the contract, I'm not cleaning all this shit out of here.
Okay.
So you're going to take it and you're going to take on that responsibility of getting all the junk out. We'll try our best to remove as much as we can, but you know, if you want it on this certain date, then you need to take the rest of the bit out. You know,
as being a real estate agent, you just want to stay out of it. That's up to the buyer and seller to decide.
Yeah, with some things. Look, you don't want to turn the house into a garage sale either. You know, I mean, as far as leaving the house vacant and broom swept condition, it really is the seller's responsibility to have it cleaned out. I'll usually try to hook them up with a got junk type company, either got junk or another type of company that does similar services. If they just got a lot of stuff that's valuable and good stuff, it's just they got a lot of it and they don't know what to do with it. I'll try to hook them up with like you've got these companies that are that have warehouses and they do sales and auctions of stuff, the antique type stores, you know. They usually do that. They'll take the stuff on consignment to try to sell it. And they get a split of it too if they're able to sell that stuff, you know. And so they'll remove a lot of it, you know. It's a job right there in itself to remove all that stuff, store it, try to sell it, and you know, and take it from there. But I don't get involved in that, in the details of that. The cleanups, you know, I'll hook them up with a got junk company. They got to deal with it. I'm not dealing with your mental issues for, you know, oh, don't throw away this 50-year-old piece of Tupperware that's got mold growing in it. You know, I'm not getting involved in that. You get your psychologist in here for that, all right? Your psychiatrist or whatever it is. So yeah, I'm also not giving advice on, I'm not going to be giving staging. I'm not going to be doing staging of your home either. A lot of agents like to get involved in that. I'm not getting involved in staging other than telling you to pack up your stuff that you don't need, to try to clear out of the house. Declutter, depersonalize. That's my extent of staging I give to you. I'm not going to tell you to start painting walls and doing improvements, because the second I do that and you start spending additional money and the house doesn't get an immediate offer on it, now you're going to start saying, well, that agent convinced me to put all this money in the house and then they didn't even get an offer anyway. I don't want to deal with that. Just price the house accordingly. Sure, you could stage it, you could fix it, but I'll tell you, most people are not the people that you see on HGTV that are gutting houses, fixing and flipping them. They're not going to make it. They're not going to do such an overall overhaul on that house that it's going to make any real difference anyway. Other than that, you tell them to make sure the doorbell works and paint the front door so that it doesn't have chipped and peeling painting, because first impressions make a difference. And clean and declutter. If it's summer, empty your winter clothes out of the closet. If it's winter, empty your summer clothes out of the closet. It gives the illusion that you could fit a lot more in that closet. It shows that you got more storage. Not everybody. A lot of people have too much furniture in their house. Can we remove half of it? You got to try to get rid of, depersonalize. Take all your kids' drawings and pictures and remove all that stuff off the walls and off the fridge. People, when they're walking through your house, they don't want to feel like they're invading someone's territory. They want to picture it as theirs. And it's difficult to do if they see that it's so homey and it's somebody else's right now with all the personalization there. So declutter, depersonalize, and empty out as much of the stuff as you can is my advice when it comes to staging, and keep it clean. You're selling your house. Every day you take a shower. You know what? If there's any hair in the drain, clean the hair out of the drain. People do pull back the tub curtain, and if they see a little fur monster growing there in the drain, they're like, oh my God, this is what's growing in there. It's disgusting. Clean up, put your dirty drawers in a hamper. Nobody needs to see your stained up underwear, right? Laying in the middle of the floor. You'd be surprised some of the stuff that you see when you're showing houses. If you got teenage kids, tell them to remove the pornography from the walls. Sometimes we're showing houses that, families are walking through with their little children, but yet you got the teenage kids that are smoking weed. They got bongs laying around, and they got, pinups of nude women on the wall. You know what? That's not good for selling a house. Take that stuff down. It's your house. Get your kids in line, or tell them to get the hell out.
Really?
Yeah, stuff happens, I've come across it all. Yeah.
I'm
all right.
shocked by that. Wow.
Nothing shocks me anymore. Nothing shocks me anymore.
I think you have teenage sons. I have two, and no.
Listen, I've seen people setting up, I've seen dog fighting rings in people's basements. The stuff that I've seen, sometimes you come across some things like cheating spouses. They're trying to sell a house and then the spouse is cheating. When real estate agents are coming over to show a house, what the hell's wrong with you? I've walked in on it too.
Oh.
Yeah. Talk about a shocker. All right. So take a picture of this slide. Here you go. Let's stop before we even get involved in it. Once again, material information. I got this definition on this slide again. I got material defect. I got latent defect. I throw in stigmatizing factor that's not in the book, but you need to know for state exam. And I'm going to tell you to get a clue. So let's go over these important things here. So material information we already learned about. It doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with the house. It's just we as real estate agents are required to investigate and disclose any material information about the physical condition of a property. Wait, I want to change something here on this slide. This is not outlawed. It's just that it was in very poor quality back then. right? Okay, so what is material information which you need to know for exam? Any information about the physical condition of a property that could affect a buyer's decision in purchasing. So what's a material defect? Material defect is any problem that can be discovered by a normal visual inspection. If you bother to walk around the house, you discover it. Like sloping floors. You walk from one side of the room to the other and you're going downhill. That's an indication there's a problem. You walk in the basement and you're standing in a puddle of water, there's a problem. There's cracked walls or joists, you know, you see big cracks in them. That's a problem. You walk in the basement and you smell the mold or mildew. That's a problem. You see an oil tank in the basement, however, they got gas heat. That's a problem. These are defects are problems that you could discover with your eyesight if you bothered to look around. You see a water stain in the ceiling. Is that an active leak or not? I don't know, but there's a stain in the ceiling and that itself is a problem. Now, the fact of whether that water leak is active or not, or if it was an old problem that was fixed, well, that'll take a little more investigation to discover. That the fact of whether it's an active leak or not is what we call a latent defect. A latent defect, the word latent means hidden. So a latent defect is a hidden defect that requires further inspection to uncover. Like, does the house have ephes? Let me see. Does the house have mold in it? Is there an active leak in that ceiling? Is there radon in the house or carbon monoxide or what have you? These are things you cannot see, smell, taste, you know. So further investigation is required to find out about these things. All right, so let's talk about the latent defect a little bit. Let's go to a web browser. Let's see. Inspection issues and hazards. How about that? A latent defect would be something you cannot see. Oh, yeah, this is a different chapter. We should go over these things. Yeah. However, stigmatizing factor I could bring up right now. So I'll pull some of that stuff up. Let's just go over it on the slide first. So a stigmatizing factor is an unpleasant event like rape, murder, or suicide, home invasion, or robbery that do not affect the physical condition of a property, but they could affect its sellability, the property's desirability, sellability, and value. Now, if asked, the agent, and if the agent has knowledge about it, they must be honest and disclose, but they should not volunteer any information that could affect the sellability and value of the property. So, do you have to investigate or disclose if a property has ghosts?
No.
How would you?
The buyer asked.
How would you investigate and disclose that the house has ghosts?
Call Ghostbusters.
Right? Is the house haunted? All right, this is considered a psychological condition. So we're not required to investigate or disclose such factors. All right. Do we got to disclose if anybody ever died in the house? Does it affect the physical condition of the property? Then we're not required to investigate or disclose it. Now, these are more considered stigmatizing factors. You know, if somebody killed themselves or raped or murdered in a house, home invasion, these types of things, they don't affect the physical condition of the property. So we're not required to investigate or disclose them. However, they could have an effect on the value and sellability of the property. And I'm going to give you an example right now. Actually, let me see if I already have this downloaded.
Do you want to earn a living online? Well,
Let me
you have two
let me
options.
mute that guy.
First,
Hold on one second.
building websites, marketing your services.
Hold
dealing
on
with
one second. I'm
suppliers,
still
doing
looking for a
customer
video.
support. With competition, customers rarely come back. You need to hide that you're selling.
All right, I thought I had a video downloaded. Apparently I don't, so we'll watch it online here. So let's just pull this one up.
We're going to turn out a major development involving the home we have reported on here before, and the disturbing letters sent to the family who bought it. The family bought their dream home in New Jersey, never moving in after getting frightening letters from someone calling themselves the Watcher. Now the family has finally found someone. I got everyone's attention here. Someone's going to buy that house. Gio Benitez is here with more. Hey, Gio.
Hey, David. Good morning. Yeah, for years, so many thought nobody would buy this house because of all that negative publicity with those threatening letters. But this morning, we know the family has finally gotten rid of it by taking a major financial loss. This morning, ABC News has learned the New Jersey family, allegedly terrorized by creepy letters from someone named the Watcher, has finally sold the house that started their nightmare. Derek and Maria Broadus bought this idyllic home in Westfield, New Jersey for $1.3 million back in 2014. But they say a stranger kept them from moving in by sending letters like this: "I watch and wait for the day the young blood will be mine again. And I pass by many times a day. You know I will be watching."
I've lived here my whole life, so yeah, it was a pretty big shocker.
Now, 5 years later, the family's selling the property that they've never lived in, that has haunted them for years, taking the loss, selling it for $400,000 less than they paid for it. We spoke with their attorney in the midst of their ordeal.
It's a great house. This is a total tragedy and nightmare for my clients.
The Watcher's letters describing anger about renovations to the home and detailing the movements of the family and their kids. One letter saying, "All of the windows and doors allow me to watch you and track you as you move through the house."
From day one, they've been trying to solve this case. They hired a forensic linguist to take a look at the letters and see if there were any patterns. They scoured the internet looking for clues.
But despite years of investigations, and while authorities did discover some DNA evidence, they never found enough to charge a suspect.
Our police department conducted an exhaustive investigation. Such efforts have not, however, yielded information leading to charges being filed.
In an interview with New York Magazine last year, Derek, comparing the ordeal to cancer, said,
I guess they didn't have one of those Ring doorbells there, huh? No video cameras.
"We think about it every day."
They wanted to get rid of the house because they knew it was going to be this burden. They knew they weren't going to move in. From there, the next thing they want more than anything is to know who did this.
And we're told the family still lives in Westfield after staying with family a few blocks away from the Watcher house. Now they've bought a new home and they hope this one brings them peace of mind. But what an ordeal.
We don't know anything about the new owners.
No, not yet.
Hopefully they're not watching. We want to keep them in that home.
I'm sure they had full disclosure. At least I hope they did. All right, thank you so much, Gio.
All right. So that's kind of creepy. But that house, you know, they had it for 5 years and they were unable to sell that house for 5 years because of its fanfare in the news. Would you want to buy a house and have your children there where somebody's writing creepy letters and kind of stalking the house and terrorizing people like that? You know, and Westfield's not new to this. You know, years ago in the 70s, they had a house from a guy called John List. You guys remember a show on TV called America's Most Wanted? John List was a doctor, or I forget what his position was. He made a lot of money, and the guy bought a house, and he lived beyond his means. Very religious guy. He he lost his job or was not able to keep up with his payments on this house and keep the family accustomed to the extravagant lifestyle that they were used to living in beautiful Westfield, New Jersey. You know, having their kids going to private schools and not have to be subject to the public school and all the garbage in the public schools. And so when he was no longer able to afford all that, he figured the proper way, instead of subjecting his family to all these hardships, was just to kill them. So he killed his wife, his 3 children, and his mother. And laid out all their bodies on the floor in the living room. Some story. Amazing, the guy didn't just kill himself, but
yeah.
you know, well, hold on, check this out. The reason why he didn't kill himself is because it's a sin.
Oh, wasn't a sin to kill them, though, huh?
Yeah, it's not a sin to kill his family. He figures it was a mercy thing that he was doing. You know, he's being merciful. Now, there was a lot of arguments, even by his attorney, on that. I got a bunch of videos for that, but I really don't want to get into the list. So this guy killed his wife and children and such, you know. And you think that house may have been a little stigmatized? Would you want to buy that house that a guy slaughtered his wife and his family in?
Nope.
Well, that house never had an issue with having to sell it because the next year it burned down mysteriously. Nobody knows if it was arson or what caused that, but the year after all those murders, they got burned down. Now, the guy ended up disappearing. Nobody knew where he was for years. And if you guys remember America's Most Wanted on television, when they were filming some of their early episodes, when they first put it on, they caught him. About 20 years later, what was it, in 1990 or 90s, or in the early 90s, I think it was, they caught him. About 20, 30 years later, they caught this guy who just got a new identity, got himself a new wife and kids. His new wife reported him and ended up catching him that way. But anyway, that house, these houses that have things like this going on with them suffer from stigmatizing factors, right? So that would be a stigmatizing factor. We'll continue this conversation.